Collective! Welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. I do collective pick a card readings here on YouTube. Just a heads up, my readings do tend to be fairly long, they tend to be deep dives. So grab a hot or cold beverage of choice, get settled, get cozy because we have a lot to get through today. Today's reading title is Why Your Haters Think They Hate You versus the Truth, or something like that. And I wanted to do this reading today just because it's fun more than anything. There's nothing I find more fascinating than that sort of fine line between love and hate, between being a fan versus being a foe, and I wanted to explore that today. Now, this isn't intended to make you paranoid about having a hater or anything like that. It's about offering clarity to those of you who have experienced weird and haterish type energy from somebody or from multiple people, and maybe you don't really understand why and you want to understand. So we're going to unpack that and we're going to delve into this person's psyche. So this is very gossipy, it's tea spilly, it is right up my street. This is going to be like reality TV, but in tarot form. That is what we're aiming for. So we're going to look at who your hater or haters might be, why they think they hate you versus the truth, or why they're reacting to you this way, let's say. Essentially, what they think they're mad about versus what they're actually mad about. And who this person is as well, obviously, we will look at that. So we do have 5 piles to choose from today. Over here, we have pile 1 with the Everyday Witch Tarot and the Witch's Hat sticker. Over here, we have pile 2 with the Cute Ghost Tarot and the Sun sticker. Over here, we have pile 3 with the Pacific Northwest Tarot and the Crystal sticker. Over here, we have pile 4 with the Real Talk Tarot and the Bottle sticker. And over here, we have pile 5 with the Cosy Witch Tarot and the Candle sticker. As you can see, I have chosen some shiny, sparkly, beautiful stickers today because there's nothing a hater hates more than somebody who stands out and sparkles, which I'm sure you do, collective. So yeah, once you've chosen your pile, please head to the pinned comment or the description box below. Timestamps will be listed there and they will take you directly to the start of your chosen reading. You are also welcome to choose more than one pile if you would like to, if you have multiple haters that you want to hear about because you're just so popular, collective. Before we continue, I just want to give a really quick shout out to Otter Spirit, who I've worked with before. I am wearing one of their bracelets right now, as I always do. This one is the Australian Jade. I absolutely love their bracelets and they have so many gorgeous options to choose from. If you are a crystal, astrology, girly guy, non-binary person, check them out. They are amazing. They also support sea otter conservation, which as a massive animal lover is something I really do appreciate. If you would like to have a look for yourself, if you want to buy like a gift for anyone, the astrology crystal loving person in your life, I will leave my affiliate link in the description box below. You can use my code NOSYWITCH20 for 20% off any order, or NOSYWITCH30 for 30% off orders over $99. Like I say, those are affiliate links and codes, so I may receive a small commission if you do decide to purchase through them, at no extra cost to you, of course. But yeah, thank you again to Otter Spirit for supporting my channel, for gifting me these beautiful bracelets, and you know, I genuinely just want to share more about them because they are just the sweetest people, and I love supporting companies whose morals and ethics align with mine. Anyway, a little bit more about the reading before we get into it. Disclaimers and blah. The one thing I will say is that if you don't encounter this kind of energy in your life, if you don't identify with having a hater or just somebody who seems to dislike you or be pissy with you for no reason seemingly, or you don't care enough to know, even if you do have someone like that, that is absolutely fine. It could just be a sign that this isn't your reading today, and that's all right. You know, this isn't about inventing a hater when you don't actually have one. It's intended to offer clarity to those of you who have dealt with this kind of energy or you're currently dealing with it. It could be, you know, a past situation or a current situation that you want to know about. But yeah, it could very well be something that happened a long time ago and you're just looking for clarity on it. And this could be somebody you know very well or somebody you barely know at all. You know, it could be along the lines of like an ex or a frenemy or a colleague, that kind of situation, or it could be more like an acquaintance or like maybe someone online. Whoever comes through, we're going to talk about it. And hopefully you will know when I describe them in the first portion of your tarot reading. So we are going to start by pulling 4 tarot cards, and I want you to use that as an initial energy check and for confirmation that you're in the right place. So during this portion, we are going to be looking at the surface level hater energy. So these cards should hopefully help you identify who this person might be. We may explore their relationship to you or just general traits that could help you form a clearer picture of them. This is the section that's going to make you like, oh, okay, I know exactly who this is. Or it's going to make you like them, like they're still thinking about me if this is a past person. Or it's going to make you like, I don't have a clue who this is talking about. And if it's the latter, then that's maybe a sign to choose a different pile. But yeah, in this portion, we're also going to be looking at their opinion of you, you know, what they might say or think about you, how they might treat you, that sort of thing. And we're going to be addressing what they think they don't like about you. Importantly, in this section, there may also be some little pieces of the real truth sneaking in because, you know, sometimes people are actually more transparent than they realize. And I think that can also be an energy check because you might already be pretty clued on as to why this person hates you. You might already kind of know little bits of the truth, so it might come through in the energy check, but maybe this is just like extra confirmation. But yeah, for the most part, these first 4 cards represent their version of events or what they think their problem with you is, and you know, maybe how they justify that to themselves with little bits of the truth peppered in. Then with the next 4 tarot cards, we're going to expand on the situation and delve more deeply into the real heart and truth of the matter. So like, why do they really react to you this way? What is happening beneath the ego? What might they be projecting onto you? What is the reality that they may or may not consciously recognize? Now, in the middle of these 2 sections, we are also going to use 1 astrology oracle card, and that is going to represent the midpoint energy between you guys. So this card will help us explore the common ground, any mirroring, any similarities or differences between you guys beneath the surface. And I thought it was important to include this because hater energy can sometimes occur when somebody sees something in you that they actually recognize within themselves. You know, a lot of energy directed towards external sources, aka us, you, might actually be a reflection of how that person feels about themselves and their own traits internally. Of course, you know, some people just love to hate because they find it fun or because they're just trolling. Those people exist, absolutely. But sometimes people's reactions to another human actually come from a much deeper wound being reflected back at them. So I guess this is like to try and find a little bit of common ground, but also explore how you guys might be presenting more in the lighter energy, and they, if they are a hater, if they are choosing to hate, they might be showing up more in that shadow. So yeah, we're going to explore both the light and shadow attributes associated with the astrology sign and house on the card. But just a little extra disclaimer to that, these astrology cards do not necessarily mean that you or this person are that particular sign or that you have to have it prominently in your chart. Of course, you know, if you do, you can take that as extra confirmation, but the sign is primarily being used as a symbolic midpoint representation. This reading also is not intended to demonize any particular sign or suggest that one sign is inherently good or bad. These cards were literally just shuffled and came out completely randomly. None of the 12 signs are good or bad. We are simply exploring the traits associated with each sign and how that energy can manifest differently when expressed through its light or its shadow. So I am absolutely not calling out any one sign here. I think anybody of any sign has the potential to be the best or the worst person on earth. And it has very, very little to do with what's in their birth chart. It's about how somebody chooses to embody and use the energy that they naturally possess. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that my own signs from my big 3 have showed up in this reading. So if you're mad that I'm talking shit about your sign, please remember that I'm also talking shit about my sign. But the aim isn't actually to talk shit, it's to explore the different ways in which certain traits and energies can manifest. You are welcome to choose more than one pile, like I say, if more than one is calling to you. Please always remember that when we do readings about other people's thoughts and feelings, that is all they are, their thoughts and feelings. That does not make their perception the objective truth, and you don't need to accept or internalize it if it doesn't feel right to you, nor does it mean you need to change something about yourself simply because another person takes a dislike to it. This reading is just intended to offer insight into why somebody might behave or show up the way they do towards you. With that said, make sure you're in the right headspace before watching or listening to this one, if you're not currently open to hearing about another person's perspective of you, please look after yourself. You do not need to be watching this reading if it's going to do more harm than good, and you are always welcome back to the next one. This is a general reading, so not every single example I give will resonate, nor would I expect it to. I do tend to give lots of examples in my readings, not because I'm trying to box you guys in or tell you that that is the only way something can apply, but just because tangible examples can sometimes make a metaphysical concept feel a little bit more concrete. Me giving a specific example doesn't mean it's the only example that can apply, it's more about the underlying energy. You never have to accept something as your story if it simply isn't. Take what resonates for you and leave the rest for somebody else. With that said, if you enjoy this reading or anything does resonate, if you know who this is, please let me know. Comments are always welcome. You can never ever overshare too much with me as long as it's done so with kindness. Likes, comments, hype, shares and subs are the very best way to support a tiny channel like mine. On a personal note, all of those things genuinely just mean such a lot to me. It makes my day when I receive even one comment. Even if you're just letting me know which pile you picked or leaving an emoji, it all helps massively with engagement. That said, disrespect, bigotry and unkindness will be banished, rebuked and returned straight back to sender. With that said, I really hope you enjoy this one. Have fun with it, don't take it too seriously, and I'll see you at your chosen pile collective. Hi Pile 1 Collective. If you chose the Everyday Witch Tarot and you chose the Witch's Hat sticker and you chose Pile 1, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Why Your Haters Think They Hate You Versus the Truth. If you would like a breakdown of everything this reading will entail alongside my usual disclaimers, please do check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking one of those out just so you know what to expect from today's reading. But if you're ready to just get straight into it and get started, let's do that and let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you, Pile 1. Now, I think I am going to unveil all the cards together, but just a quick recap. The first 4 cards are representative of why your hater thinks they hate you, but it's also going to be like an energy check, who this person is, their relationship to you, potentially, etc., with some bits of the truth. And then the last 4 cards over here are going to be like a deeper dive into that story, and we're going to be looking at the full truth of the situation. And this oracle card here is to represent the midpoint energy, and this is going to be an astrological card. It doesn't mean that you or this person has to be this sign. This is more representative of the midpoint energy as a whole. It's intended to represent things you and this person might have in common versus how you differ, and it's also intended to represent, you know, the lighter and shadow attributes that you guys might share. Okay, I think we're ready to go, so let's have a look at what we pulled for you. Starting off over here on the left, we have got
the Emperor.
We've got the 5 of Cups. We've got the King of Cups. And we've got the Queen of Wands. Nice. And over here, for the truth, we have the 8 of Cups. Interesting. We have the 5 of Swords. Okay. We have the Knight of Cups. And we have the 6 of Swords. And for your midpoint energy, we have Aries. Passionate, motivated, confident, moody, impatient, impulsive. March 20th to April 18th being significant dates. Element fire, ruling planet Mars. Major arcana card, the Emperor. Stones, diamond and bloodstone. Colours red and yellow. Lucky numbers 6, 8 and 9. Flowers, honeysuckle and thistle. Just wanted to read that out in case any of those things are confirmations for you guys. Of course, you know, you or this person could be an Aries, or you could have Aries prominently in your chart. Although that absolutely does not have to be the case. You could be a fire sign. There may be some strong first house or Mars energy in your chart or this person's chart, but again, that does not have to apply. Okay, so who this person is. Interestingly enough, the first thing I wanted to say is that this person is giving me like, kind of like nice guy or nice girl vibes. They could actually be a little bit of a rage baiter though, that's something I'm getting. This person could be quick to react, or this could be someone who like deliberately tries to get reactions out of other people. It feels as though they wind people up or they try to make people angry, and then they kind of act surprised when people respond. This person could be quick to anger themselves. They could be kind of prone to temper tantrums. They could occasionally come off as a little bit aggressive. Perhaps this person is even sort of physically intimidating at times. I can imagine this person having got in fights before, or if they don't have like the physical presence to start a fight, at least like arguments with people. But the main phrase I keep getting, because you know Mars is associated with war, and yeah, this person sort of likes to go to war with other people, but fundamentally this person is at war with themselves. That's what I keep hearing. So this might actually be some of the real truth already poking out into the energy check section. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because you could have sensed that, and maybe that's why it's coming through. But you know, this is someone who tends to be very competitive with the people around them. Maybe this is someone who makes everything into a competition, or they're constantly comparing, whether that's comparing themselves to other people or pitting people against one another. And another little piece of truth that I think you have sensed that's coming through is that, and I think this will help you identify them, hopefully, if you don't know who this is yet, but this person wears a mask of superiority to hide an inferiority complex. I'm also getting that this could be somebody, when I mentioned them being aggressive, I got something about schmexual, I'm sorry I have to say it like that, aggression. So this could be somebody who you've noticed has a tendency to turn conversations schmexual or suggestive very quickly or for no reason. Obviously that's not going to be for everyone. I'm not saying they have to do that to you. It depends entirely on who this is and your relationship with them. But I am getting that. But I'm also getting that this is somebody who has a little bit of a victim complex. For some of you, I wouldn't even be surprised if this is somebody who has like tried to turn things that way because they want you but they cannot have you, and they sort of demonize you because of that. This person could very well have romantic feelings for you now, or they may have done in the past, but maybe you aren't interested, or for whatever reason they could no longer have access to you. So this could absolutely be an ex, or you know, somebody who has a crush on you but is kind of weird about it. And again, that is not going to apply to everyone, but if it is possible, like if you know it's possible for this person to be physically attracted to you, even if it's not reciprocated on your end, I do think there could absolutely be like a schmexual component to this, even if this person isn't fully aware of that themselves. But I think you can feel that, and I think that's why that's coming through. I'm also getting somebody who is very opinionated and tends to dominate conversations. This could be the kind of person who sort of pressures people to agree with them because they struggle to let other people simply just exist with their own opinions and thoughts. It's like this person always has to chime in and get whoever they're speaking to like back down. They might actually become more and more aggressive in pursuit of getting a person to back down. Like sometimes without even realizing that they're doing that. Like they don't always realize they're making the atmosphere awkward. But everyone kind of feels like, oh, just let it go, like just stop pushing it. But this person pushes it and pushes it until people just agree with them. But yeah, a big reason they are hating and they're mad is because, and they're pretty open about this, like I think they do know to an extent that this is why they don't like you, but it's because they aren't receiving the attention they feel entitled to. Aspects of this person's inferiority complex are really coming through strongly. As a matter of fact, this person sort of gives me like, I'm not saying they are this, but they do kind of give me, I know I said nice guy, nice girl vibes, but like incel vibes. It's as though this person is arrogant, but also self-deprecating at the same time. And if this is someone who wants you romantically, or you know that they have done in the past, they may sort of slip into this victim mode where when you say no to them, even if you're quite polite about it, if you just say like, oh no, you know, I don't feel that way towards you, or you're not my type, or whatever, they might try to make you feel really, really bad about that. And they might say something like, oh yeah, I guess you'd never go for somebody like me. Or they'll be like, oh, I get it, you just think you're too good for me, or something like that. They blame your rejection on you being superficial, or on a superficial reason. They might say like, oh, I guess I'm not good enough for you because I'm not tall, or something like that, when that's just one example, obviously. But the point is, the actual thing that is off-putting to you isn't that they're not tall, necessarily. It's that they have an insufferable victim complex. And the problem is, they are projecting, like they are totally projecting when they do this, Pal 1, because many of the things that they say about you, those things actually apply to them. Like if somebody asked them to date a person that they weren't attracted to, they wouldn't do that. they might even believe that they were too good for that person. But when it comes to you, they expect you to say yes to them. They expect you to give them a chance despite maybe you not being attracted, which is totally fine. Like, they're not entitled to your time, your attention, anything like that. But this person could be quite selfish or very used to getting what they want, almost as though they weren't disciplined as a child. They could have had like a very permissive parent or parents. Obviously, that is just one random example, and I know that's not going to apply for everybody. This may not be romantic or sexual at all for some of you. That's just the example that popped into my head. That's kind of the vibe this person is giving me. But yeah, they hate on you because of this image that they've created of you in their head. But that image is very much based on their own projected beliefs. They might say something like, oh, you just think you're so hot, when what they actually mean is that they think you're hot, but they just won't admit that. This person could be kind of misogynistic, is something I want to say. And that doesn't mean that this has to be a man. Women can be misogynistic as well. Women can deal with internalized misogyny even. So I'm not assuming the gender identity of this person. I'll go on to that a bit more later. Hopefully I'll think of some examples, but I definitely am getting that this person very much likes things their own way. And one reason they might think that they dislike you is because they find you bossy or controlling or strict or rigid or too serious with that Emperor card. And that doesn't mean that you actually are any of those things. Just to reiterate, Pal 1, this is their thoughts. But this person simply believes that they should always get to be their own boss, and they don't think they should have to answer to you if they don't want to, and they believe that they should always get the final say. So I guess that is something that could relate to misogyny in some way, because I was thinking of the example of like, if you are literally this person's boss and you're a woman and they're misogynistic, they could assign negative labels to you that they would never assign to your male counterpart or to a male manager, simply because part of them just doesn't believe that they should have to do what a woman tells them to do, right? So you could be perfectly polite and very professional, but if you establish rules or you ask for work to be completed or you try to guide them on what they need to do, suddenly they could be like, oh, Pal 1's so stuck up, they're a bitch, they're mean, they're this, or whatever other label they decide to place on you, even though they wouldn't describe somebody else doing exactly the same thing in the same way if that person was a man. Do you get what I mean? That's just one example. Like, it doesn't have to be that for you, but this person believes their opinions matter the most. They could be very rigid in their thinking or very prone to viewing things in black and white. It's like, in their opinion, they don't believe they should have to respect your authority. I don't know why, but I'm thinking of Cartman and Respect My Authority on South Park. So I don't know why that's coming through, but yeah. They don't believe they should have to respect your authority because to them, listening to you feels like beneath them, is what they're saying. Another huge reason they hate on you is because they cannot control you or get you to back down. That is a big thing because you guys are both showing up. The midpoint energy is Aries, which kind of tells me like you're both fighters. Like, you are not tameable, Pal 1. Basically, you have a very strong energy and you have that presence and you have that fight in you. So this person, they might be used to putting pressure on people until those people eventually concede and allow them to get what they want. And most of the time, that probably isn't because other people are weak, but they just don't have the energy probably to put up with this person's bullshit. So they're eventually just like, yeah, whatever, to get this person to shut up or to get this person to go away. And this person, their problem is like, they interpret that as weakness or as evidence that they have won or come out on top, right? But with you, they're not the top. They can't come out on top because you can play them at their own game if needed. I'm hearing that they've met their match with you, especially, you know, with that Aries as the midpoint energy. It's as though you both have that sort of warrior spirit inside you, but they kind of use it maybe more nefariously. But yeah, they don't like that quality in you because they didn't expect it. They aren't used to it and it isn't comfortable for them. And there's also a message about them either believing you take yourself too seriously or that you don't take yourself seriously enough. And I know that's a contradiction, so I don't know, maybe they are claiming that they can't take you seriously. And again, I want to go back to that example of like this having something to do with misogyny. Like, they make a superficial judgment or an assumption based on maybe like your physical appearance or something. again, as just one example, if you are a woman, maybe they believe that you putting effort into your appearance or looking good means that you are superficial, or they assume that you cannot also be highly intelligent or professional, and they make incorrect judgments about you based on that. And I'm actually picturing Elle Woods from Legally Blonde. You know, she knows her stuff, she can look good whilst doing it, and she can outperform everybody. But at the beginning of the film, her boyfriend obviously doesn't respect her and doesn't know how intelligent she actually is, and he doesn't really take her seriously, and he just completely underestimates her, right? Like, that's kind of the whole point of the film, and she proves him wrong. So I'm kind of getting that similar energy, like you prove this person wrong in some way, and this person is just sort of scoffing, like, oh, you expect me to take Pal 1 seriously when they're wearing lip gloss in a work meeting, as if those two things like correlate in any way. They treat it as though it's some kind of offense, when really they're just like very weird and rigid and kind of old-fashioned and boxed in their thinking. Like old-fashioned in some ways, but maybe not in others. Maybe just old-fashioned when it suits them, like traditional values when it suits them, but not when it doesn't. They also don't really have an understanding that people can be multifaceted, like people can be multiple things. And again, yeah, I just want to clarify that their perspective, which I'm sure you know, but it's not a reflection on you. It's more about the double standards that this person applies to other people. They're kind of hypocritical too. Like, I don't know, if you're a woman who works really hard to take care of your body and you go to the gym a lot, they will label you superficial or shallow, or they'll be like, oh, your body is all you have to offer, blah, blah, blah. But if they had, you know, a male friend or a male person in their life who did the same thing, cared about their body and went to the gym and talked about it a lot, they wouldn't think anything of that. Like, they would praise that person. But the same thing they praise other people for, they would put you down for, if that makes sense. There is definitely some weirdness towards women here, whether or not this person is a man or woman themselves. I'm getting this example of, like, if we use that gym thing, they could even go to the gym themselves or do a lot of the same things that you do. And it's like, it's fine when they do it, but it's somehow a problem when you do it. And I'm thinking of, like, if this is a man, this is the type of person who leaves Instagram comments complaining that women dress too promiscuously at the gym, like women are too tempting, or women cause lust or something like that, because he loses control when he sees a woman simply doing her workout in a normal gym outfit. But then you click on his profile and his profile picture is like a topless selfie. But apparently it's all right when he does it, you know? They hate that you're free-spirited and you march to the beat of your own drum, because they have a tendency to want to sort of shake that quality out of people. I'm hearing you think you're all that, but they're mad because you are all that, and you know it, Pal 1. They're mad because you love yourself, and they view that as a bad thing. They view it as a bad thing that you love yourself. They believe that you should be more humble, or that you need to be humbled. This is the kind of person who expects you to not accept a compliment. Like, if somebody says, I'm trying to think, like any random compliment, if someone says to you like, oh, Pal 1, I love your hair, they think you're supposed to respond with like, what? Oh, my hair's horrible, it's awful, like you shouldn't like it. And if you say, you don't even have to say something arrogant, but if you just say like, oh, thank you, I love it too today, or you share hairstyle tips or something and you do a little spin and you allow people to admire your hair, that you allow yourself to receive the compliment, they hate that. I don't know why, they just hate it. They think it makes you like arrogant. And again, you know, that represents just their perception rather than the actual truth. But it's as though they perceive you as kind of loud or attention-seeking, when you might literally just be existing. But the real problem is that they feel you take attention away from them, because you naturally shine, and in doing so, you receive attention that they believe should be reserved for them. They believe they are owed the attention, because this person has a very me first mentality. It's that shadow side of Aries, you know, it's being kind of selfish or not considering other people and just charging ahead without thinking about how their actions affect other people. So if you are considerate, or you're empathetic or compassionate, or, you know, you use your voice to bring attention to the struggles of other people, they may actually hate on you for that, because it's so far outside of the realms of what they can comprehend, and I feel it's because they are lacking in emotional intelligence. They're mad at those qualities because they lack them, and your presence makes them very, very aware of what they lack. And this also contradicts the sort of nice guy or nice girl persona they've tried to construct. They like controlling the narrative and controlling how other people interpret both them and you. They hate that you're unapologetically yourself. You might have a wild streak with this fiery, airy sort of trailblazer energy, and it's that streak that refuses to conform, and they might actually view that as like too ambitious or something like that. This person could carry a lot of shame around their own ambition or their goals or their ability to like take up space or to initiate things. When they see you doing those things, it becomes very confronting for them. Maybe they believe that you're impatient, or they're mad that you won't wait around for something. They can't put a lid on you. It's like you're so far outside of the box of their binary thinking that they don't know where to place you. When you do something that doesn't align with their rigid worldview or the way they believe things should be done based on their own narrow lens, it's like they become very, very riled up by that. They don't like that you won't shrink or you won't feel ashamed. This might be somebody who tries to like shame or embarrass people into backing down, and they're mad because that method doesn't work on you. Again, there's this thing where they're either claiming you're too serious or you're not serious enough, because I'm hearing the phrase like, oh, you just can't take a joke. Maybe that's something they say. Like, this could be the type of person who says something awful, and when you question them about it, they respond like, oh, you know, I didn't mean it like that, you're overreacting, or you can't take a joke. But if you dish the joke back to them, they suddenly play the victim. This person is actually very oversensitive, a crybaby, they're emotional, they're easily wounded, even if they kind of present with like this tough guy or tough girl exterior. They definitely give like, I want to say like head of the household energy, but only in their own mind. That is what I want to say, because in reality, they wouldn't know how to run a household. They lead through control rather than with compassion, and control, it doesn't equal love or respect, but they don't understand that. Respect is like a very performative thing for them. I think they would rather be like feared than respected. Maybe they're mad because you genuinely are the boss. Like, you can run things, you're competent, and you could be very, very independent. Those are the higher, lighter expressions of Aries energy, or that's what I think with Aries energy. But it's like your abilities highlight what they lack. If they're, you know, expressing the shadow side of this energy, they might be very scattered or incompetent or unable to initiate or lacking in ambition and follow through. And your abilities and your confidence could offend them because perhaps you can stick to something and they can't, or you have the drive and the motivation that they lack. Yeah, this person very much believes there is only one way to do things, and it's like simply by existing as you are, it's like you're breaking one of their invisible rules. This is definitely the type of person who will offend somebody and then become upset and play the victim when that person is rightfully offended. It's like afterwards they accuse the other person of being mean. There is a serious lack of self-awareness here. This person could be performatively compassionate. They might tell everybody that they're an empath when really they're actually just projecting onto everyone. They may believe that they are deeply intuitive, or that they can read people incredibly well and, you know, accurately interpret everybody's motives. But in reality, I think their interpretations are skewed almost entirely on their own fears and their own projections. I don't want to call this person simple-minded. I don't know if that's the right way of wording it, but there is something here where this person believes they're like deep and profound, but they're not. Like, the way they categorize people and circumstances into these rigid black and white boxes with no room for nuance is actually very, very shallow and surface level. This person actually becomes bitter when they don't get their own way. Like, if somebody rejects them romantically, even if it's done very kindly, this person might wish ill on them. They'll say like, well, they're going to regret that when they're alone and they're an old cat lady or something bitter like that. Rather than, you know, reflecting and trying to better themselves, they turn themselves into this perpetual victim. They're the type of person to say like, nobody understands me, they could never understand, but there's never any accountability on their end. I'm not gonna lie, they're also kind of giving me like, again, I don't think I'm allowed to say it, but like corn addict vibes. I don't know why that's coming through, although I did mention this person being maybe schmectrally suggestive earlier. There's nothing inherently wrong with being a schmectral person or enjoying banter or making flirty jokes. I'm not shaming anybody for doing that, you know. I make little smutty jokes with my friends all of the time and I find that kind of thing funny. But with this person, it feels icky, like it feels creepy. They maybe schmectralize things that don't need to be that way, or they bring that kind of energy into situations where it just isn't wanted or reciprocated. That's why I'm saying corn addict. It's not because they literally have to be one, but because it feels as though they're constantly looking at things through a sort of corrupted lens. They could also be the type of person to rate people or reduce them entirely to their physical appearance, whilst simultaneously claiming that everybody else is shallow. They could say something like, oh, you know, she's a 7 out of 10 maximum, or something like that. They may really, really hate hearing other people compliment you. There's definitely jealousy and competition here, and definitely this weird schmectual undertone. Yeah, they just always feel the need to humble you for some reason. Like if somebody compliments you or even says behind your back, you know, like, oh, I think pal 1 is really pretty, this person could immediately jump in with, well, they're not that pretty. Like they'll try to get everybody else to agree with them, or they try to alter other people's perception of you. They hate the way you shine so effortlessly. They could hate that you're witty or you're funny, or that lots of people love you or speak highly of you, or just the way you sort of light up a room. Even if this is the same person who claims you're too serious or you can't take a joke, the second you do make a joke, this is the type of person who will sit there with a straight face and they'll be like, that's not even funny. If you're charismatic, they decide that it must be fake. They'll pick holes in how you speak or how you present yourself or how you show up. This person definitely has a lack mentality. Either they want something you have and believe they can't have it, or they want you and they cannot have you and they're mad about it. They don't believe you should receive the praise or attention you receive. This is also somebody who, whenever they see you, or whenever they see anybody else, to be honest, trying to do something good or kind, they will like search for a way to put that thing down. Let's say, as just one random example, you tell them like, oh, I'm going to try and eat less meat, or I'm going to try and go vegetarian because I care about the environment or I care about animals and I just want to reduce my meat intake or something like that. They're the type of person to respond. But what about the plants? Plants are sentient too. They don't actually care about plants at all, but it's like they use this performative compassion to pretend they care about something that they've never ever given a shit about before, purely so they can undermine the good thing that you're trying to do. They hate you because you make them feel as though they've lost something. Perhaps they feel that they lose their power, or what they perceive as their power whenever you're around. Or, you know, for some of you, maybe they do literally feel like they've lost you. This person focuses heavily on other people and on everything negative. Their regret is rarely turned inwards because they have an external locus of control. It's always this focus on like, oh, look what I lost, but never, you know, what did I do that caused me to lose it? It's always like, this situation happened to me rather than my choices contributed to the situation, if you know what I mean. This person has a lot of cynicism disguised as realism. They focus on disappointments and they search for the worst qualities in everybody else. In their mind, nobody can have or do anything good without some form of ulterior motive, but that belief is just another one of their projections. They might weaponize therapy speak as a means of control as well. For example, they'll demand that you respect their boundaries, but what they're calling a boundary is actually just an attempt to control or impose something on another person. Yeah, this is definitely a major projector because so much of what they accuse other people of is what they themselves embody. So yeah, focusing on these last 4 cards now, the 8 of Cups, 5 of Swords, Knight of Cups, and 6 of Swords. Air or water energy could be significant here, although it doesn't have to be, but Scorpio, Cancer, Pisces, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. The truth of the matter is, I don't know how else to say this. This person is a straight up bully. This person is a straight up bully. Maybe not all the time, okay? Maybe not all the time, but a lot of the time. For a long time, this person has made other people feel small so they can feel tall. They operate heavily from their ego without doing much, if any, genuine self-reflection. They may claim to be in touch with their emotions, but again, they're actually lacking in emotional intelligence. They might be able to tell you they feel a certain type of way, but they cannot identify or explain the real reason they feel that way. This person needs to have the upper hand to feel okay and safe within their environment, and they are quite capable of stooping very low and being very petty and playing mind games in order to feel as though they have won. They're obsessed with winning. They absolutely have that tendency to rage bait and then deliberately play naive. They'll rage bait and be like, why are you overreacting? I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, now you've upset me. Now I'm upset. But one of the biggest truths coming through here is that they hate that you aren't giving them the time of day. They hate that you aren't engaging with them in the way they would like, pile one. They could hate that you've walked away or you've moved on from their attitude or their games or whatever relationship or situation connected you guys. They really don't like that you've chosen to protect your peace. You're taking what they say and do with a pinch of salt rather than internalizing it, and they wanted to get to you. They were trying to provoke a reaction or stir something up over here. Maybe they were testing you to see whether like you would bite back or you would stoop to their level, because if you stoop to their level, it's like they could then use your response as proof that you are actually the bad person. That is what it would mean in their mind. Truthfully, they hate your perspective on life, particularly your idealism. It's like they view it as fake because they simply cannot comprehend what it's like to feel genuinely just content with life and open to receiving or at peace. And that's actually quite sad, to be honest. They have become bitter about their own life and deeply, deeply suspicious of other people's intentions. And they treat that worldview of cynicism as objective truth. In their eyes, you are just simply too dreamy or too whimsical because you still believe that there is some magic to be found in life. And I'm not claiming to know everything that has happened to this person, what caused them to feel this way. It's entirely possible that trauma is wrapped up in it. And, trauma is never our fault, but it is our responsibility. And, maybe this person genuinely did begin as a victim. Perhaps somebody did truly hurt them, or there was this inciting incident that shaped the way they view the world. But now at this stage, it's almost become this self-fulfilling prophecy because they always expect the worst from people. And because they expect the worst from people, they do not treat other people kindly. It's like other people have to prove themselves to this person, and other people don't like to be treated in that way, as if they have to prove themselves. Other people think, why should I have to prove myself? It's like this person tests them. And when somebody responds badly to that treatment, they use that response as confirmation bias. They're like, see, this proves that people are bad when they started it. In reality, they may be using what was once a genuine trauma as an excuse to now not work on regulating their emotions, or to impose rules on other people, or to treat people the way they were once treated themselves. And that behaviour just pushes people away, but they never really reflect on why people keep leaving. They interpret it as proof of their warped logic that everybody is just bad. So when they see good things happening to you, or to anybody really, it makes them quite bitter and cynical. They feel compelled to comment on it because their worldview has taught them something very different about life. As just one example, if you are the type of person who is in a happy relationship, or you still believe in romance, even if you've been hurt before, like most of us have, they're going to get mad at you for that. If you say, I don't know, oh, my partner bought me flowers today, this person would immediately respond oh, what do they feel guilty for? Oh, it's probably because they're cheating on you and they feel guilty, or something like that. They're always assuming the worst in other people, but ultimately that is a reflection on what they are putting out into the world. They hate that you don't respond the way they want because they want your attention, and they don't necessarily mind if the attention is negative. It's like they try to rile you up because if you give them the time of day, that might be the only way they can still access your attention, right? Any attention is good attention. Any response from you gives them this false boost or the sensation like they've won. This could very well be an ex. It could also relate to an environment you've left, meaning this person no longer has the same access to you. If they do still have some access, you keep them as locked out as possible. You give them the bare minimum. You've pulled back or you've moved on in some way. You're not allowing their behaviour to affect you, and they don't like that because it means they can't control you. If you still have to be around this person in any capacity, I think they really actually dislike your ability to uplift the mood of a room. That's something I'm getting strongly, because this is somebody who weaponizes their emotions or their outbursts, and they do that to try and control the atmosphere of a room, often making everybody else feel as though they need to walk on eggshells around them. They believe they should get the final say on the emotional temperature of a given room. and their mood could flip completely from one day to the next. Like if we use even the workplace as an example, one day this person might be in the mood where they're refusing to get any work done and they're like cracking jokes and playing childish pranks and becoming louder and louder. And if you don't join in with them, they hate it, even if you're just minding your business, because they feel as though you're influencing the mood of the room because you have a big presence. So if they're in that mood where they don't want to work and they're just like tapping you on the shoulder and annoying you like a child, they're like, pal one, why aren't you joining in? Pal one, why are you so quiet? Why are you so boring? Why aren't you laughing at my joke? Why aren't you getting involved? But if on another day they're in a bad mood and somebody dares to have fun or laugh around them, suddenly that isn't allowed. They want everyone to be quiet, and they might be quite rude about it as well. They overreact or get angry because in their mind, nobody else can have a good time if they are not having a good time. So if they have a bad day, they really try and influence the mood of the room. So they may hate that you have influence because you don't allow their mood to dictate the mood of the room. This is the type of person where in the past, if they sulk about something, if they get in a mood, if they throw a tantrum, they're used to everyone trying to pacify them, or they're used to people adapting their own selves to accommodate this person. And you don't do that. You ignore it and you refuse to let it affect you. So if they're sitting angrily in the corner, you can still make light of the situation. Like you could crack a joke with a colleague and make everyone laugh. And they hate that because they want everybody to play by their rules. You will not allow them to bring you down. Like this person could enjoy creating a hostile or toxic atmosphere, and you don't allow them to maintain it, essentially. You could have even left that environment entirely and it can no longer affect you in any capacity. And that's what they truly dislike about you. It's their lack of control and their inability to have the same impact on you as they think they do on others. And it's like when they don't receive the satisfaction of an emotional response, it feels as though to them some of their power has been taken away. They hate that it feels like they've tried everything to get your attention, but the situation in your eyes has nothing left to offer you. You don't see any value in it, so you're moving away, you're not engaging with it. You choose to maintain your composure and you try and remain calm when dealing with them. But yeah, with the Knight of Cups here, they definitely could have some warped romantic feelings for you, but those feelings come out just completely wrong, just weird. I feel like they hate that you've emotionally outgrown a situation, like you aren't rising to their bait or stooping to their childish, immature level. This person feels powerful when they are able to cling to hollow victories that wouldn't mean anything to a normal person in their right mind. And they hate that you have no ill will towards them. Like, it just feels as though you are so far above this situation that you are just focused on protecting your peace. You don't necessarily wish them harm. You aren't actively hating them because I feel like you just don't care enough, because it would require you giving them energy that they don't deserve. So you're minding your business, you know, but they would almost prefer you to hate them because at least then they would still have your attention in some capacity, right? They would rather you played ball or like participated in their games and engaged with them because it would provide some form of entertainment in their eyes. It's like they want you to have ill will towards them because then they could tell themselves that you still care. It might also give them that proof they need to justify the energy they direct towards you. But you don't hate them actively anyway. It's like you've walked away or you're walking away, and they hate that because it feels as though they've lost you, like you're done with it. They've lost their ability to affect you in any way and they don't really know what to do with that. So that is the truth of pile one of why they hate you. And that's what I'm getting for your reading today. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. Hope it resonated. Do me a massive favour. Please like the video. Please comment if you get a chance. Let me know what specifically resonated for you, or let me know if you know who this person is. Even if you just let me know which pile you picked or leave an emoji, that would help me so much. If you get a chance, hype, subscribe, share, all of that helps me and I would really, really appreciate it. I'm just a small channel and every little helps, every little bit of engagement. With that said, I just want to thank you so much for listening today. Thank you for spending this time with me and allowing me to read for you. Really hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, take care, love you lots, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi Pal 2 Collective! If you chose the cute ghost tarot with the sun sticker and you chose Pal 2, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Why Your Haters Think They Hate You versus the Truth. If you would like a breakdown of everything this reading will entail alongside my usual disclaimers, please check out the introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out just so you know what to expect from this reading today. But if you're ready to just get straight in and get started, let's get straight into it and let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you. So we're going to have a look at these first four, which is going to represent the energy check. Then we're going to look at these four cards, and those will represent the truth. And we've got an astrology card here, which will represent the midpoint energy. As I mentioned in the intro, this astrological card, it doesn't have to mean that this has to be a prominent sign in your chart or this person's chart, although if it is, that can act as an extra confirmation, but this is more just representative of similarities and differences, the shadow and light side of a sign. Okay, so over here we have got the Empress in reverse, we've got the Seven of Cups, we've got the Knight of Blades, which is the Knight of Swords, and we've got the Ten of Coins. Interesting. Okay. And for the truth, we have the Five of Coins, the Five of Pentacles, the King of Cups. We have the Three of Blades, the Three of Swords in reverse. And we have Enlightenment, which is Judgment. And for your midpoint energy, we have Taurus. Just listen out for any extra confirmations because I'm going to read out from the card itself. So we have dedicated, responsible, practical, stubborn, inflexible, possessive. April 19th to May 20th could be relevant as a date. All those numbers could be relevant. Element is Earth, ruling planet Venus. Major Arcana card, the Hierophant. Stones are emerald and rose quartz. Colours green and pink. Lucky numbers 5, 6 and 12. Flowers are poppy and rose. So strong Taurus, second house Venusian or earth sign energy could be a confirmation either for you or this person, although again that absolutely does not have to apply for this to be your pile. But the first thing I'm getting immediately when I'm looking at this hater's energy is that there's somebody dealing with huge themes surrounding self-neglect or self-abandonment, especially with that Empress in reverse. And I will elaborate and give examples of what that might mean as I'm thinking of examples, but I don't think that this person is entirely aware that that is what's happening, because in fact, they may actually accuse other people of neglecting themselves in some way. They might look at another person and decide that that person isn't taking proper care of themselves, when in reality, this individual has this sort of warped understanding of what taking care of yourself actually entails. And again, I am going to go into examples, but I think a lot of this, for this person, it could come down to them sort of relying on validation from other people or relying on like societal standards to I guess dictate how they should live their life. It's like they place so much emphasis on meeting those standards that they sort of neglect themselves or they burn themselves out in the process. And one of the biggest reasons they're hating on you or disliking you or feeling mad at you is because I feel like you and this person fundamentally differ in the area of like particularly what you place value on and how you define self-worth. That is coming through strongly, like you clash when it comes to that. And before we go deeper into that, I want to give you some clues about how you might identify this person, give you a little bit more for the energy check. But yeah, the energy I'm getting, first of all, is somebody who is very disconnected from their own body and from their own intuition. You know, this could be somebody who very much abides by logic, or you know, their I guess like warped sense of logic, and I guess like anything that cannot be explained through that logic is, in their opinion, I'm hearing like a bunch of airy fairy nonsense. So this probably isn't a person who is particularly woo-woo. They're not somebody I imagine, for example, would find much merit in tarot readings. They would say, oh, you know, that's all a load of nonsense, that's all a load of BS, or something like that. This person could also be quite creatively blocked or lacking in imagination. It's like if they can't physically see something in front of them, they may really struggle to picture it or to imagine it. And I feel like that kind of extends outwards to other things as well. Like this person could struggle to have compassion for other people generally, because they can't sort of put themselves in other people's shoes or understand other people's circumstances. And, you know, perhaps it makes this person come across as quite cold or blunt at times. this isn't a particularly nurturing energy. And this person, I'm getting like they don't seem to have a great deal of whimsy about them. They don't have whimsy. They also could be extremely averse to asking for help. They could be quite smothering or controlling about how things should be done. And they kind of have this attitude of like, well, you know, if I don't do it, nobody will. They're definitely the type of person who will power through until they burn themselves out because they aren't listening to their own needs. But then I feel like a big problem and a big reason why they might be showing up as like this hater energy is because they sort of project that onto everybody else. And it's as though they might become genuinely angry when they see somebody else asking for help, or when they see somebody else asking, I don't know, like opening up emotionally or something like that. This very much feels like the kind of person who says something like, oh, they just need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, like they just need to get over it. It's that kind of person. And they very much have this mindset of, you know, like, well, if I can do XYZ, then so can you. There are no excuses. They don't account for the fact that other people have entirely different circumstances. As one completely random example that's coming through, and this obviously does not have to apply specifically, but I'm actually thinking of like certain online commentators right now. So personal sort of example, kind of, I am a disabled person. Therefore, I follow a lot of disabled content creators online. Sometimes a disabled creator will share something that has helped them. Maybe it's a particular tool, or it's a mobility aid, or perhaps it's like teaching their followers how to ask for accommodations in the workplace or something like that. And there will always be someone commenting, sometimes multiple people commenting, sort of punching down and saying like, well, I have that disability and I've had to push through. I go to work and I don't ask for all these accommodations, so you shouldn't do that either. And what they fail to recognise in that, this is something I always think when I see those comments, is firstly that disability exists on a spectrum. You know, two people with exactly the same condition can experience it in totally different ways and have very different needs. But secondly, you know, nobody receives a medal in the Suffering Olympics. None of us are going to receive a medal for pushing through until we force ourselves into burnout. And I know that firsthand because many of us who have done that have ended up hospitalised, and we haven't been given a reward for that in the process. And we've learned from that, right? But when this person sees somebody else advocating for their own needs or prioritising their well-being, it's like they take it as this personal affront. So using that example of disability, they might say something like, well, you know, we'd all love to have accommodations, but some of us just have to push through and get on with it. Or they could blame, you know, the disabled person for their struggles. They could say like, oh, you just need to work harder, or, you know, you just need to take better care of yourself. They don't recognise that this individual in that example is taking care of themselves by advocating for what they need. The person who isn't listening to themselves is actually the one who isn't taking care of themselves, and that's this person. But they become bitter about other people receiving things they feel like they can't access because their attitude is very much, well, you know, I had to struggle, so you should have to struggle too. It's sort of giving, not to stereotype an entire generation, okay, not all boomers are like this, but it's giving like boomer parent energy, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that is the vibe. This person also very much gives pick me energy. I'm also getting like boy mom vibes too. And I don't mean boy mom as in mother who happens to have sons. I mean, you know, that very particular type of boy mom who treats her sons and daughters very differently, you know, often being excessively harsh towards the daughter while allowing the son to get away with almost anything because, you know, boys will be boys, like that sort of person. I feel like the pick me energy absolutely comes from deep insecurity. I mean, surprise, surprise, you probably knew that. This person validates themselves through attaining particular societal standards, like adhering to those specific metrics. That could be a beauty standard, it could be a gender role, it could be just a conventional measure of success, whatever applies to them. It's like those external metrics become the proof they use to convince themselves that they're worthy, but there is absolutely a deep self-worth wound inside them because no matter like how many of those metrics they manage to hit, it just never really feels like enough for this person. They could try to control or smother other people by forcing them to abide by the values and the behaviours that they deem necessary for success. I can imagine this person being like an overbearing mother or father figure in someone's life. That doesn't have to be literal. They don't have to be a woman, they don't have to be a parent, but they are somebody who can be very overbearing, and I feel like it comes from a place of scarcity and this desperate need to be picked. When somebody values different things or just doesn't place the same emphasis on the things that this person cares about, this person will say things like, oh, you know, they're not living in the real world, this isn't how the real world works. And, you know, when I talk about them neglecting or abandoning themselves while calling it self-care, it's because a lot of their so-called self-care is actually very much based on self-denial. And so it makes them angry to see somebody who isn't denying or abandoning themselves still becoming happy or successful or getting the things that they feel they're entitled to, because that contradicts their worldview. And an example I'm getting right now, and this kind of links back to that pick-me energy as well, is this doesn't have to apply to you. Like I said, this doesn't have to be a woman, but I'm a woman, so I use like personal experiences that I've encountered. But I'm thinking of like a woman, I'm sure we've all been around somebody like this, who makes bitchy comments about another woman's body size or appearance. Like she could accuse that other woman of not looking after herself, or she'll be like, oh, she's let herself go. And she might say things putting that person down, like, oh, you're never going to find a partner looking like that. You're never going to get married or something, as if, you know, attracting a partner is the most important thing a person can achieve. Meanwhile, she might pride herself on being incredibly rigid and maintaining a particular body type that she feels she's worked hard for, and in her mind, that hard work and taking care of herself are automatically the same thing, but they aren't necessarily the same, because maybe, you know, she, trigger warning, is dealing with some disordered behaviours to maintain that size. Maybe she is actually denying herself proper nutrition. She's never allowing herself any fun in terms of her food choices. Maybe she skips meals, or she forces herself to like punish her body by doing ridiculously long workouts every single day just to maintain this certain size. And I'm not talking about healthy behaviours, like healthy working out. Sure, if you want to do a long workout from time to time, if that feels good for your body and if you're able-bodied, then yeah, do that. If you're somebody who naturally doesn't eat very much because you stop when you're full and you're getting adequate nutrition and you just so happen to be slim or skinnier, you know, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about like a healthy level of that. I'm talking about punishing your body right now. Like, she will call that discipline, or she'll call that self-care, but actually she is abandoning herself and she's ignoring her body's needs. You know, she might be ignoring her literal hunger cues. And, you know, if you are doing that to maintain this particular aesthetic, if you are having to do that, then that's probably not the body you're meant to have. That's probably not the size you're meant to be if you're having to do all those things. Again, I'm not talking about a mild calorie deficit if you're trying to lose weight or, you know, working out in a healthy way. I'm talking about that very sort of unhealthy pattern of restriction. But if they encounter someone who is living in a bigger body, or just a body that doesn't conform to this individual's very narrow beauty standards, maybe they're not even overweight at all, which if they were, that still doesn't matter. It still doesn't give this person the right to think that way. But yeah, if somebody doesn't fit into this person's narrow standards, that person, who they perceive as having let themselves go, could actually be taking much better care of themselves in a sustainable way, because they're not trapped inside bullshit 90s diet culture mentality, you know. But this person sees somebody in a bigger body, you know, maybe loving themselves, or, you know, enjoying a piece of cake from time to time in moderation. And she would feel compelled to make a snarky comment like, oh, you know, a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips, or you're never going to get a man eating that, like you should watch your weight. And that person existing in a bigger body, they might turn around and say like, well, I've already got a man, like I'm married and I'm very happy, thanks, you know, worry about yourself, or I don't want a man even. And, you know, that is the kind of response that would make this hater deeply angry. And the reason it would make them so angry is because in their mind, they've done everything the right way. Like, they have fit the correct beauty standards, and they have done everything they were told would make them appealing, but they still don't have the thing they believe will make them happy. And it doesn't have to be a partner, but it could be financial success, it could be something else, it could just be feeling comfortable in their own skin. Despite them having worked hard and having the discipline, they don't have that. So it contradicts their worldview when somebody refuses to abide by their rules, but is still very much happy and successful and receiving all the things that they want and all the things they feel entitled to. Obviously, that's just one random example, but it's more broadly about you doing something that might contradict their worldview and their value system, and it's about the anger that that creates within them, especially when they perceive you as undeserving of something they believe that they deserve. This person definitely seems to view asking for care as weakness. This could be someone who also approaches relationships in a very transactional way, very much like, you know, I did X for you, so now you have to do Y for me. It feels like they're mad at other people for receiving great things when they don't believe those people worked hard enough to earn them. This person has to force everything. Well, they feel like they have to force it anyway. They force themselves to fulfill all these obligations, and they feel completely unworthy if they don't do that. There is so much insecurity and such a deep worthiness wound inside this individual because they are disconnected from their body. You know, they could struggle with their own natural bodily rhythms. If you know this person more intimately, you may actually be aware that they struggle with their cycle, or they struggle with hormones or something like that. Or alternatively, there could be some form of addiction or reliance on something that enables them to keep pushing through. Maybe you've noticed that they drink far too much coffee just to get through the day, or you could know that they struggle with insomnia, or you could know that they regularly skip meals, or they're very dehydrated. They're just sort of out of touch with their body. No judgment towards anyone who needs coffee to get through the day, by the way. I'm drinking coffee right now, so I'm not judging you, but it could just be an additional detail that confirms who this person is. Like, you know that they maybe rely on something too much. They prioritize obligations over tapping in and listening to themselves, and they hate on people who are capable of listening to themselves or who refuse to abide by their worldview. This person could possess a lot of ambition and determination, but it does come always at a cost of their health and sanity, and it really doesn't appear to make them any happier either. This person could be very straight to the point and blunt and direct, but in a way that can sometimes come across as quite harsh or cruel. They could be incredibly impatient with other people. I wouldn't be surprised if they really struggle to listen when somebody is telling a story. They might interrupt that person a lot. They'll be like, oh, hurry up, or just spit it out. Everything comes with this sense of urgency, even when it isn't remotely urgent. Like, it isn't a life or death situation, but this person, they're always operating in urgency mode. They could be in fight, flight, or freeze quite a lot. They're always getting stressed and worked up about something. And then it's almost like they become angry when everyone else isn't equally worked up, or when they believe somebody is taking too long to do something or not going at their pace. They may regard themselves as highly efficient because they like to complete everything as quickly as possible, and they could hate on you because they believe you spend too much time meandering, or you spend too much time dilly-dallying. I'm getting the word dilly-dallying. They might think you don't care about yourself, but again, that comes from their warped perspective of what self-care means. Perhaps you do anything with your appearance that they don't personally approve of, whether it's dyeing your hair or not dressing a certain way. So they decide it means you aren't looking after yourself, or you're not looking presentable because they would do it differently. There's something here about them believing you should have to sacrifice more, or you should have to struggle before receiving good things. When something good happens to you while you're living in a way that contradicts their rules, it makes them very irate. They may think that they dislike you because they think that you beat around the bush, or that you have too many ideas, and in their opinion, your ideas aren't grounded. They may see these ideas as silly or pie-in-the-sky fantasies or wishful thinking. They see you as having your head in the clouds. And remember, this person has very little imagination, so in their mind, they don't have time for that. They could believe that you procrastinate, or you spend too long thinking about things instead of acting. Maybe they see you daydreaming or zoning out a lot. Maybe they think you don't listen when they speak, and they don't like having to repeat themselves. They might say that you have too many crazy ideas without a clear goal or direction, and that really bothers them. They could perceive you as floaty, scattered all over the place. You might be too go with the flow for their liking. They become impatient with the way you communicate or complete tasks. They could even think you're a little bit ditzy. I'm hearing the word ditzy, but I think the real issue is that they have no flow about them. They don't go with the flow. Whereas you might be more sort of creative and artistic. You might have that way of interacting with the world where you romanticize it a little bit. You might be highly inspired, but they don't possess that kind of vision, so they interpret it as unrealistic or pointless. They simply push through. Everything is a quick, now. And if you don't operate in constant fight or flight mode, if you sort of pace yourself and you build slowly and you try to protect your peace, that really aggravates them. It aggravates them even more when they see that your way of doing things actually works and you can become successful without doing everything their way. You seem much more like a visionary, a creative, a storyteller, an intuitive than this person. Unfortunately, those aren't qualities that they value because they are so disconnected from those traits within themselves. They have very different priorities and they dislike it when somebody prioritizes things that they don't value. They might hate on you because they think your ideas are just too out there or too disconnected from reality. They may believe that you have it too easy, or that you're lazy, or that you didn't work hard enough for what you have. But to this person, lazy means anything that doesn't involve non-stop hustle. They genuinely believe you should have to punish yourself or deprive yourself before you can be rewarded with anything nice. So they could get very jealous when you receive nice things without experiencing what they perceive to be the same degree of struggle that they have endured. They might believe you have some kind of privilege that makes life easier. They could accuse you of having like pretty privilege. They may envy your material success, your career, your home, your family, your stable relationship, your beauty, whatever it is. It's like they covet something that you possess. They do see you as abundant. Like in their mind, you have this lovely life, but they hate on that because they believe that this has all come easily or effortlessly to you. They don't think you truly worked for it. They're mad that you're solid, you're stable, or you're affluent. They're mad at the life you've cultivated and the fact that you have nice things. If you have discovered like an easier way to accomplish something or to streamline something, particularly a way that you can succeed without pushing yourself into burnout or collapse, they hate it because it seems like you found this cheat code that they weren't allowed to access. And honestly, they're jealous because you found the cheat code and they didn't. But they disguise that jealousy by saying like, oh, you know, it's just laziness. It's just a shortcut. They didn't do the work properly. Even if you completed exactly the same amount of work to the same high standard, they would probably still find a reason to put it down. Their jealousy could extend to very small things as well. Like, let's just say this is a colleague. They may notice that you always are wearing like a nice outfit, or you arrive at work carrying a coffee with you, and then they become mad and start thinking like, well, pal 2 works fewer hours than I do. How can they afford to buy coffee every day? Or how do they afford all these nice clothes? Or something like that. Or maybe they see you enjoying a slice of cake every Friday in the office as your weekly treat, and they're like, oh, pal 2 has an amazing figure and they didn't even work for it. Like, I go without cake so I don't put on any weight, yet everything is just so easy and so effortless for pal 2. But you know, they have no idea how much work might happen behind the scenes. Maybe your diet is very balanced, but you still allow yourself a treat. You don't deny yourself of pleasure. Maybe you eat the cake and then you also work out on Friday. Or even if it genuinely is just effortless and you happen to have genetics that allow for cake eating and maintaining your weight, they somehow blame you or they feel bitter towards you because of that. They hate on you because they believe you are, it's interesting, like they're saying you don't take care of yourself, like you don't put in the effort, but you are well taken care of, but they're saying it's without having to work for it. Like your bills are paid on time, or you seem secure in yourself, like everything appears stable, whereas they feel as though earning that security has been much harder for them. They may also dislike the fact that you are just more comfortable in your own skin and you genuinely love yourself. They could think you aren't making the most of what you have. For example, if you own a nice house, they might be like, oh, pal 2 should decorate their house this way. Like, if I had a house like theirs, I would do this. They have this house that they didn't even have to work for and they aren't decorating it properly. When properly just means like to their liking, because you don't want to do your house the way that they would want you to. I don't know. They're mad because you have what you have and they don't. And they believe, again, that they've done everything right and you haven't yet. They still haven't received what they wanted and you have. Especially if this is like a pick-me type of person, they could look at your relationship, your marriage, your family, and they think like, well, I do everything right. Like, I'm the societal standard of beauty. I abandon myself to become who men want me to be. Obviously, you know, they don't necessarily think this consciously. This is more like the truth coming out. But they're like, but I still don't have a man. Meanwhile, this person is simply being themselves and men are obsessed with them. It isn't fair. Or they have a good relationship. It isn't fair. Or something like that. It doesn't have to be that example, but it's like this person doesn't seem to have much joy or fulfillment in their own life. they come across as quite spiteful, and they could become aggressive or forceful when discussing their opinions and the right way to do things. They hate that you aren't bothered by the same things that bother them. Like, you just don't value the same things, and you're okay with that, but they believe that to achieve happiness or success, you should have to value what they value. And it angers them that your sense of self-worth comes from different sources. They could be, I'm getting like a verbal instigator. Maybe they enjoy debating or acting like a keyboard warrior, or making sort of negative and catty remarks about other people based on shallow things. It might be quite difficult to disagree with this person. Even if you express your opinion sort of calmly and respectfully, they can suddenly like resort to low blows or become disrespectful out of nowhere. They could have quite a harsh tongue. I'm hearing somebody say, get to the point, get to the point. So yeah, they could have a habit of rushing people. Yeah, they believe you're living in a fantasy world. They may say you're all talk, or you're fake, or you're delusional, but they also feel like you have too many options, and they're saying it isn't fair because they don't have the same opportunities or even half as many, and they're bitter because they feel like they did things the hard way and it's potentially for no reason. They hate on you because they believe you have a strong support system, or you have more stability in your life. They don't experience that same sense of security, so they think like, why should pal 2 have it? Like, why should these things come so easily to them when it's never come easily to me? With the Taurus as the midpoint energy, I think the common ground between you guys is that you do both place value on beauty. However, you have very different eyes when it comes to what you find beautiful and how that value manifests. Their version of beauty might be very sort of superficial with an extremely narrow definition. Yours is likely much more expansive because you have this creative, visionary, artistic mind that they can't fully comprehend. Like, their idea of beauty might just sort of be, oh, what does a harmonious face look like? Or, you know, what does a nice house look like? But your version of beauty could be like the beauty in the human experience, or the beauty in compassion, or something like that. But you also have an eye for art. Their perception remains on the surface, whereas you might find, yeah, beauty and compassion and empathy and nurturing and humility, but they don't place value on those things. But there may be this shared Taurus or Venusian appreciation for nice things and for harmony, but the way you embody those values are entirely different. You could express the sort of lighter energy of like pleasure and enjoying nice things. You could be very in touch with your femininity or your sensuality or your body, but also like the natural world, because I'm imagining this Taurus sort of Earth Mother archetype, you know, so finding beauty in the natural world, or using ethically sourced products that harmonize with the environment, taking care of animals, or recognizing beauty in how we treat other people and how we treat the world around us. Maybe it's something as simple as you going thrifting to find your cute outfits. But on the other side, we have, you know, I'm thinking of the shadow expression of Taurus through materialistic greed. So that could be the archetype of a corporate, money-hungry, capitalist-loving Mr. Burns type of character who wants to like flaunt their private jet, or always needs to purchase the latest version of everything, or who is greedy or hoards their wealth. Or they believe that harmony means like changing your facial features through procedures to make you more palatable. It could be somebody spending an excessive amount of money and hoarding things they don't need, just capitalism gone absolutely crazy. And they might perceive you as not taking care of yourself because you prioritize the first set of values. They could be like, ew, pal 2 needs some new outfits. They keep wearing this same skirt that they bought from the thrift store. I would never be seen in the same skirt twice, or something like that. Or like if you rescue animals, they could be like, ew, you know, pal 2 has all these pets, so their house is a mess. They need to get rid of those animals because their house isn't beautiful, because the animals mess their house up, or something like that. What you find beautiful and what they find beautiful, those are just very different things. Like, and in reality, what they're doing, maybe more in that shadow energy, it's not beautiful at all. It's not beautiful for the environment. It's not beautiful for themselves or anybody around them. You could both be quite stubborn about doing things your way though, but your way is steady and slow. I feel like that angers this person. It's very much based on like sustainability and long-term comfort. And you believe in making things easier where possible rather than pushing yourself to your absolute limit. Even if you know you are capable of that and you're a hard worker, you also know not to burn yourself out because you've maybe been through that before, and maybe you're in touch with yourself enough to know that that's not the way to go about things. But they're, you know, very immovable when it comes to their opinions. You could value peace and comfort. You might be very Venusian appearing, like soft and magnetic and sensual and very much in touch with yourself. And they struggle to recognize the value in those qualities because they try to just force everything that they have, everything that they go after, they try to force it. To this person, peace and comfort shouldn't be priorities. Like, they're luxuries and you have to suffer before you're allowed to have them, in this person's opinion. And I feel like this person hasn't seen you suffering and therefore they don't believe your struggle is real. Yeah, I feel like with that Five of Pentacles, this person is projecting their deep-seated trauma onto you. They feel as though you have everything while they've been left outside in the cold. They believe they've been deprived of something that they were entitled to or something you possess, and in their eyes, you take this for granted. There's almost this sense that a higher power has abandoned them. They cannot understand why they have to struggle continually when other people don't appear to be struggling the same. There is an extreme poverty mindset and deep emotional lack here, and they find that lack very difficult to cope with, hence all of this projection. When I say poverty mindset, that isn't intended to discount genuine financial hardship, and they could very well be experiencing that, and it might form part of this energy. You know, maybe this person has suffered a significant loss recently and maybe they're grieving. They might be navigating difficult material circumstances involving bills, or maybe a divorce, a separation, or the passing of a loved one. There could be something that has left them feeling abandoned whilst also creating a material pressure involving assets or, you know, maybe expensive legal fees. But when I use the phrase poverty mindset, it's because when we get the Five of Pentacles, it can sometimes suggest that some form of support does exist. But the problem is that with this person, they have a lot of pride and they're so averse to asking for help, accepting support, or even admitting that they need it, that there's very little chance of them reaching for it. Like, instead of going somewhere warm, this is the kind of person who would rather put on a jacket, remain outside suffering, and complain to themselves about how cold they are. They have this deep-seated fear that they just cannot rely on anybody, or that experiencing comfort and being supported would make them weak. They could have significant abandonment issues stemming from childhood, possibly connected to a caregiver. I also get the impression that this person was judged very harshly when growing up, perhaps by that same caregiver, but rather than sort of learning from that experience and choosing to behave differently and growing beyond that, it's like they've adopted the role and the harsh inner critic of the person who originally hurt them, and sometimes that extends outwards to other people in their life too. They're very intent on toughing everything out, you know, never asking for help and never allowing themselves to be vulnerable. They have become somebody who judges other people and excludes themselves from certain experiences because they just cannot loosen up or allow themselves to fully enjoy life. On some level, they believe that if they stop suffering and striving, they'll be abandoned. That's why they just have to keep moving and they have to keep struggling through. They also exclude themselves by continually pitting themselves against other people and just placing value on the wrong things. They believe certain people should be excluded based on superficial qualities, and they may share some extremely judgmental viewpoints, but then it's like they become upset when people don't want to be around them or people don't share their values. If people exclude this person, it may be because of the horrible thing that they said. And the example I'm getting, it doesn't have to be this one specifically, but I'm getting somebody going online and posting a TikTok to share their opinion, and they say it with their whole chest, and people call them out because the opinion is bigoted, it's judgmental, or it's just very unkind. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I definitely think the internet can take things way too far, especially when there are two different sides of a story. People can go and attack somebody or damage their business without knowing the full context, but that isn't what I'm talking about here. I mean, somebody gets online, very clearly states their opinion, and the clip has not been edited or misconstrued. They said what they said. People understandably don't like it, so they call it out or distance themselves or unfollow that person. And then that person becomes upset because they're hemorrhaging followers or subs, and suddenly they're the victim. And I'm getting that same energy here. It's as if they're saying like, oh, I feel so sorry for myself and I feel so alone because people don't want to be around me or share this horrible opinion. Why can't more people be horrible and judgmental like me? Obviously they don't say that, but that's kind of what they're thinking. They're like, why is it only me who sees the truth? But the truth is like very warped. Their values and their beliefs are so set in stone that changing them feels pretty much impossible. It's like running into a brick wall. But those beliefs repel people and prevent this person from accessing what they want. Because when you send that kind of negative energy into the world, you aren't going to attract many good things, but this person doesn't recognize that. The thing that truly bothers them about you is that you demonstrate that a different way of living is possible. And that is extremely uncomfortable for them because they are stubborn, they're deeply set in their ways. There may be a lot of fixed sign energy here, and your very existence contradicts something they had accepted as infallible, absolute truth. They convince themselves that your joy or success or abundance must be fake because that makes them feel better. It's the only way they can reconcile you possessing everything they want but believe they cannot have. And this could be absolutely anything. It might relate to something you own or simply just who you naturally are. Perhaps this person was taught like nobody will ever love or be attracted to you unless you meet this very specific standard of beauty, and maybe you don't meet that standard, not because you aren't beautiful, of course, but because you haven't internalized the need to force yourself into a standard that isn't natural for you, right? And they see you in a happy, loving relationship and they're mad. They have to tell themselves, you know, well, I bet their partner isn't genuinely happy, like I bet the relationship isn't as good as it looks. Alternatively, you know, perhaps they were raised to believe that they had to pursue a very specific career and hustle constantly, work every hour under the sun and sacrifice their evenings and weekends to achieve financial security. And then they see you conducting your business differently. Maybe you're succeeding financially or you're getting promoted or watching your business pop off, but you still appear to have some work-life balance and enough space to really take care of yourself. And they didn't believe that that was possible, so witnessing it becomes very confronting. Like when they see your business succeeding or your orders increasing or your account gaining followers, they have to tell themselves, I bet it isn't really doing that well. Like I bet they bought those followers. They believe forcing is the only way anything can happen. It feels as though this person was pressured from a very young age to be ambitious and become the absolute best. They may have been judged very heavily or nitpicked or criticized. They were taught that if they failed to meet a particular standard, they would not be safe or secure. They wouldn't receive what they needed from life or attain what they desired. But then they see you receiving those things regardless and they just cannot accept that it's real. They've tried their hardest to play by the rules and those rules haven't worked for them. Then somebody else comes along, refuses to play by the same rules and receives everything they want. They're extremely, extremely bitter about that. For just a couple of you, this could actually be a troll commenting on your business or leaving strange or snarky comments on your social media. Obviously that won't apply to everybody, but I'm getting this example of you like creating a reel about your business. It could be any business online, just as an example. And maybe that online business suddenly pops off and you gain a lot of new followers. So you make one of those sort of cute little introduction posts. You're like, oh, there are a lot of new people here, so let me reintroduce myself. And you share a few facts about you or about the business, and this random troll starts commenting on all your posts. They're like, well, you know, I could look successful too if I bought all my followers. Or like they just accuse you of being fake or fabricating your success or behaving disingenuously because they just cannot believe what you could have developed naturally. They've had to force things throughout their life, so they assume everybody else must be forcing or faking them too. Maybe you post a little Canva graphic that you made and they comment like, oh, this is AI slop, you used AI for this, even though you didn't. Like they're trying to undermine your work or accuse you of taking the lazy option when maybe the graphic actually took you a couple of hours. You know, they accuse you of choosing the easy way out because you are talented and they themselves couldn't do what you've done. They are lacking in imagination. They are lacking in that particular skill, so they cannot comprehend that somebody else might just genuinely possess it off their own back. It doesn't have to be that example, of course, but it's something along those lines. They simply don't like seeing you successful and happy. There is also something about your emotional intelligence and compassion and empathy that actually repels this person, because the truth is they are emotionally bankrupt in that regard. It isn't totally their fault either, and I am getting a lot about trauma around this, but when I say it isn't their fault, I mean it isn't their fault that they started this way, but it is still, you know, their responsibility to work on it now. But I think the truth is they don't feel safe enough to do that work, so instead they kind of lash out at anybody who chooses to make heart-led decisions or who chooses to show genuine love and compassion towards other people. They'll accuse people who are trying to help and be compassionate as like ruining things. They're like, you're ruining, I guess, their status quo or the rules that they were taught that they had to adhere to. It doesn't feel as though this person ever had a safe person in their life who offered them empathy and compassion. I don't think this person was adequately nurtured. It's like nobody encouraged them to value themselves for who they naturally were. They were always taught to be, I'm hearing like a human doing and not a human being. It's like to access love and attention and validation, they always felt like they had to struggle or work harder or sacrifice something. And even then, safety was never ever guaranteed. For anything to work out, they had to force it. You know, throughout their life, they've propelled themselves forward using ambition at all costs and never pausing to check in with themselves or feel their emotions. Perhaps they forced job opportunities to work by making themselves indispensable. You know, they always agreed to work overtime. They said yes to every single demand from their boss, and they maybe injured their own health in the process. They allowed themselves to be taken advantage of until they eventually burned out and they still didn't get what they wanted. Maybe they forced relationships to work, even when doing so required squeezing themselves into a box to be loved or receive attention. They forced themselves to look or behave a particular way to secure the relationship they wanted, even though it wasn't natural to them. This could definitely be the person who's like, I don't know, they would say like, oh, I stayed together for the kids or something like that, even though they sacrificed their own happiness in the process and they became bitter about that. They don't realize that if you have to abandon yourself and force something in order to receive it, that isn't self-love, it's neglect. It is neglect, but they don't see it that way. That's why they become upset when something happens more naturally for somebody else. I can imagine, like, you know, even if you shared something about like separating from your relationship, like if you posted about getting divorced or something like that, and I'm not, you know, out here saying divorce is a positive thing. I'm pretty sure when people get married, nobody goes in with the intention to get divorced, but sometimes it is actually what's best for everyone, instead of being in a toxic relationship where two people have outgrown each other. I always think, and I know a lot of divorces aren't amicable, I know they are very hard situations, but I always think an amicable divorce is a lot better for children than their parents staying in a relationship that is toxic or abusive and them witnessing that, you know? But if you shared something about your life, I can imagine them being like, oh, we shouldn't normalize divorce, like we should stay together no matter what, because that's what they were taught was the right way to do things. But it hasn't worked out for them. Obviously, that's just one example. But it's like when they become upset that something happens more naturally for somebody else, it's because they're saying like, I put in all this effort, I do XYZ, why did they have it when I don't? But they don't really self-reflect. When somebody takes a different approach and still receives what they want, it just angers this person so much. They think, oh, but you didn't force it and you just get it naturally. Like, you should be working harder. You should have to prove yourself the way I had to prove myself. And the truth is, they didn't necessarily have to do all of those things either. At the time, it's like relying on old coping mechanisms made them feel safe, and that was easier than undoing their conditioning. And a great deal of this is conditioning because they weren't given the compassion, the safety, the praise that they deserve. So it's like they're begging for it somewhere else. They're screaming out to be heard. When you receive those things without appearing to chase them, they become upset. They also hate when they see you operating through diplomacy rather than force, because this person operates more like a dictatorship. I feel like they hate on you because you possess a lot of emotional intelligence, you have empathy, you can understand circumstances outside your own and put yourself in another person's shoes. Maybe you speak up for people who are less fortunate and navigating a difficult situation. They don't like that because that wasn't ever given to them. They hate because you don't achieve things by forcing them. It's like you leave breathing room for people and opportunities. You might kind of have this attitude of like, you know, if it's for me, it will happen. I'm not going to force it. I'm seeing somebody sort of shrugging and saying, let's see what happens. And this person, they kind of need a definite answer to feel safe. They could become panicked and stressed very easily, and they hate that you remain calm and collected while they feel completely chaotic. This feels like two very conflicting models of leadership is something that I want to say. Again, this person leads through like dictatorship. They tell people what to do and they say, you know, buck up, get on with it, deal with it. And you might lead more through the heart. You might actually mentor people and listen to them and guide them with gentleness. That repels this person because, again, nobody offered them that gentleness. So they are seeking attention when they lash out about other people getting it. When they see somebody else receiving that, their automatic reaction is, well, you know, I was never given that and I had to overcome it. But the thing is, they haven't overcome it. If they had, they wouldn't still be so bitter. This is a trauma-based reaction they haven't processed. They especially hate seeing that your methods produce successful results without you having to force anything. I'm getting another example here, and again, it does not have to apply literally, but let's say you and this person work together as two leaders or managers. They hate that your methods are completely different from theirs, but your methods work because it disproves their rule that hardship and struggle automatically equal success, while everything else is worthless. So I'm imagining you both managing a team, and you could have this one employee who is usually absolutely amazing at their job, but maybe for several weeks, you know, they just haven't been meeting their targets, they seem disengaged and unmotivated, or, you know, maybe they've arrived late a couple of times and you really need to address it with them. It's like you choose to mentor this person by having an open-hearted, sit-down conversation where you listen to them, you ask what's happening, and you find out whether there's anything you can do to offer support. And maybe you discover that something difficult has been happening in their personal life and it's affecting their work, and together you guys find ways to support them and overcome the problem. And with the right support, they become that amazing employee again, and they're really appreciative that you have the conversation, and it just does wonders for their morale and their work ethic. But this person hates your approach. They're saying like, oh, why are you letting them off so easily? They need to be punished. Why are you such a soft touch? They need to get over it. Why are you giving them a break? Because they never got a break. They're like, they need to get on with their job, and if they can't meet their targets, they can get out. If they're late one more time, they're going to get fired. They favour this harsh, like, tough love approach because they believe it motivates people, but that doesn't work for many individuals. The employee might simply think like, fuck this, like I have too much going on already and now my manager is being awful, isn't supporting me, and I've done a lot for this company, like I quit, I'm going to go somewhere where I'm appreciated, like I don't need to be punished like this. Their leadership style actually lowers morale. It could make the team fall apart or feel unsupported. There could be a very high staff turnover, ultimately causing everyone's performance to decline even further and the company's performance to decline. Then this person, you know, they become upset when everybody on the team chooses to value your approach and your input over theirs. And they never really reflect on what makes them harsh and unapproachable. They just believe that their way is the only way to produce results, even when it clearly isn't. They genuinely become mad when they see you showing somebody compassion. It's like you and this person could be walking down the street together and somebody trips and falls onto their knees in front of you, and naturally you go over and you try to help them back up. This person will be like, why are you helping them? They need to get themselves up. And again, it's because nobody showed them that gentleness. They don't like it seen offered to anybody else because they interpret it as weakness. They could call you like a bleeding heart or accuse you of being naive, but truthfully, they just don't understand the benefits of compassion because they have never received it and they haven't learned how to show it to themselves or to anybody else. I feel like they hate on you partly because they are remaining stuck within that Three of Swords mentality. Obviously, it's come up reversed here, but it's like they're still in that sort of upright place, whereas you've completed or are completing the healing work that represents the reversed side of that energy. That healing is foreign to them. They cannot access it, and seeing it within you really triggers them. The truth isn't that everything has always been easy for you. It isn't that you've never experienced hardship or had to navigate, you know, deeply painful situations, because you very much have. But the difference is that you haven't allowed those experiences to completely consume you. It's like you've chosen to release past resentments that kept you stuck. You've broken habits of replaying old hurts, focusing solely on the negative, or just accepting the worst from the world around you. You have processed what you've experienced and you've come through the other side. You're not operating from constant negative self-talk or internalized shame. Whereas this person remains stuck in that place. They sort of cling to their pain, and in some cases they do allow it to consume them. And because of that, they assume that anybody who isn't visibly consumed by pain or bitter must never have experienced anything difficult, which is very far from the truth. It may have taken an enormous amount of work for you to reach your current position, pal, too. But I feel like you just have more important things to focus on now, and they hate that you've risen above these old loops and broken free from that judgment. You find value in things they cannot comprehend. You may feel connected to a higher calling or purpose that has nothing to do with the conventional measures of success they consider worthy and valid. They judge what you value because they cannot move beyond the blockage that consumes them and shapes their identity. If they can't process their pain, they can't truly break free from it. They hate that you're experiencing a rebirth and a renewal they believe they can't access. They feel locked out of that path, as though they'll never reach your level of clarity and of peace. They are still very much trapped inside old wounds, and it's like they believe it's too late for them. It's as though they missed the alarm and cannot receive the same wake-up call that allowed you to break free from those old loops. So that is the truth. That's why they think they hate you versus why they actually hate you. That they feel like they can't stop. That's what I'm getting, and I think that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. I hope this offered some clarity to you. I hope you know who this person is, and it gave you some insight into what's actually going on. It helped you understand this person better, maybe. If this reading did resonate for you in any way, even if it's in a small way, please comment and let me know. Please like the video. But commenting engagement is the best way to support a tiny channel like mine, even if it's just to let me know which pal you picked or to leave an emoji. But honestly, you can never overshare too much with me. So if you know who I'm talking about and you want to share anything, then please let me know. It would mean the absolute world to me. I always love hearing from you guys. Yeah, if you get a chance, please hype, sub, share, do all of that, any of that. That would help. But if you don't get a chance, I just want to thank you so much for being here and for spending this time with me. I really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. With that said, take care of yourselves. I'm sending you lots and lots of love, and I'll see you in the next one, pal, too. Hi Pal 3 Collective. If you chose the Pacific Northwest Tarot with the crystals sticker and you chose Pal 3, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Why Your Haters Think They Hate You versus the Truth. If you would like a breakdown of everything this reading will entail alongside of my usual disclaimers, please check out my introduction. I do go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out just so you know what to expect from today's reading. But if you're ready to just get straight in and get started, let's do that and let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you. These first 4 cards are your energy check, and these 4 cards over here represent the truth of the situation. And here we have the midpoint energy, which will be an astrological sign. This card doesn't mean you or this person has to be that sign. This is just sort of showcasing the overarching midpoint energy, anything you guys might have in common, and your differences, the light and shadow attributes of a particular sign, whichever one comes through. Okay, so starting over here on the left, we have got the 7 of Cups reversed. We have got the 8 of Swords reversed. We have the Star. And we have got the 10 of Cups. Then for the truth, we have got the Empress. We've got the 7 of Swords. We've got the 9 of Cups in reverse. And we have the 9 of Swords. And for your midpoint energy, we have Virgo. Listen out for any confirmations because I'm going to read what's on the card, but it says creative, humble, hardworking, shy, uptight, critical, August 23rd to September 22nd. Could be relevant dates for you guys. Element Earth, ruling planet Mercury, major arcana card, the Hermit, stones, blue sapphire and Amazonite. Colours, brown and green, lucky numbers 3, 5 and 6, flowers, buttercup and aster. So prominent Virgo, earth sign, 6th house or Mercury energy could be relevant to either you or this person, although again, that absolutely does not have to apply. With you guys choosing the crystal sticker, you could be a crystal girly or guy, or perhaps, you know, you're interested in spirituality or healing or that sort of more woo-woo side of life. With the 6th house energy coming through, I'm also getting something connected to wellness spaces. Functional medicine is coming through quite strongly, alongside something about healing the gut. There could also be something involving daily habits, routines, fitness. So maybe one or both of you might be involved in those kinds of spaces. Alternatively, you could encounter this person whilst going about your usual daily routine. To be honest, I didn't immediately receive one clear message about the relationship you have with this person, and I think that's because obviously it will show up differently for different people, including in terms of like how well you actually know them. And now for some of you though, I do feel like this is somebody who is or once was quite close to you. So this could be like a frenemy or somebody within your friendship circle, or maybe like an ex-partner, that sort of situation. But for others of you, it might not be someone you know on that level. It could be like a colleague or an acquaintance or somebody you encounter within the same physical or online spaces. So bear in mind, as I describe them, there may be details you wouldn't necessarily know if this person is only an acquaintance, but I'm going to give you the overall vibe I'm picking up on, and we could get quite specific. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, the impression I get from this person, I do think they are a major overthinker, and that could also apply to you guys. Like, both of you might have extremely active minds. However, I do think this person really struggles to be wrong. Like, if they make a mistake, they may overthink it to such an extent that they actually begin like bending the truth to explain their way out of it. They would rather do that than be perceived as somebody who made a mistake, even if the mistake was like something really small and petty or something that nobody's really going to care about. They could exaggerate or occasionally fabricate things, tell lies to protect their self-image is something that I'm getting. This feels like somebody who enjoys explaining things to other people. They might love sharing facts, or maybe they're somebody who has a lot of niche knowledge or interests about lots of different subjects. This person could enjoy info dumping or explaining. They could also be a little bit pedantic when it comes to correcting people. Like, I'm thinking of somebody who always corrects people's grammar or spelling or pronunciation. Or just likes sort of correcting people in general, but sometimes they take it a bit far. Like if somebody, you know, understands the overall point of something but gets one tiny detail wrong, I can imagine this person quickly jumping in with like, well, actually that's not quite right, or actually it's XYZ, even if the general gist was correct. They could be highly intelligent and quite quick-minded, or at least they have the potential to be, but sometimes they might come across as a bit of a know-it-all, or somebody who believes they're like intellectually superior to everybody else. They could also like things done in a particular way or order. They might have specific rules that they sort of believe that everybody should abide by, and maybe they don't really appreciate people deviating from those rules. There's a little bit of overlap with Pal 2 hater energy in that respect. I'm imagining this person when they were at school, I'm imagining them being the teacher's pet. Like they're always the one putting their hand up first and being like, oh, I know the answer. And even if somebody else answers the question correctly, this person would still have to like chip in. They'd have to add to that. They'd be like, yeah, but they didn't mention this, or, you know, they didn't get this particular part right. They always need to add their own interpretation so that everybody knows how smart they are. This person could also come across as a little bit snitchy or underhanded at times. They might be the type of person to observe you doing something, and they could even ask you questions about it, and you might explain what you're doing and they will respond like, oh, okay, like as if everything's fine, but then they go behind your back and they tell on you. And I'm not saying this has to be a colleague, but that's the example I'm getting, is like somebody watching you do something and then going to the manager about it behind your back and saying like, oh, I watched Pal 3 doing this task for 10 minutes and they were doing it completely wrong. It's like there's somebody who would try and get you in trouble. This person could also have like obsessive tendencies, or they tend to hyperfixate on things. They tend to narrow in on people and notice details nobody else has picked up on. And there is nothing inherently wrong with that. In fact, with the Virgo energy, I think that's where you and this person might share common ground. Like you both have that ability. But the difference is with this person is I feel that they use it to sort of pick other people apart. Like they might focus on somebody's perceived flaws so they can use those flaws against that person. The things they notice aren't necessarily a big deal, but they deliberately will draw attention to them. Let's say this person is, or was, like part of your friendship circle at one point, and somebody new joins that friendship group. You might notice that the new person is stumbling over their words, or they look a little bit fidgety. Like maybe you recognize that they're socially quite nervous. And so you would probably use that awareness and the fact you pick up on that to help them feel more comfortable and more at ease. Whereas this person might have that same observation, but they might use it to embarrass them. Like they might announce in front of everybody, oh, like, why are you so fidgety? Like, are you nervous around us? Or something like that. Maybe, you know, the new person slightly mispronounces a word and everybody knows what they meant, so nobody says anything. But this individual would be like, oh, what did you just say? Oh, did you mean like XYZ? Like they'll bring attention to it instead of just letting it go. They deliberately draw everyone's attention towards this insignificant mistake. It's very sort of mean girl or mean guy energy. I could imagine this being the type of person who would deliberately invite you out for drinks and they'd encourage you to become extremely drunk. They would ply you with drinks so that you're in a vulnerable position, and they might do that so that they could like record you or just deliberately place you in an embarrassing situation so that they can shame you afterwards. Like the following day, they could keep talking about how embarrassing you were. But the thing is, they will absolutely exaggerate it. They'll say like, oh my God, you did this, Pal 3. Everyone was staring at you. Like everyone was laughing at you. If you make one mistake or you do something slightly silly, this is somebody who will continually bring it up for the rest of your life. Like they'll never allow you to live it down. They might fixate on that one event and just mention it at every available opportunity. They'll be like, oh my God, I still cannot believe you did that. They'll keep bringing it up. They could be extremely judgmental and nitpicky about other people, especially when it comes to like not being what they perceive as morally perfect. I can imagine this being the kind of person who leaves purposely negative comments underneath people's posts, but they try and disguise it as like helping. You know, maybe, I don't know, I'm just getting an example of like somebody posting something they're happy about. Like maybe they're like, they're saying, oh, I'm working with this charity and I'm raising money for a particular cause. This person would be the type of person to comment like, oh, hey girlie, just so you know, somebody who worked for this charity in 2011 said something really rude on Twitter, and, you know, they don't work there anymore, but I think you should know that you probably shouldn't support this charity. It's framed as though they're being helpful, but it comes across as like morally superior. And of course, you know, there's nothing wrong with informing somebody if what they're promoting or the person they're working with is genuinely harmful. But that isn't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this person like searching for negatives and just taking things to the extreme with like moral perfection. It's like this person takes delight and gets an ego boost from correcting others and just picking everything apart. And that's where their sort of niche knowledge comes in, because they will use what they know to shame other people for failing to achieve what they perceive as moral perfection. And honestly, it's kind of insufferable. I'm not gonna lie, this person is a little bit insufferable. Like, I am getting annoyed just talking about it. This will be the type of person to frequently call others messy. Like, even if somebody is struggling with their mental health, this person might accuse them of being dramatic, or they might respond. Like, this is kind of annoying because this is the kind of person who I can imagine them being like, oh, mental health matters, blah, 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 and be kind or something like that. But if they saw someone acting out because of a mental health issue or because of something going on, they would be like, oh, I could never do that. I can't believe they did that. They would be really judgmental. I feel like this person projects their own fear of being perceived onto the people around them. They could also project their fear of imperfection, or, yeah, I guess those things go together. Their fear of being seen as anything less than perfect onto you is something I'm getting. Like, they focus on situations that aren't particularly serious, and they will just transform them into these major events. They overreact to minor mistakes as a means of making other people feel ashamed. If you've ever struggled with like social anxiety or your own fear of being perceived, this is absolutely the very worst kind of person to have around you, right? Because they will just make everything 10 times worse. They create the impression that everybody is focusing on one tiny mistake that you made or one slightly awkward thing that you did, and then they remind you of it for years. And I'm thinking of like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something embarrassing that we've all done that isn't even a big deal. Like, if you go out to eat and the waiter says to you, enjoy your meal, and you say like, you too, by accident or something, this person immediately says, oh my God, I cannot believe you just did that. That is so embarrassing. They speak or they laugh really loudly, like loud enough for the entire restaurant to hear, and they're like drawing more attention towards you than they have to. Like, if they'd have just let it slide, nobody would be caring about this, but they will like tell everyone. Then they'll say like, oh my God, everybody heard you. I think that person 3 tables over is laughing at you, pal 3. I think this individual believes that they need to be a guide for other people, because assuming that position as a helper makes them feel superior to others. They believe that others don't make the right choices, so they have to step in and mentor them, when in reality it's usually an excuse to like elevate themselves or make themselves look better by comparison. One reason they think they hate you is because they perceive you as somebody who lacks discernment or doesn't make the correct choices. It's almost like they enjoy viewing people as projects. However, it is not about genuinely helping them. It gives this person somebody to compare themselves to so they can feel better about who they are. They could shame people as well for circumstances outside of their control. Perhaps, like when they were at school, this is somebody who didn't really have to work particularly hard to receive good grades because maybe certain subjects came naturally to them, or they could just sort of blag it. Whereas another person might struggle with a particular subject. Maybe, for example, you try your absolute best at maths, but it just doesn't come naturally to you, even if you excel in other subjects. So if you were to work incredibly hard and you don't receive the same grade as this person, they would respond like, see, I told you should have worked harder. That is the thing, this person loves saying, I told you so. They want everybody to believe that they would be completely lost without this person's advice. They view themselves as a realist and a truth teller, but in reality, I feel like a lot of what they say is kind of mean and unnecessary, and it's just more so designed to boost their own ego. If this person is, or they once were, a regular part of your life, they might believe that their hatred stems from the fact that you are distancing yourself from them, because they might say that you are not seeing things clearly. They think you don't recognise that they're the real deal or that you need them. However, what I'm actually getting, pal 3, is that the real reason they're hating is because you can see through them, because you're actually highly discerning. The fog surrounding this person has lifted, and it's becoming increasingly clear to you what they are truly about. It's like you're beginning to recognise them as a distraction, and they really dislike the fact that they can no longer manipulate you easily. They assume that you will make poor choices or fail to cope without them. Maybe they keep sort of checking up on you under the guise of protecting you. That's what they're telling themselves they're doing, but there's this underlying sort of snakiness to it or snarkiness to it. A bit of both, to be honest. It's as though they're watching and they're waiting for your life to fall apart without them. They may also criticize you for having a clear focus elsewhere. Like, let's say this is a colleague who you are trying to distance yourself from, and they say like, oh, do you want to come to lunch today, if that's something you guys used to do? And you might respond with like, oh no, thank you, I'm going to focus on this thing instead. They will say to you like, oh, you're so boring these days, like you never come to lunch anymore. And, you know, two things can be true at once here, pal 3. Maybe you genuinely have something else you want to focus on during your lunch break, but equally you could be trying to create space between you and this person because you've recognized that this person tends to create problems within your life. And they don't like that. They don't like that they don't have that control over you, or you're not doing what they want you to do. Maybe every time you went to lunch with this person, they would encourage you to gossip or badmouth somebody. And you probably refused to, like if there was no need to gossip about somebody. But later you could have discovered that even though you didn't like involve yourself in that negative talk about people, they twisted your words and they reported back to that person. They'd be like, oh, pal 3 said this about you. They would stir the pot and twist things. They might also be the type of person to place you in uncomfortable situations so they can like show you up in front of other people. It's like you could have had a private conversation with them only for them to return to the main room and announce like, oh my god, everybody, like, guess what pal 3 just said to me, when it was meant to be like a private conversation. But I'm getting that you see things in a stone cold sober way now. Oh, I wonder why I'm getting the word sober. Like, that doesn't have to relate to literal sobriety, but I mean, for some of you, it could do. Like, maybe if you refuse to put yourself in a vulnerable situation with this person, like, maybe you refuse to go drinking with them because you've realised that alcohol makes it easier for them to, like, control or shame you or lie about you, and they hate that you've clocked what they're doing. They really dislike that you're making more intentional choices for yourself and you're not centering them in the way you once did. They hate feeling as though they're losing their power and influence over you. Obviously, this won't apply to everybody, but for some of you, if this is like, or it was an incredibly intense sort of frenemy dynamic, or it started off as a friendship, but it became toxic, you know, maybe for some of you even, this was somebody who you did once consider your best friend, but you outgrew each other, it just became a mess. This person wanted to cultivate a culture of dependence between you and them. They wanted you to rely on their opinion, their advice, their help. But if you've outgrown them or you've recognized that this dynamic wasn't healthy, they hate that. You might have felt quite trapped within this friendship because it became just too intense or just too all-consuming. Maybe you noticed that the connection was holding you back, or that after spending time with this person, you always felt worse. You came away with a greater sense of self-doubt. It's as though their critical voice had moved inside your head, or it had drained some of your life force. Or if this was more like an acquaintance or more somebody on the outside of your circle, they could just hate that you saw through them immediately. Maybe you were that one person who immediately got like a bad vibe from them while everybody else thought that they were fine, and they just hate that you can see what they're doing and that their manipulations do not work on you. If they were closer to you at any point, this person hates that you've remembered how to move more independently, like you've reclaimed your own autonomy. You do not need their input every step of the way, or you don't need their put-downs disguised as advice or disguised as them just trying to be helpful. It could feel as though this person continually tries to trap you inside old stories. It's like they always are trying to remind you of who you used to be, or they won't allow you to move on. For example, if you were around this person at a time when you were going through like a very difficult period in your life where maybe you recognize you didn't always make the best decisions and you've acknowledged those decisions, you've learned from them, you've moved forward, and you've been a different person for a long time and you're now in a much better place, this will be the type of person to continue reminding you of everything you did during that vulnerable period. Even if it's something you only did once and you learned from it, and even if it wasn't a big deal, they will keep bringing it up to make you feel small, and they will try and present it as a funny story so that if you become upset, they can dismiss it with, well, it was only a joke, like you're so sensitive. Let's say, just as a completely random example, doesn't have to apply for you, but this is the type of person where like if you'd just gone through like the worst heartbreak of your life, you broke up with somebody and you weren't in a good headspace, so you went out with them and you dated somebody or slept with somebody on the rebound, who you wouldn't have normally done that with, and now you regard that decision as a mistake, or just you doing something you wouldn't choose to do in the frame of mind you're in now. Even if you've moved on and you've bettered your life and you're happily single, or if you're in a loving and happy relationship and you are trying to like put that behind you and you're talking about like how good you're doing now or how amazing your current partner is, this person will bring it back to that time in your life when you were having the worst time ever, and they'll be like, well, you know, your dating track record isn't exactly good, pile 3. Remember when you slept with that person? Oh my god, that was so embarrassing. They were so gross. I can't believe you did that. It's like they're deliberately dragging you back towards one of the most vulnerable periods of your life. However, they hate that you're recognizing this behavior now, and you might even call it out, some of you. It's like you've realized, or you're realizing, that some of the self-doubt you carried was never really yours. It was their doubt, which you kind of inherited through continued exposure over and over again to their criticism. This person could pick out like tiny details about your behavior or appearance that nobody else even noticed and make you feel small about those things. It's like they kept you trapped because the underlying message behind what they said was always like, if I notice this flaw, everyone else must notice it too. That's how they made you feel. But in reality, nobody else was looking for flaws with the same determination as this person was. And it feels like they hate that you're seeing yourself and your power much more clearly. It's becoming natural for you to exist without them or at a distance from them, and it's become natural for you to no longer depend on their guidance if you ever did. They could have outright lied to keep you small or make you more reliant upon them, is something that I'm getting, because again, they like to create this relationship of dependence. I can imagine this person actually, pile 3, just completely fabricating something. Like, oh yeah, this person said something horrible about you, pile 3, this person doesn't like you, but don't worry, I defended you, like, I'm here for you. They were manufacturing a false sense of intimacy by saying they were like your ride or die, or they were the only one there for you. But it's like you've broken free because you can now discern the truth. The thing is, with this person, pile 3, they wanted to remain close to you because you actually possess a tremendous amount of star power. We can see that with this star card. They could sense it and they always wanted access to it. And they hate losing access because existing within your proximity made them feel special. It made them feel special, pile 3. As much as they wanted to put you down, they have always known you had an inner light. They have always known that there is something different about you. You have this special source. You possess that exclusive, elusive it factor. And being near you made this person feel closer to their own sense of power. It's like they wanted to absorb your power through proximity. They recognized that you stand out and they wanted to be close to that, but simultaneously they also hate on you for standing out. And I know that sounds confusing, I know it does, but it's as though they enjoy being beside the it girl or guy because they want friends, relationships who possess the very qualities that they lack. However, that makes them look good, right? That's the thing. That's what they acknowledge. But the thing is, it's really hard to explain. It's like they don't allow those friends aren't allowed to recognize their own power or become more special than this person. They want their friends to be attractive, charismatic, exciting, talented. I'm getting that Lady Gaga meme, like all the things she says, but those very same qualities must never surpass their own. They have to ensure that the people around them don't get like too big for their boots, because that would threaten their own sense of control. Being around people who possess what they lack might be one of the only ways this person feels interested. They siphon off somebody else's power, so they love and resent that person at the very same time. It is okay for you to be powerful, pile 3, as long as you don't realize how powerful you are and remember your assigned place. They receive a confidence boost from having you at their side because, yeah, they believe it makes them look good, but they also hate that other people are naturally drawn towards you. This person could give a lot of backhanded compliments. They might actually resent the way you make other people feel peaceful or like comforted or inspired in some way. I'm hearing that they hate the way the community responds well to you, and they hate that you're generally a well-liked person. Being liked may never have actually come naturally to this person because, quite honestly, they have always found it much easier to be naturally insufferable. They can't help it. But the more you heal, the more they resent you. They hate watching somebody recognize their own power or begin doing better than them. If you are passionate about a particular community, a relationship, a cause, a hobby, they will be the type to deliberately create problems around that thing. Essentially, anything that gives you a fulfilling life outside of them becomes a threat. They might raise problems that don't exist. They might say like, oh, I feel like you've just become a different person since you started doing XYZ, or, you never have time for me anymore. They present this positive development as though it has transformed you into an unpleasant person with negative attributes, purely because it doesn't benefit them for you to become independent in your own power, right? Or for you to have something outside of them. This individual may also really, really struggle with vulnerability. Maybe if they have an issue with you, they will tell everybody else rather than discussing it with you. They might even invent details that aren't true. Or if they confront you, it's not from a place of honest vulnerability. Like, it's hard to have a heartfelt conversation with this person, because instead of saying, this hurt me, or whatever, they will express it in a very sort of snarky or bitchy way. But if you raise something that upset you, they would roll their eyes and say like, oh, it isn't that deep, or they would try and bring it back to something you did. They're like, well, what about when you did this? They hate being criticized. They struggle with other people's vulnerability as much as their own as well. They tend to hate that people feel at home with you, and people form close or special connections with you quite quickly. They may resent that other people just genuinely enjoy your company. If you have friends or chosen family or a loving relationship or just any meaningful bonds, they hate that you possess these connections. When they see you laughing or sharing an inside joke with somebody, it bothers them. Seeing you happy and having a good time seems to piss this person off. If you've appeared especially happy recently, they find your improvement very frustrating, especially if it has coincided with your decision to distance yourself from them or not engage with them as much. You actually might notice that this person has always been more present when you are down and out. Like, if you're going through something difficult, they suddenly appear, and it's to thrive on your despair. But when life is sunny and everything is going well, they don't want to hear about it. They aren't around. And of course, sometimes a genuine friend might contact us more frequently during a hard period because they do sincerely want to provide support. That happens. But that isn't really the energy I'm picking up on here. With this person, it feels like a power play. Like, they are there to support you, but it's to actually encourage dependence, but also remind you that their presence can be withdrawn to exert power as well. They won't necessarily show up when it truly matters or, help you in a meaningful way, but they will be the first to pop up in the group chat if you're going through something. They'll be like, oh, what's going on? Because they want to know the tea. They want to hear that you're down and out. Or if you phone them and you discuss a relationship problem, they don't listen with compassion. They'll respond with like, I told you so. Like, I told you not to date this person. I told you they weren't right for you. They use your low point as an opportunity to punch down and boost their own ego. And yeah, I'm sure we've all been in those situations where we want to say to our friend, like, oh, I told you so, about something that we could pick up on, and they couldn't or didn't. But there's a time and a place. And, when your friend is going through it, it's not the time and place, but they don't read the room when it comes to that. When you are happy, they pick apart your choices because they are disconnected from joy within their own life. It's like they believe that they made all the right decisions, but everything still feels hollow. As one example, I can imagine this person being extremely nitpicky about dating. Like, maybe they have a very rigid set of standards, which is fine in itself, but they might judge everybody who prioritizes something different. Like, if you showed them a picture of your new partner, they might be like, them? Like, oh, but they're only 5'10", like they're not 6 foot. Or, oh, they work here, like they only earn that much. They undermine your relationship, not just relationship, that's just one example, but everything going good for you. And they act as though they could do better, but you've never actually seen them do better, Like, they might, in the end, choose somebody, if we use that relationship example, they might choose somebody who satisfies every requirement on paper, and yet they find themselves desperately unhappy within that relationship. They hate that you ignored their recommendations and you followed a completely different path, yet you're the one who appears happy and fulfilled. That's only one example, of course. Their judgment could concern anything you do, not just relationship. It could be career, appearance, home, any other decision. They just hate that your life seems to be aligning. And yeah, they hate that people just gravitate towards you. You possess a very personable quality alongside that it factor you have. So, you know, if you were to run an online business or have a social media presence, people may be naturally very receptive to you. And this person does not like that. They want to be noticed and recognized. They want everybody to ask for their advice and view them as a guide. And when people maybe look towards you instead, this person becomes very bitter. They're like, oh, what makes them qualified? Like, I'm more qualified than them. They don't agree with your approach, so they might accuse you of sharing misinformation, when in reality, you could just be approaching the topic differently. Returning to that daily routine energy, I can imagine this being the type of person to correct somebody's form at the gym when it doesn't actually require correcting. Like, I can imagine, as just one example, if you work in like the fitness or wellness space, I can imagine you posting a workout video and people are praising you or they're asking you for advice in the comments. This person becomes irritated and thinks like, oh, their form isn't even correct. Everybody should ask me because I'm much better at the gym than pal 3. Like, I have a much better body or something like that. But nobody is drawn to their fitness page because it reflects exactly how they behave. It feels maybe judgmental and very shame-based, whereas people could gravitate towards your content because it's not just about showing off how amazing you are or proving how much you know. You actually connect with people and they resent the ease with which you create that connection because that does not come naturally to them. It makes them highly, highly competitive with you. They want people to look up to them and they hate that those people might be looking towards you instead. Obviously, that fitness thing is just one random example. This person could actually be such a perfectionist that it prevents them from putting themselves out there at all. Like, rather than risk being viewed as imperfect, they attempt to perfect everybody else by bombarding them with unwanted criticism. Whereas it feels like with you, pal 3, you use your gift of discernment, your attention to detail, and your ability to notice what other people might miss. You use that as a means of empowering people. You direct those qualities towards healing and actual self-improvement. Whereas this person uses the same abilities to criticize others and obsess over things that don't require that level of obsession. They just don't. And that is where the two of you differ tremendously. But the truth of the situation, pal 3, is that this person is mad because you are standing within your Empress upright energy. So if you have created space or distance, this person is freaking out about that. And that isn't only because they've lost access to you or can no longer control your narrative and no longer like plant ideas in your head. They are mad about that, but they're also mad about the fact that you appear fine or you appear completely unbothered. Like, it seems as though you've surrendered to the distance and it doesn't seem to be negatively affecting you. Now, how strongly this applies will depend on how close you were with this person. Like, if you had an intimate friendship or relationship and that access suddenly disappeared, it's naturally going to bother them. But even if you weren't particularly close, but this person enjoyed like spying on you or keeping tabs on you, and now they're struggling to gather information, it feels like they hate on that too. But you seem to have surrendered this connection. Either you no longer want to remain close or you've decided that you don't want to become closer to them in the first place. I'm also hearing it was the right time, almost as though the distance arrived through some kind of divine timing. And I'm also hearing the phrase, like, I can't remember what it is fully, but it's something like, some people enter your life for a reason and some people are there for just a season or something like that. And it feels like to you, the season involving this person has come to its natural end. You aren't forcing anything and you feel content about allowing the connection to fall away. And they hate how okay you are with that. Truthfully, they're incredibly angry that you're unbothered. You could very much be welcoming this pause in the relationship or in communication. Whereas for them, this is very, very worrying. They don't want this pause. Like, they're attempting to keep tabs on you so they can figure out what's happening. But it feels like that's become very difficult for them, whereas you are trusting that this separation is the right thing and they don't feel that way at all. And for a lot of you, even if you were close to this person, I don't think there was necessarily one enormous like blow up, falling out argument. There could have been a friendship breakup for some of you, but for many of you, I feel it's more like you've just begun distancing yourself naturally, like you're just spending less time with this person and just becoming more intentional about where you're directing your energy. It's not like you are icing them out by being deliberately cruel. You're just choosing not to invest so much of yourself in them anymore. And I feel like initially that very much injured their ego, right? because they definitely operate from ego. Even if you never announced like, oh, I'm distancing myself from you, you could have never said that, but they could still have noticed that you stopped initiating or replying as frequently. And I can imagine them sort of taking their ball home about that and being like, fine, if pal 3 wants to behave that way, let's see how they cope without me. But it turns out you are thriving without them and they hate it. So they've kind of gone from, fuck them, they'll need me before I need them, to realizing that you just aren't particularly bothered by the distance. You are doing perfectly well regardless. So now it's like they're beginning to panic, right? They're kind of like, really, I don't actually want this friendship to end because it benefits them, right? Whereas for you, the distance has revealed what was holding you back, because you're like, oh, actually, like, I think I truly have outgrown this person, or, you know, I'm doing much better mentally now that I'm not spending so much time with them. This distance has benefited you and they feel like it's harmed them, which is precisely why they resent it. And yeah, of course, you know, again, distance is going to look different depending on this relationship. Like if you were incredibly close to this person at one point and you saw each other all the time, the change will be more obvious. Whereas if they're like more of an acquaintance or a colleague or something, maybe you just avoid them or you don't respond as often. And in that situation, they might resent you because maybe they wanted more access. Maybe they hoped the connection would develop into something more, like more of a deeper friendship or whatever, but you saw through them and you decided against it. And part of them is almost responding like, fine then. Yet another part is asking, where did you go? Like, are you seriously saying that this is over? Like, you don't want to speak to me? Why do you not want to speak to me? Why do you not want to be friends with me? Whatever, they don't want it to be finished. They hate that you trust your intuition and you sense the bad vibes and you believe that space is right. Usually they imagine that they could talk you out of that decision, like they could persuade you to see things differently, but your energy just can't be manipulated at the moment, and they really, really, really don't like that. They also hate that you're allowing yourself to receive good things. Maybe they are observing that you've been doing better lately. You might be looking amazing, you might be taking really great care of yourself, or just enjoying the people you're around, like loving relationships, friendships. Maybe people have been complimenting you and they have witnessed this. And they hate that because while they were in your life, you didn't allow yourself to receive in the same way. Maybe you could never even accept a compliment in this person's presence. You always felt obligated to shut it down because if you didn't, they would do it for you. Like if somebody complimented your hair, you might immediately respond previously with like, oh no, this person has much nicer hair than me. Otherwise, this hater would punish you for accepting the compliment because they were jealous and they couldn't simply allow you to have like one nice thing for yourself. It always had to be about them. But the longer this pause continues, the more your life force is returning. You are thriving within this highly fertile energy, like projects are getting off the ground, creations are being made, and it feels like life is blooming around you. You are carrying yourself with tremendous presence. You're very magnetic, and these opportunities are just naturally drawn to you. Like essentially you guys, your life is moving forward perfectly well without their input, and they hate that because their reality feels like the opposite. Things are improving for you whilst their life feels quite barren and desolate. They manufactured this false sense of dependency and convinced themselves that everything would fall apart for you without them, but that just hasn't happened. Much of their joy, it came from putting you down under the guise of helping, and without access to that dynamic, it's like they feel sort of lost and they don't really know what to do with themselves. They also hate that you aren't immediately trying to repair or force the connection back to how it was. You are going with the flow and just kind of allowing whatever needs to go away to drift away. You are sort of minding your business and not giving them much information. If they have access to your social media, if you have it, they may dig deeply for clues about how you're doing, but you just aren't revealing it very much. Maybe you just post beautiful scenery every now and again, or you post your artwork. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be surprised if they posted like attention-seeking content in a bit of a sneaky or calculated way. They may upload things purely for your benefit, hoping to kind of provoke a reaction to see whether you'll reach out. It's quite childish, but it's like they might refuse to contact you directly because that would wound their ego if you rejected them or if they perceived it that way. But instead they do things to test whether you still care about them, like they're throwing out bait. But I feel like this person is smart, so it won't necessarily be like blatantly obvious, but it is obvious to you, right? Because you can see through them, pal 3. They don't want anybody to know they aren't okay, so they probably won't post something like really obvious, like, oh, I have no friends and nobody cares about me, because they don't want anyone to know that, right? It will be more subtle than that. It will be like a subtle test. So they will try and like manufacture concern or try to gauge your interest by, I don't know, I'm thinking of the type of person who uploads like a cryptic photo from the hospital, like a hospital wristband or something, or just the setting of a hospital in the background. But they are being deceptive is the thing, because they will do that purposely, even if they aren't the patient. Like maybe they're visiting a family member, but at the same time, they've got a plan in their head of like, oh, like I might post at the hospital to see if Pal 3 cares about me, or to see if they reach out to create an impression that something has happened to them, to kind of test you. Or they could, alternatively, if it's not trying to like get concern out of you in that way, they might also attention seek by pretending that they're having an amazing time when they aren't. They could try to prove how many friends they have or how much fun they're having, like they're going out and enjoying life. But even if they go on like a night out and everything looks wonderful online, they will return home alone and they'll cry. Like if they upload a story, they could be doing that specifically with you in mind. But they hate that you either see through the test and refuse to respond, or even worse, like you might not view their story at all, which would anger them because they only put that story up to attract your attention and you didn't give them any. They might also tell other people things in the hope that the information will reach you. I won't be surprised if they are gossiping about you or exaggerating events or spreading rumours. Like if somebody asks why you no longer spend as much time together, they could invent an explanation rather than accepting responsibility. They might say like, oh, you know, Pal 3 completely abandoned me when they got in this new relationship. And that isn't remotely accurate. Like they've omitted a substantial amount of the relevant information there. Everything feels calculated with this person. Whatever they post or share has been carefully planned and thought and overthought, but they hate that you've seen through their strategy and discovered their lies. They believe that they were being exceptionally clever. This is probably somebody who thinks they are far more intelligent than everybody else. They regard their ability to lie and fool people as some strange kind of flex, but they just cannot fool you, and that makes them furious. To preserve their self-image, they tell themselves, Pal 3 is just selfish, they don't care about me, they never cared about me. They kind of avoid accountability even within the privacy of their own mind. They hate that you're prioritizing yourself. You have become quieter, you've drifted away, or you've started holding certain information closer to your chest. They can no longer get immediate access to your life. Now, maybe they have to ask mutual acquaintances about you, like if they want to know anything. They can't spy on you as easily because you've stopped posting or you've made your profile private. They could perceive you as strategic or sneaky, like you are the one slinking away from them. And maybe you are Pal 3, but obviously it's for a good reason. But I can imagine them like not letting you go that easily. They might sort of crawl out of the woodwork and be like, oh, hi stranger, like I feel like I never see you anymore. They know the distance is deliberate on your part and they resent it. Even if they're being calm on the surface, there could be like a passive aggressiveness to it. You maybe aren't openly arguing with them, you've just sort of collected yourself and maintained your distance. But yeah, they can definitely sense that something has changed and they might accuse you of being sly, like trying to crawl out of their grasp. But that change occurred because you recognized some kind of deception. For some of you, I think you saw it like there was absolutely just no point in really confronting this person because they just cannot accept accountability. You may have decided that addressing the behaviour directly wouldn't improve anything, so you chose to distance instead. But they hate that their lies have unravelled and their hidden motives have been exposed. It's like you discovered that they were being cunning or twisting the truth or spreading rumours. There's a sense that they believe that you're rebelling against them. I know that sounds weird, but it's almost as though they treat you as though like you're their teenage child just going through a rebellious phase. They're kind of looking at you in this patronising way, like, oh, Pal 3 doesn't know what's best for them. They'll come running back when they need me, but you've proven you don't need them. And that's when they've started to panic, and that's what they truly hate because they crave more from you. They don't want this separation. Beneath everything, they're thinking, we don't spend time together anymore, like we used to have so much fun. And they feel that way because right now they're hollow and unsatisfied, you know, even if they appear to be having fun. And I'm seeing an image of somebody sitting at a laptop and carefully curating images that suggest that their life is amazing. But in reality, they're at home in their pajamas, binging on pizza and ice cream whilst desperately waiting for your reaction. Like, they're only doing it for your benefit. Obviously, that's just an example, but it kind of captures the energy. Like, everything is for show. It's very disingenuous. None of it feels real. They haven't experienced genuine enjoyment in a long time. This person could even be overindulging, like binge eating or binge drinking. Perhaps, you know, they're on this constant chase of dopamine to outrun their feelings and to try and pass the time, because they don't feel satisfied until they have a project, meaning somebody they can fix or somebody they can criticize or compare themselves against. You've removed their access to that dynamic and they hate it. They might even be bending the truth when it comes to their own memories. It's like they replay your shared experiences in their head. And they're saying to themselves, like, I don't understand, like, Pal 3 and I used to have so much fun together, but they've altered the memory. Like, the moments that they describe as enjoyable were occasions where they were putting you down and maybe making you feel awful, but they felt amazing. So in their mind, it became, we had a great time, when maybe it was just them having a good time. They omit everything that doesn't support their preferred narrative, though. This person may have recently won something or achieved a particular goal, and they expected it to feel amazing when they achieve that, but it doesn't feel good. It still feels empty. Maybe the desire for that achievement originally came from competing with you, but since they no longer have you to compete with, the victory just doesn't really satisfy them. They dread the possibility that you are genuinely okay and maybe doing better without them. I think this situation is giving them insomnia, Pal 3, I'm not going to lie, and there could be multiple reasons for that. For some of you, it's like they're obsessing over every possible explanation for losing access to you, and they're replaying the events that might have caused the separation, and they dread, you know, this reality that you've discovered their lies. They might also fear that other people will eventually uncover the truth. They are the type of person where they're imagining entire conversations and they're trying to picture every possible way these discussions might unfold. I feel like they are rehearsing what they would say if someone were to confront them or place them on the spot. And I feel like rather than using that anxiety and dread as like an invitation to reflect honestly, it's like they're inventing additional excuses and lies to help them escape if this exposure ever occurs. Like, they are thinking, oh, if somebody confronted me about this, I would just say this. And they're like inventing an excuse. They are lying awake at night playing out complete conversations that haven't even happened. The truth of their behaviour does haunt them when they try to sleep. It feels like intrusive thoughts creep in about what they've said and what they've fabricated or the ways they've behaved deceptively. But I feel like, because they can't take full accountability, they kind of suppress those thoughts and shut them down because they don't want to fully confront what that might mean. It feels like during the day they keep themselves busy and they push everything towards the back of their mind, but when the world becomes more quiet at night, those thoughts slip through and they really struggle not to obsess. They could even dream about being confronted for their lies or their underhanded behaviour. They might wake up in a cold sweat. They continually imagine the worst case scenario, but the fear still doesn't inspire genuine change. It just motivates them to prepare more fabrications so they won't be exposed. They may be obsessing also over how to reconnect with you, like maybe they're sort of strategizing about how they could casually bring you up or manufacture an encounter or sneak back into your life, like how that would happen. But ultimately, Pal 3, this person is hating because you saw through them. You reclaimed your discernment, your autonomy, your power. They wanted you to believe that you were just confused and you were incapable of making good decisions without their guidance. You depended on them. But the truth is here that you were never the one who lacked discernment. You noticed precisely what they were doing and you removed yourself from that dynamic accordingly, and you began flourishing without them. And they hate that you're in your Empress energy now. Your life force is returning and you're allowing yourself to receive, and you're creating this life that doesn't revolve around their criticism or approval. They wanted proximity to your light, but they were trying to convince you that it didn't exist whilst still trying to bask in it. And now you can see it for yourself, and you know they can no longer control how brightly you shine, and they hate it. So that is what I'm getting for your reading today, Pal 3, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope you know who this is. I hope this resonated for you, even just in a tiny way. If it did resonate for you in any way, please do me a massive favour. Please like the video if you get a chance. Please comment. Let me know what resonated. You are welcome to share absolutely anything about who this person is if you know, or you know which little things resonated. That would really mean a lot to me. But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, you know, you could just Let me know which pile you picked, or leave an emoji. Any engagement helps a tiny channel like mine. That is the very best way to support me. Other things you could do to help support a small channel like mine are to hype, share, subscribe, whatever you want to do or feel capable of doing. But if you don't get a chance to do any of those things, I just want to thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for listening to the reading. Thank you for taking time out of your day to be here with me. I just really appreciate it. With that said, I'm sending you so much love. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one, pile 3. Hi Pile 4 Collective, if you chose the Real Talk Tarot and you chose the potion bottle sticker and you chose Pile 4, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Why Your Haters Think They Hate You versus the Truth. If you would like a breakdown of everything this reading will entail alongside my usual disclaimers, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from today's reading. But if you're ready to just get straight in and get started, let's do that and have a look at the cards we pulled for you. Over here we have the first 4 cards, which will represent the energy check. Then we have the latter 4 cards over here, which will represent the truth of the situation. And we have the midpoint energy right here, and this will be an astrological sign. This does not have to be your sign or this person's sign. It's just an energy that is representative of the similarities and differences that you guys might share, the light and shadow attributes of a certain energy, whichever energy shows up. But yeah, let's have a look. So we have got the Queen of Wands reversed. We've got the 5 of Pentacles. We've got the Sun. And we've got the 6 of Cups. Very interesting. And for the truth, we have got the King of Swords. We've got the Knight of Swords. We've got the 3 of Swords. And we've got the 2 of Swords reversed. Right, okay, all the swords. Lots of air energy here. Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. And for your midpoint energy, we have Scorpio, so water energy as well. So listen up in case any of these things are relevant to you guys, anything showing up on the cards. But we have intuitive, loyal, protective, jealous, abrasive, secretive, October 23rd to November 21st, I think, are the dates. I don't have my glasses on. I don't know where I've put them. And the writing on this card is very small, so I'm sorry if I get anything wrong. But element is water, ruling planet is Mars. Major Arcana card is Death, stones, topaz, and citrine. Colours are red and black. I am squinting to see these. Lucky numbers 1, 2, and 9. Flowers are geranium and honeysuckle. Okay, that was not good for my eyes. I hope you appreciated that, Pile 4. I have no idea where my glasses are. Not good. But anyway, so Scorpio, 8th house, water sign. So Cancer or Pisces or Pluto or Mars energy could be relevant to you or this person, although that doesn't have to apply for this to be your pile. But for most of you, I do definitely think, I want to say that this is somebody with whom you share some kind of personal or intimate history. I'll say that right off the bat, okay, because we have the 6 of Cups here. For most of you, right, I'll get into like the other example where this might not apply, but I think that is going to be the case for the majority of you. So this could be an ex-partner, an ex-best friend, a frenemy, somebody from an old friendship group, a former colleague, a school or childhood friend, or even a relative, like a sibling or cousin. It feels like somebody who grew up with you or has known you for a long time, or at least knew you when you were younger. That is the most likely scenario for the majority of you who chose this pile. However, if that doesn't apply and you still feel like this pile is going to be for you, the alternative is that this person feels as though they know you because you strongly remind them of somebody else. So maybe there's something about your appearance, your energy, the way you carry yourself that reminds them of a person they dislike. And it's like every time they encounter you, it's almost as though they're transported back to a situation from their past that they haven't fully resolved. Like you might be triggering something within them, but sort of like rather than them examining that reaction internally, they project it outwards and they direct their hatred towards you instead. Either way though, I think much of this person's resentment stems from a past experience they haven't fully processed. With Scorpio energy, and there is zero hate towards Scorpios because I am one, but we're looking at both the light and shadow expressions of the energy today. Within the shadow, there can be emotional bitterness. There can be elements of like holding very tightly to the past, or, you know, struggling to release grudges or step into that phoenix energy. So as one example, if perhaps this was a childhood friend with whom you had like one major argument with and the friendship ended, it's like years later they still haven't quite let that argument go, and they continue stalking your social media without ever even speaking to you, and they can't bring themselves to feel happy when something good happens in your life because they're thinking of the one time that you pissed them off in that argument. Even if it's the instance where you don't know this person that well, it could be this is someone who like used to date your current partner. Like your partner, for example, was their childhood sweetheart and your partner dumped them. But now, like, it's been 20 years or something and you're married to this person, but they still can't let it go. Like, they still are like, oh, but this person is mine, like, and they're stalking the person they're with or something like that, like something really petty, a grudge that should have been gotten over years ago. This individual has, like in that example, they've just never accepted that that relationship ended, so they fixate on you, or they behave as if you stole their partner, even though you barely know who they are. Obviously, that's a very deliberately exaggerated example, but it captures the energy of this hater. They could also hate, like, seeing you remain close to people that they no longer have access to, if that applies. You know, maybe if this was the one toxic friend who was removed from a friendship group after doing something harmful, they hate it if they see that you are still friends with everybody else because the rest of the group gets along perfectly well when this person is removed from the equation. And this person would resent that everybody in that group remained together and that they were unable to manipulate people or destroy those bonds. So if they see you post a picture on social media of you hanging out with this group, they feel a lot of bitterness. But yeah, for many of you, I do feel there was once an intense closeness between you and this person. There could have been a period when you felt as though you did know each other extremely well. There may have been shared trauma, or, you know, maybe even some kind of a trauma bond that made the connection feel unusually deep or intense. Although it could have become quite dark at times, I think that you recognize that this person possesses, or when you knew them, they did possess some very heavy or dark energy. If this was an old friend or a relative, you might have chosen to sort of give them the benefit of the doubt for a long time because maybe you and this person went through like similar things in your childhood, as one example. Or maybe you were one of the few people who understood how difficult life had been for them. Like maybe you sort of told yourself, you know, this person has flaws, but they're my family, or they've been through a lot, so I need to be patient with them. But eventually you might have reached a point where you simply had to distance yourself. For some reason, I'm hearing BPD. I'm also hearing quiet BPD, and I'm hearing CPTSD. Oh, okay. I want to be extremely careful with that because let's be clear, I'm not attempting to diagnose anybody. That's not what I'm here to do. Nor do I want to stigmatize any condition, mental health condition or otherwise. And I do just want to say I'm not a clinician, I'm not a medical professional. Everything I know about things like BPD or PTSD comes from anecdotal experiences involving people in my life and just information that is publicly available online. This is not medical or psychological advice. It may simply be an additional confirmation if this person has some kind of diagnosis that you're aware of, or maybe they've recently started exploring their mental health with a professional. But with conditions involving severe trauma, you know, there can often be, as far as I've found anyway, you know, internalized pain, suppressed rage, or just these intense fears surrounding rejection and surrounding abandonment. And I have read specifically that with quiet BPD, I believe much of that distress can be directed inwards rather than externalized. However, if this person struggles with anything like that, or if you do, if either of you do, whatever, there could have been a point where this person externalized their pain towards you because you and them were so close. Like it almost felt, they almost treated you as though you were like an extension of themselves. It's really difficult to explain, but this individual, I don't get the impression that they appear like overtly arrogant or egotistical to the outside world, but they are in fact operating from an ego-driven place. But they do express it in like this quieter and more withdrawn or shy way at times. There is some overlap between this person and the pile 3 hater, is something that I want to say. Both this hater and the hater in pile 3 wanted proximity to you while secretly harboring jealousy or behaving kind of like a frenemy. However, this individual is more subtle than the person we described in pile 3, because this person has an enormous fear of being seen and they do project that onto you. And I feel like that's a theme that has come up in different piles today. But whereas like the pile 3 hater would shame somebody publicly, we gave an example of pile 3 hater trying to involve an audience, like being like, oh my god, did you see what pile 3 just did? That was so embarrassing. This person is kind of like that, but they're more private with it. Like, they may not let everybody else know they're shaming you, but they'll certainly ensure that you know, and they'll try and get you to feel bad about it, and they'll make it clear they aren't happy. But instead of announcing it to the room, they could quietly say to you, like, oh my god, can you not do that? You're embarrassing me. This person could experience secondhand embarrassment over things that just don't justify such a dramatic reaction. You can simply be existing and they will make you feel bad about it. Like, oh, can you stop embarrassing me? Your presence makes them feel insecure, so they create the impression that you're doing something wrong just for being yourself. And the things that bother them aren't even a big deal. Like, maybe, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, maybe your food arrives incorrectly at a restaurant and you could be completely polite, but you ask for the mistake to be corrected. You're like, oh, this is wrong, please could you remake this or whatever. And this person will say like, do you really have to do that? Like, why couldn't you just eat it? Everyone's looking at us now, or something like that. This is somebody who describes absolutely everything as cringe. They might use that a lot. They might sort of say to you, you know, I'm embarrassed to be seen in public with you. Like, stop drawing attention to yourself. Do you always have to do that? And that they're referring to could be something as basic as you wearing an outfit that you love, or you advocating for yourself, or speaking openly about something that matters to you, or you just finding something funny and laughing in a way that they perceive as too loud. They continually want you to become quieter and to dim yourself. They experience secondhand embarrassment around people who shine, but they also are craving access to that light. Yeah, they have an enormous fear of being perceived, and they attempt to turn that into your problem. And for the record, I just want to say here, like, nobody is evil merely because they fear being seen. I think many of us experience or have previously experienced that fear, and it doesn't automatically transform us into haters. We're not all haters because we have that fear. But the issue is that this person, instead of working through that fear, they project it onto other people, and that's not fair, it's not acceptable. It's like they accuse you of doing too much when you're just enjoying yourself or having banter or behaving naturally and authentically. I really don't think this person knows how to let loose and just have a laugh. It's like they're perpetually on guard and they can't really allow themselves to become silly or to join in. So they think they hate you because they're saying you're insecure, or you're attention seeking, or you're too loud, or you're trying too hard, or you're behaving like a diva. They might accuse you of being performative. This could concern absolutely anything. It really could. Like, maybe as just one example, if you're someone who enjoys experimenting with makeup or making bold fashion choices, the truth is that they are jealous because you look incredible, you look hot, but they attempt to shame you for it. You know, they might say like, oh, you're being performative, you're catering to the male gaze, or, you know, you claim to be a feminist, but you wear makeup, like, you're very male-centered or something, or you're trying to get attention. Meanwhile, you know, you might simply enjoy makeup as a form of self-expression. That exact example won't apply to everybody, but I think it demonstrates the projection. And what's funny is they accuse other people of being performative, but in reality, they are actually the performative ones, because everything they do, or should I say more like everything they refuse to do, is determined by this one question. And the question is, what will everybody else think of me if I do that? So they are performing just as much as they accuse you of performing, except their performance is based on suppressing themselves and trying to get societal approval. They definitely hate on other people noticing you, especially when you guys receive attention or compliments. When someone compliments you, they behave as though you like demanded that compliment. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know, if you look good, and somebody compliments your outfit, they're like, well, I guess you got the attention you were asking for, or something like that. Again, they're accusing you of being too extra, when the truth is you just look good and somebody wanted to compliment you. Like, it's not that deep. If you went out with this person, if you invited them to the club and you tried to get them onto the dance floor, they might refuse, even though dancing is one of the only reasons that the club is bearable, is like going out with your friends and dancing. But they believe dancing at the club is cringe because they're just so preoccupied with how strangers might perceive them that they cannot allow themselves to enjoy things. If this is an ex, they may have been very possessive and jealous. Like, they wanted you all to themselves, so they didn't want anybody else to notice you. They presented their insecurity as though you were doing something wrong, but deep down it's because they felt you were too good for them and they feared that you would eventually find somebody better. Even if this was just a friend, there's a similar kind of jealousy. It's like the moment somebody were to compliment you, or like you begin talking to another person, or you just start having fun without centering this person completely, it's like their mood would shift, it would flip. They would become passive aggressive and they'd be like, can we go now? Can we go now? Like, because they weren't getting the attention. Every time you started to enjoy yourself, they would find a way to ruin it. They would withdraw, they'd sulk, they'd give you the silent treatment, they'd play the victim. This is definitely someone who latches on or clings to people. That may have been one reason you eventually created distance. Maybe the connection became overwhelming or very toxic and possessive. Like, I can imagine you inviting them to spend time with a group of other friends, or like you might bring them as your +1 to a party because you were just trying to include them and get them speaking to some other people, like introduce them to your friends so you can all have fun together. But if you were to speak to somebody else for 5 minutes, or you were to share like an inside joke with another friend, you would notice this person would become like very quiet and moody. And they might announce like, oh, I'm going home. And when you ask them what's wrong, they might be like, well, I can see that you prefer speaking to your other friends, or, you know, you completely ditched me, or you abandoned me, you clearly don't care about me. They might even accuse you of wanting to sleep with somebody else at the party. Like, if this was your ex-partner, they could have been like, oh, I'll just step aside so you can get into that person's pants. You're obviously flirting with them, you're throwing yourselves at them, or something like that when you weren't. And I'm not talking about like situations where somebody has genuinely been abandoned at an event. Like, I'm sure many of us have attended something with a friend and we have felt slightly excluded or a little bit quieter than usual because that friend became absorbed in their partner or another friendship group or something like that, and we kind of have to sit on the sidelines. I know that isn't a nice feeling to be sort of left out, but this feels entirely different. It's like this person's response is dramatically disproportionate to what has actually occurred. Like, you could be trying to include them and you just talk to somebody else for like a minute and they're flipping out about it or something, or they're just overreacting or exaggerating what's happened. They could also be the kind of person to criticize everybody you spend time with. If you mention hanging out with like another friend or someone else, they pull a face and they'll be like, oh, I don't like them, that person gives me bad vibes, without any genuine reason. They essentially resent that anybody else receives your attention. They think they hate you because they believe that you're performative or you do things for clout, is what they're saying. Like, if you post about something important to you, they would respond quite snarkily to that. They would think like, oh, you don't genuinely care about that, it's all an act. If you're passionate about something, they hate both your passion and the subject of your passion. They call it embarrassing. They say it's cringe or over the top whenever you discuss it. They attempt to shut you down because the truth is they feel apathetic, right, within their own life. They struggle to access joy. And unfortunately, instead of confronting their emptiness, they try to make everybody else around them miserable too. They cannot tap into their passion, their personal power, their source energy. They don't know how to claim their own space. They don't know how to take up space, so they attempt to diminish yours. I actually wouldn't be surprised if this person behaved very sneakily online. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the kind of person to have burner accounts or catfish profiles or just weird accounts with no followers and without a profile picture. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a monitoring spirit, right? They use those accounts to try and monitor your social media. And they may, for some of you, not all of you, it depends, but they may also use these accounts to leave incredibly personal remarks. If you have an online presence, you may be accustomed to receiving occasional troll comments, right? However, the way that you would know if it's this person is because some of the comments from this person may feel a little bit too personal to be just any other troll. They may feel very bitter or specifically hate-fueled, like too hate-fueled to have come from a complete stranger, right? They may even send horrible direct messages that leave you thinking, like, seriously, is this person stalking me? Like, they are obsessed with me. And this person could be obsessed with you. Like, it's kind of fan behaviour, I'm not gonna lie. Showing up in the very wrong way, though, but this person could be obsessed with your vitality and your vibrancy. If you look particularly good, they could make malicious comments about that, like, oh, it's only because they've had work done. Or, you know, if you are lively and you're full of energy, they might accuse you of acting like you're on drugs. They could say like, oh, you have such crack addict energy or something like that. But they're not saying it as a joke. They're saying it to be mean. Or they could, you know, say something really snarky like, oh, it looks like Pal 4 took too much Adderall today or something. Like, they're just trying to make you feel bad for being excited, essentially. And it's because they don't possess that same joy. They feel dead inside, so your vitality bothers them. This person also gives me the vibe of somebody who never outgrew their like teenage emo phase. This person gives me, they kind of give me like not like the other girls energy. They may be fake deep and they continually announce like, oh, everybody else is so basic. Like, they would criticize anybody who finds joy in something mainstream. They could use that word, mainstream. That's too mainstream, because they must always separate themselves from everybody else. But I think it comes from, truthfully, them actually not knowing who they are. The only way they know who they are is by saying what they don't like. They'll be like, I don't like this. This is too mainstream. I'm not like everybody else. But they don't know who they actually are. They just know they're not like other people, and they just use that to feel better. Like, somebody secure within their own identity doesn't need to deliver a 15-minute speech about how they've never watched Love Island. Like, I'm sorry, they just don't. Like, people don't care, right? Like, if you have things going for you, you don't care about that stuff. This person says, like, I don't care about superficial things, but they very much do. They criticize people for incredibly superficial reasons, and they care too much about what everybody thinks. They definitely hate your natural charm, your magnetism, your talent, your confidence, your charisma, your Queen of Wands energy. Similarly to Pal 3, part of this person does want you on their arm, because I think they enjoy basking in the glory of being in your orbit of light, but only on their terms. Like, if this was an ex, for example, perhaps their ego received a boost from having a baddie on their arm. They loved how attractive you were until somebody else noticed, and then they wanted to hide you. They could have tried to control your clothing, or they accused you of deliberately seeking outside attention. It's like they wanted a hot girlfriend or a hot boyfriend or partner, but they couldn't tolerate anybody else recognizing your hotness because they were insecure. So if anybody else noticed you, they would blame you or say like, oh, Pal 4 is for the streets and things like that, just because you look good, which isn't your fault. They're mad that they couldn't keep you. If this is a friend, they wanted you beside them because of those beautiful qualities that you possess. They loved having such a cool person as their friend, but at the same time, they would shame you whenever you actually showcased the things that made you special. They stepped in whenever you began receiving attention. And I don't like using this as an example, because I will say 99% of times, like, if you're a woman going out with your friends and somebody approaches you and they start bothering you, I will say that, yeah, 9 out of 10 times, most of us want our friends to intervene. As women, we want our friends to help us get rid of somebody creepy, but that isn't the kind of situation I'm describing here. I'm thinking of an example of like you just bumping into an old friend and you start talking, and you know, this person interprets that harmless conversation as a slight against them, and they're sort of rude and dismissive towards the other person, and they're like, come on, let's go, Pal 4. And you feel obligated to end the conversation early to prevent this person from sulking, because you kind of have to like step on eggshells around them so they don't get in a mood. And afterwards they could say to you, oh my god, that person was such a creep. Like, they have a very pessimistic view of other people. And then they also complain like, oh, Pal 4 always abandons me to talk to other people just because they don't have you all to themselves. It's like they try and play the victim when the real issue is jealousy. They may not possess the same natural riz or conversational skills that make your company enjoyable to others. It's like whenever they experience a perceived slight, they enter victim mode and they mention it repeatedly. And whereas the PAL 3 hater struggled with any kind of vulnerability, it's like this person weaponizes vulnerability as a shield or as a method of control. And they may hate you because you no longer allow yourself to be controlled in that way. Like if, for example, you empathize with this person previously because of their trauma, like maybe you forgave behaviours you wouldn't have necessarily accepted from somebody else who hadn't been through the same thing. If previously you told yourself, you know, I need to be patient with this person because of everything they've been through, it's like over time that person started to take advantage of those free passes and their trauma became an excuse for harmful behaviour or an instrument they used to control you. Like if you raised a concern, they would start crying or manipulating the conversation. They might try and shut it down by saying, oh, but you know that I have trauma, or they would just go into victim mode, like, oh, I suppose I'm just a burden then, or, you know, I guess I can never do anything right. Rather than engaging with the issue at hand, they would hold a pity party that forces you to comfort them when they should have been comforting you. And I think I did get this in one of the other pals, but I'm getting another message about like they might weaponize psychological language. Like perhaps they, as just one example, they accuse you of flirting with somebody and you respond because you know your reality and you're like, that's literally not true. Like I just said hello to this person and that was it. And they would turn around and say to you like, you're gaslighting me. But in reality, they're gaslighting themselves through these paranoid scenarios that they've created because they feel like they can't trust anybody and they expect betrayal. They may also weaponize the concept of boundaries. You know, boundaries should help us ideally live in greater alignment with our values, but boundaries shouldn't be used to control other people. There is a significant difference, I think, between saying like, oh, like, I need a relationship in which my partner checks in consistently when they're out. There's a difference between that and saying like, my partner isn't allowed to go out because that's my boundary. The first thing expresses a need that two people can mutually discuss, and the second attempts to dictate somebody else's behaviour. And this person, it seemed like they tried to do the latter, and they thought that you should just accept it because, you know, they have trauma, they need you to do this for them. Yeah, this person resents your natural glow and your attitude towards life. It's like you haven't allowed difficult experiences to drain your life force permanently. And that doesn't mean you haven't endured darkness. It means you didn't allow it to keep you down and out forever. Like you bounced back from the things that have held you back. And they kind of resent that and they might accuse you of like toxic positivity, or they think that everything must have been easy for you. And I'm hearing somebody say, oh, well, that's easy for you to say. That's easy for you to say. This could be somebody who launches into like the oppression Olympics. Like they will tell themselves, well, PAL 4 can say that because they don't have trauma like me, whereas I've experienced more trauma than anybody in the world. Nobody understands me. Nobody has been through what I have. Whereas they perceive you as like the opposite of that, like somebody skipping around saying, you know, everything is wonderful in my world from a place of naivety. But that isn't you. Like that's what they think. That's why they think they hate you. But you don't ignore suffering, nor have you been spared from suffering, PAL 4. You're simply just somebody who doesn't allow a victim complex to consume your entire identity, I think is the thing. But they could make assumptions, maybe based on how good you look or how good you carry things, and how full of life that you appear. Maybe they make assumptions that, you know, the trauma for you never existed. Meanwhile, this person, they feel as though all the life has been drained out of them. However, I do feel, and obviously if anyone goes through trauma, you know, it's nobody's fault what happens to them. But I do think this person repeatedly sort of punishes themselves by continually dwelling and wallowing without actually processing their experiences. It's like they obsess over their past and they drain their own life force in the process. I feel like anything that brings you some amount of joy, this person takes it as a personal slight. You might upload a completely harmless picture from, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example, like let's say you do a dance class, like just anything that you enjoy. And you post the picture and the caption is like, oh, dancing brings me so much joy, or something like that, whatever. They would respond through a burner account or they'd complain about you to other people, saying like, I can't believe Pal 4 is posting about dancing when there are children starving. Like, Pal 4 is so out of touch, or something like that. Now, I'm trying to approach this carefully because don't get me wrong, like, is it important to stay informed? Yes. Is it important to help where we can and acknowledge our privilege if we have privilege? Yes, absolutely. Have celebrities and people with big platforms online sometimes made unbelievably out of touch comments, especially amid like global crises and tragedies? Of course, we've seen that happen. But the thing is, this person doesn't genuinely care about hungry children. They have never donated to a hungry child in their life. They probably haven't donated to a charitable cause in their life. I think if a starving child approached this person, they would probably kick it. Or they would probably say to the child that they have it worse, you know? Like, the child would end up leaving, being like, you know what, like, being fed isn't worth listening to this person, because this person would drain what little life they had left out of the child, you know? They don't care. They just don't want anybody to experience one joyful minute, and they hate seeing people having fun. They hate seeing you having fun. There's also something, I think I said it like with the teenage emo phase thing, but there's something very adolescent about this person. You know, it's like they're still playing the role of this edgy teenager who believes they're like fundamentally different from everybody else. They're emotionally stunted and stuck within the past though. And ironically, they think they hate you because they think that you're childish. They say, you know, oh, Pal 4 gets everything they want and they find joy in these silly things. They're like a child. They aren't informed and deep like me, but they're the ones still sort of trapped within their edgelord era. If you celebrate a conventional milestone, they might say, oh, I suppose you're just like everybody else. Like, oh, you're just another basic person following the status quo. You're just another sheep or something like that. Like, they think they're really woke and profound. Yeah, like, oh, but your self-expression, that makes them cringe because they carry such a profound fear of rejection. Whereas you express yourself freely without filtering every aspect of your personality to keep people comfortable. It's like they don't really allow people to grow and to change. And one random example that's popping into my head, it doesn't have to be this one for you, but I can imagine this person being very bitter if they see that you've got married, as just one example. Because maybe 20 years ago, you said like, oh, I don't ever want to get married, I don't want to settle down. And it's like they're still holding on to that ancient conversation and saying like, oh, so now you're just settling down and getting married like everybody else. They call you fake because you once said you didn't want something that you now desire, or you've changed your mind about something. And they hate that you've moved forward and changed, you've evolved, whereas they haven't grown. So seeing you enter a new chapter burns them tremendously. And it doesn't have to be getting married. With that example, I'm not saying that somebody who said they don't want to get married and they grow up and they still don't want to get married, I'm not saying that that person isn't evolving, but I'm just saying that you changing your mind about something and having different views doesn't make you fake either. Like, sometimes we change with some things, sometimes we stay the same. Like, you've done the type of growing that's good for you, like where you're at now, and they don't like that. If you share a particularly happy period of your life, they pick it apart, and I feel like there's something where you are like illuminated right now, Pal 4. You might be in the spotlight. You could be receiving a lot of compliments or having people wishing you well, and this person, it feels like they're sort of snarking from the sidelines out of pure jealousy. Returning to that marriage example, maybe this is you like uploading your wedding photos on social media and everybody comments and they're like, oh my god, you look beautiful, Pal 4, and like, I'm so glad you're happy, Pal 4, you deserve it. And this person is seething as they read those comments. They're thinking to themselves, no, they don't deserve it. They may, this is the kind of person who would screenshot your wedding pictures and send them to their little cronies if they have any, and they might zoom in and make really cruel comments. They might be like, oh, their shoes don't even match their dress. They just make things up. They could also say something that's deeply spiteful and personal in a very hurtful way. Like, if this person is out of your life, maybe if we use that example of like the wedding thing, bear in mind, this is just a completely random example. I'm just trying to explain what kind of person they are, like how horrible they can be. But maybe they've never met your spouse, but they will be like, oh, Pal 4's husband gives me the ick. Or if they know sensitive information about you, they might use it to try and contaminate your happy experience. For example, and this is like an intentionally extreme example, trigger warning for domestic abuse, but like if they know that in the past you experienced ABUSE within your childhood home, for example, they could say something absolutely disgusting to try and bring down your happy moment. Like they're saying, oh, Pal 4's husband gives me wife beater vibes. Like, I guess she's just marrying her dad. Like, oh, just something horrible. Like they have no legitimate reason to say that. Because they don't even know your partner. They're simply using psychological warfare and whatever perceived dirt they have to sort of try and hit you where it hurts. It doesn't always have to be that serious though. Like this could be something as simple as you maybe like participating in a harmless social media trend. I'm trying to think of one that's like popular at the moment, and like as long as a social media trend isn't bothering anyone else, I really don't care. Like if it doesn't interest me, I just scroll past. But sometimes I just think it's a bit of harmless fun. And one thing I'm seeing, and actually it's interesting that this is popping into my head, but I'm thinking of the kinda chic trend. Because a lot of people are doing the kinda chic trend, and I've seen like a lot of people posting like calling out people who are doing the kinda chic trend, and the posts about how the kinda chic trend is annoying those posts are becoming more annoying than the kinda chic trend itself. Like, I don't know, like this person, if you do that, if you post like, oh, kinda chic to blah, 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 this person could do a story saying, oh my god, all the basic bitches doing the kinda chic trend are so annoying. Like they claim they hate you because you're basic, but they know that isn't true. They know you're not basic though, because a major reason they actually hate you is that you stand out. Like you aren't frightened of occasionally liking something that's perceived as basic, Pal 4, because you know who you are. Like enjoying a popular trend doesn't make your entire personality basic. But they sort of define themselves off like being different to other people, so much deeper than everybody else. If you put yourself out there, they will say like, oh my god, who you seen Pal 4 doing XYZ? It's so cringe. They claim your authentic personality has become annoying. And the truth is, it's because they are terrified of being authentic themselves and they are so bitter about your success. I'm also hearing somebody saying like, oh, I knew you when you were broke, or I knew you before you were a somebody, or before you were popular, or this or that. They recognise that you've experienced a significant glow up or a come up. They think they hate you because you've changed and become, I'm hearing too big for your boots. They're saying like, oh, you think you're a somebody now? And then they sort of retreat into this victimhood. They're like, oh, you abandoned me, or, you know, you abandoned your old city, you forgot where you came from. They accuse you of showing off, and they're saying like, oh, it's all right for some people. But beneath that bitterness, they're actually angry about their own choices. They feel isolated or excluded. They cannot get a look in, but they're obsessively attempting to peer through the window and monitor your life. This person could behave very much like they are giving Joe from You vibes, they're giving stalker vibes. Maybe they have like a dedicated time each day when they check what you're doing, like they hyperfixate on every new development in your life and they report back to other people and analyze you like a detective using a fine-tooth comb. They are searching for discrepancies in your story or opportunities to catch you out. They hate feeling shut out though, is something they're saying. This person could be struggling financially or materially, and therefore they're finding it very difficult to celebrate anybody else's success. They might tell people that you rejected or excluded or pushed them out without, sort of reflecting on the behaviour that maybe led to that outcome. They may say that you broke their heart. Like they're saying, oh, I genuinely cared about Pal 4, but they did this, they left me. They hate you as though you committed some unforgivable act and ruined their entire life. Yet if somebody were to point out like, oh my god, like you really despise Pal 4, what did they actually do? The answer could just be that you distance yourself. That could be it. It could be something as small as that you didn't engage with them anymore, but it's like you committed some atrocity in their mind. They can't release whatever has occurred, even if it's been years. It's like they repeatedly replay the same story and tell the same version of events to everybody they meet. They very much remain attached to an old version of you. In their mind, you abandoned your authentic self to pursue success or to fit in with everybody else. But actually, you're more yourself than ever. It's just that you've reached a place where you can now express that self fully. But it's like they're insisting, oh, this isn't the real powerful, like, I knew them before they became like this, or this isn't the real them, or oh, they're just like everybody else now, they're just like one of those people now. They frame your growth as something negative and suggest that you've forgotten your roots. It's like they're trapped within this idea of nostalgia or an obsolete childhood dream or a connection that no longer exists in the same form. They hate that you grew up while they remained as this Peter Pan type figure. They hate that you evolved and transformed while they remained stuck in the same place. But ironically, they may be the type to continually tell you you need to grow up when they're the one behaving childishly. It's like they play innocent, but there is tremendous bitterness that exists beneath the surface. Yeah, you guys may have shared this profoundly intense bond, but eventually it became just too much to sustain or to deal with. They resent your power, your phoenix energy, and your ability to rebuild yourself as somebody brand new. It's that scorpionic 8th house power. This person believes everybody is out to get them. I do get the sense that there was genuine affection here at some point, but it curdled into hatred and bitterness. So either, you know, for most of you, I think this is somebody who knew you personally and in some way you and them were like intimate, whether it's a friendship or a relationship romantically, or like they could have started off as a fan, but now they're a hater. But yeah, they still tell themselves, oh, but I loved powerful, I used to love them. And they insist that you somehow treated them terribly, but a lot of it is projection. But what is unmistakable is their resentment towards the life you lead right now. Part of them would love to be able to destroy your self-worth so they could kind of drag you back down to their level, but they can't do that and they're so mad about it. But yeah, with all these swords showing up, you know, air energy could be significant here, or something about intellect, communication, logic. The truth is that they hate how clearly you see the situation. Like, you are viewing it through logic, through truth, and through absolute clarity, so they can no longer manipulate you through words. They remain trapped within emotional loops while you appear cool and calm and detached. You aren't behaving as chaotically or as emotionally as they are, and they hate it. It feels like you guys have established these firm and unyielding boundaries, like you aren't playing petty mind games or holding onto grudges. You are just living your life and you're remaining consistent with your decision, and they hate that you see them exactly as they are. It's kind of made them glitch a little bit, is what I want to say. They accuse you of being cold or heartless or uncaring or very ruthless, because the truth is this reaction from you was unexpected. And I want to be really, really clear here, powerful. You aren't any of those things. They are twisting your boundaries to support their preferred narrative. If you had to like cut them off or something, they are saying like you are being ruthless, you are being cold-hearted, and maybe previously those accusations would have guilt-tripped you successfully and persuaded you to give them another chance. But this person is no longer receiving unlimited opportunities to talk to you or regain access. Like, ultimately, you have made a decision here that is most logical for your well-being, and they're trying to get you to consider the history, the shared history, the nostalgia, or, you know, everything that they've endured. They may believe their trauma should grant them endless free passes, and they're struggling to reconcile who you used to be with this decisive person standing before them now, because you've become a lot more discerning and firm. They assumed they could always persuade you to come round, like forgive them, let them back in eventually. And this isn't happening this time. And that's why they keep saying, you've changed, and you have changed. But they only resent the change because it no longer benefits them. If you have to communicate with this individual, they hate that your conversations are no longer intimate. You may be very cool and professional, almost clinical when interacting with this person. Like, let's just stick to the facts here. Let's not get emotion involved. You are using your head instead of allowing the emotional history to control or influence your decisions. This person believed that they could regain your favor through words because maybe they've done that before. That's what they've relied on. But it feels like tangible evidence means far more to you lately than empty promises. So if their actions have never supported what they claim, you are accepting the evidence and you are acting accordingly based on that, and they hate that they can't convince you otherwise. This person probably thought that they were clever enough to outsmart or persuade anybody, and now they're discovering that that isn't true with you. There is also something about you behaving fairly or ethically or morally and them resenting you for that. This person is the kind of person who I can imagine would stoop exceptionally low to achieve what they want. They could lack integrity, although they always will invent a justification for the behaviour. If they do something wrong, they will be like, oh, well, I only did that because I had to, like I was backed into a corner. They hate that if you continue doing things correctly, like morally, they can't catch you out. That's the thing. They desperately want evidence that you've done something wrong, but they can't find it. The King of Swords can occasionally represent legal matters, and that won't be literal for most of you, but I'm imagining the situation as like a court case. If we just use a court case as an example, it's like this person is searching for evidence that you broke a rule because they know that it would damage your case. Like if evidence is handled incorrectly, for example, sometimes that can mean that an entire legal case can be compromised or thrown out. So in the same way, it's like they are waiting for you to slip up. They are waiting to find out that you did something wrong, but you've been following this process carefully and behaving methodically whilst they remain kind of volatile or chaotic, or like they're just trying to clutch at straws to get something to go wrong for you. And again, I'm not literally predicting a actual court case. It's more as though this person wants to place you on trial. If they can prove that you behaved immorally, it strengthens the story they tell themselves and other people. However, for a small number of you, it could be something like, a custody battle, a dispute, or a divorce. This will be the kind of person, and this doesn't have to apply specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the kind of person who would tell everybody like, oh, my wife just left me out of the blue and she took my children for absolutely no reason, like she won't let me see them because she's just evil. And I'm not saying, those situations never occur. Sometimes unjust situations do happen. Yeah, they absolutely do. However, there is often substantially more context than one person initially reveals when it comes to stuff like that. Like if somebody doesn't have access to their children, maybe it's because safeguarding concerns exist, for example, but this person won't say that side of the story. They'll just say, oh, my wife's evil and shook the kids away. Do you know what I mean? Military or former military experience could also be relevant for somebody here. Oh yeah, it's like this person hates the amount of power you appear to have over their mental state. But the thing is, you aren't forcing them to think about you. It's like they repeatedly choose to indulge this fixation whilst refusing to do the work required to detach. They resent that you've established a new routine and a structure without them, and that it's working better than expected. They also hate that you refuse to react or to allow their negativity to occupy your mind. If they create fake accounts to send comments or messages, you might not even read them properly. You could just delete the comment or block the account and just continue on with your day. The truth of the matter is that this hater is deeply heartbroken. And for many of you, if this was somebody who you were once close to, like an ex following a breakup, a separation, a divorce, a former friend after an intense friendship ended, in that case, the heartbreak concerns losing you specifically. However, if they don't know you personally and they are like more projecting instead, they could be heartbroken about something or someone else, but your existence triggers their pain, so they lash out at you rather than working through their emotions. Like perhaps they've recently experienced a divorce and then they see you, if we use that example we used earlier, like you upload your wedding photographs and they feel a surge of rage, but that anger is directed towards the wrong person because you might have had nothing to do with their relationship. You're just existing happily in yours, and they don't hate you because you did something wrong. They hate you because you possess or you are experiencing something they've lost or believe they cannot have. This individual could really be struggling with depression, anxiety, or other mental health difficulties. Again, I'm not trying to diagnose anyone. You could just know this about them. You could be aware of this, or you've heard it through the grapevine, or it's just obvious. Maybe this person has begun medication or therapy or counselling, or they're considering seeking support, or you think they should seek support. Whoever this person is, they do not appear to be in a healthy place. I will say that. I sincerely hope they are receiving appropriate help because I cannot recommend the coping mechanisms that they've used thus far. Those coping mechanisms, they are extremely toxic. They may have recently received a diagnosis that explains some of their experiences. Maybe they're beginning to recognize certain uncomfortable truths. However, because they're still appearing within this reading as a hater, they haven't accepted full accountability yet. They do resent how significantly this separation, whether it's a separation from having access to you or a separation from something else that meant a lot to them and they're taking it out on you, they resent how much this has changed their life, and they're kind of holding you responsible because you left, or you cut them off, or you stopped communicating, or you just said something that made them feel a type of way, and they interpreted that as betrayal. They are aware that they're sad and feeling kind of lonely and isolated, but they aren't adequately reflecting on their contribution to this situation reaching this point. They struggle enormously with change. They really do. Like, if their life has transformed after you left or whatever, their logic is basically like, change equals bad, and Pile 4 has caused this change. That's what they think. They believe everything could have been resolved if it wasn't for you. Like, if you had either given them another chance, or if you'd excuse their behaviour because life is so difficult for them. They aren't really considering what maybe pushed you towards leaving. They just feel betrayed by the separation itself. Yeah, some elements of truth are beginning to emerge here, but they still aren't quite acknowledging the complete reality. The victim narrative remains incredibly strong with this person. They describe themselves as having been isolated or alienated. Perhaps they are saying that you chose somebody else's side, or you turned people against them. But in reality, it could just be that other people might have discovered the truth independently and, decided that they no longer want anything to do with this person. Or, like, you could be close to somebody that they dislike, which they interpret as you choosing that person over them. But if you made a decision, it was rooted in your desire to do what you believed was right. I'm seeing some kind of division within a family or friendship group. This individual might have attempted to alienate people from you. Maybe when they were more involved in your life, if they tried to isolate you, or they tried to create conflict between you and another person or other people. But it feels as though some kind of truth has prevailed. One, I guess, like, more dramatic example could involve division within a family unit. Like, they're upset because everybody has taken your side. However, that could be because they caused this situation and they can't manipulate their way out of it when proof exists of their wrongdoing. Another example could be somebody within a friendship group accusing this person of doing something terrible, and you stand by the person making that disclosure because you know that that's the right thing to do. And the hater responds like, oh, you're seriously choosing their side over mine? I'm so hurt, like, we were supposed to be ride or die. And they continue playing the victim even though there is evidence supporting the allegation and you had every right to distance yourself. Those are obviously, more serious examples. The situation could be something much smaller, like maybe you just post a photo showing that you caught up with somebody else and this person immediately thinks like, oh, why wasn't I invited? I've been left out or something. I also keep receiving something involving health issues as well. I'm getting that maybe this person wasn't really there for you during a frightening period involving your health, but now the shoe is on the other foot and they feel sorry for themselves because they want support even though they never offered it to you. That won't apply to everybody, but it might be a confirmation for somebody. It could be a mental health thing even. They feel removed or banished from your life and they hate losing access. The strange thing is that this person still very much becomes deeply sentimental about you guys, but it's then because they don't want to feel the hurt of losing you or something, they'll tell themselves no, Powerful betrayed us. They're the enemy now. They call you the enemy, even if you don't think of them very much. It's like they transform that sentimentality into anger and they use the anger as a distraction from their grief. And, how directly that grief concerns you specifically will depend upon how close you were. For some, like I say, they're heartbroken over losing you specifically. For others, they're generally heartbroken over something in their life, but they view you as this catalyst or this symbol of their pain or a target. But either way, they position you as this oppositional force. They position you as against them. One of their coping mechanisms is spreading their misery because while they're suffering, they don't want anybody else to be happy. For some of you, this person really doesn't seem to be thinking clearly right now. If they barely know you, but they keep leaving disturbing comments on your page or something, you might notice that those comments don't even make any sense. This person might appear very confused, very agitated, under the influence, blurting out the first thought that enters their mind. The anger isn't even being directed towards the person who has caused their pain, because they genuinely might not know you that well. They could deliberately misunderstand everything you say, or they perceive it as a personal attack. I'm hearing the phrase bean soup right now. Like, if you post anything online, this person may bean soup you. So the concept of bean soup is basically like, I think it originated from somebody posting a recipe for bean soup, and there was some kind of comment like, what if I don't like beans? It's somebody who's like, what about this? But it feels like this person is willfully misunderstanding content that wasn't intended to cover every possible set of circumstances, and they're accusing you of being insensitive. They confuse you with the situation they're actually angry about. But it's like, you may feel like an easy target to them because they feel powerless within their own life and they need somewhere to direct that rage. So you're just like the easiest target for that, because they can hide behind a screen or whatever. They might fabricate rumours or manufacture conflict between you and other people. They might tell people like, oh, Powerful suddenly cut me off, they stopped inviting me, I have absolutely no idea why. But again, there's far more to the story. They may cry or use tears to manipulate situations, but it's like their sob stories no longer work on you. It has become tired and you're just done with it, Powerful. They hate that they can no longer create division between you and the important people within your life. It's like they wanted to isolate you and just have you to themselves, but they lost that power. I also think this person hates how reactive they've become around you. Quite honestly, Powerful, I think they recognise that their reactions sometimes make them look like a lunatic. How much self-awareness they possess depends on their current mental state, but part of them hates the fact that they cannot stop checking on you. It's like a compulsion, and it feels like every new piece of information breaks their heart again, and it might sort of cause them to do something they later regret. Like, they become angry with themselves for indulging in this fixation, but they can't sort of stop it. When they spy on you, it feels like it occupies their entire mind, and afterwards they resent themselves for allowing it to consume so much mental space. If you post content, this person cannot just scroll past it, they can't ignore it, they will end up engaging with it or impulsively blurting something out in the comments, and later they might like regret it or delete what they wrote. They could also feel tempted to like DM you while they're drunk or under the influence, only to go and delete it the following morning. Those messages may be extremely cruel because in the moment they want to hit you where it hurts. However, if they delete it, I'm not convinced it's because they regret the potential pain they cause you. It's more like they regret how their behaviour makes them look, because they think, you know, I can't publicly play the victim while leaving comments like that. They backtrack because the evidence undermines their preferred narrative and their preferred image. This person is going through something significant and may finally be encountering uncomfortable truths. But until now, it's like they've existed entirely within a victim narrative, and they still are to some degree, like they're twisting reality so they don't have to confront themselves. Within their own mind though, they're this brave truth teller standing against evil. They framed it as this incredibly dramatic thing. It's like they imagine themselves as the hard done by hero who bravely goes against the grain, when in reality they could simply be being delusional about the situation. They hate that they can only become vocal while hiding behind something, whether they're hiding behind a keyboard, whether they're hiding behind another person. They say things behind your back, but they lack the courage to address you directly. But they sort of frame themselves as someone standing up to a bully, even though they're the person who won't just like leave you alone. It's like they've embarked on a personal crusade for justice. In their fantasy, they're like the little guy standing up against a powerful enemy. They're trying to call you out and take matters into their own hands. But because events aren't like unfolding as they want, they resort to sneaky behaviour and spreading falsehoods. But these claims have no foundation in reality. This person could also be extremely impatient. It's like they jump in and attempt to manipulate events to like accelerate their preferred outcome, but when they do that, they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. They could also hate that you acted swiftly with something, like you just departed or you cut them off and they didn't expect that response from you. And for some reason, I'm hearing the phrase, this isn't an airport, you don't need to announce your departure. I don't know why. Perhaps this person threatened to leave as a means of like manipulating you. They were like, you know, if you don't take my side, if you don't do this, we're done. Like, I'm blocking you. And you were like, okay. Like, you don't have to announce your departure. But they expected you to panic. They expected you to beg or to agree with them. Instead, you were just like, no need to announce your departure, you know, this isn't an airport. If you want to go, then go. You called their bluff. And then they attempted to backtrack. They were like, oh, Power 4 is so cruel. I cannot believe they're willing to throw away all this history because you refuse to follow their rules. And now they treat you as this arch nemesis in a way. They are casting themselves as like the black sheep or misunderstood. They're like, everybody turned against me because everybody else is fake. Nobody understands me, but the truth will come out. But in reality, they may have been the only person making the situation toxic. They're like a rebel without a cause. They imagine themselves fighting a corrupt system when I think what they actually need is just appropriate mental health support and to stop spreading harmful, untrue information. Yeah, there's definitely paranoia surrounding this person. It's like they believe you're conspiring against them and they view themselves as your victim, even though you've maybe walked away and you aren't engaging at all. They are hurt by you or they're hurt by something, so they've transformed you into a villain in their own head. But many of them have hurt their own feelings by obsessing over scenarios that aren't even occurring. They hate feeling rejected because they are extraordinarily sensitive to rejection. Your distance feels like the ultimate act of betrayal to this person, and now they've labelled you as the enemy and they search for every possible flaw so that losing access to you won't feel as painful. They say like, I'm exposing Power 4, but they're just inventing irrational stories. It genuinely feels as though they might be experiencing, or they have experienced recently, some kind of break from reality. Whenever an uncomfortable truth emerges, it's like this person can't accept it fully, so they manufacture an alternate, I was going to say an alternate reality, but an alternate explanation whereby you are the problem. They hate that the situation has made them cold and defensive. It's like deep down they don't like who they've become, but they feel kind of powerless to stop it. There is a huge amount of pent-up resentment here alongside this belief that like nobody can be trusted. They hate that you don't trust them. They hate that you're guarded or that you shut them out and they can't extract anything from you. It's like the blindfold has completely come off. There's something where you're no longer in this stalemate, or there's no longer like a silent power struggle where somebody could give in because they wanted you to give in. It feels like you're done with this, you're finished. Whereas they're like trying to muddy the waters or trying to confuse other people about what happened, but you aren't confused. You see everything clearly and they don't enjoy that. They hate that the power play has ended. If there was a falling out, they may have assumed you would eventually like give in and break the silence first, but you aren't playing with them this time. You're not sitting on the fence about this. It feels like you've made this firm decision and you're moving forward with this kind of certainty, and it's a kind of certainty that they could never offer you. Ultimately, Power 4, they think they hate you because you changed, or became cold, or abandoned them, or transformed into somebody they don't recognise. But the truth is that you just grew beyond a dynamic that required you to dim yourself and to overlook manipulation and remain attached to an outdated version of who you were. You did not betray yourself. You did not betray them by becoming somebody new. You actually stopped betraying yourself, and you stopped betraying yourself because you didn't want to remain somebody that they could control. It's like you reclaimed your life force and your vitality and your voice and your right to express yourself without apologizing for any of it, especially not apologizing for being seen. They're still trapped in the history of this connection, but you're no longer living there in that place. The blindfold is off and the decision has been made and you are moving forward, and they hate that they cannot follow you where you're going, but more than anything, they also hate that you're no longer looking back in their direction. So that's why this person thinks they hate you versus the truth. And that is where I'm going to leave you today at Power 4. That's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope it resonated for you, even if it was just a tiny bit. If this did resonate for you in any way, even if it's just something small, please let me know in the comments. I want to hear about who this is, who this person was or is to you, you know, what resonated. Genuinely, that is the very best way to help and support a small channel like mine. Please like the video if you get a chance. Other ways to help a tiny channel are to hype, share, sub. Any of that would mean the absolute world to me. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated. You can always just let me know which power you picked or leave an emoji. Any engagement helps. With that said, if you don't get a chance to do any of those things, I just want to thank you so much for being here regardless. Thank you for taking time out of your day to listen to this reading and share this time with me. I really appreciate you. I'm sending you lots of love. Take care and I'll see you in the next one, Power 4. Hi Power 5 Collective. If you chose the Cosy Witch Tarot and the candle sticker and you chose Power 5, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Why Your Haters Think They Hate You versus the Truth. If you would like a breakdown of everything this reading will entail alongside my usual disclaimers, please check out the introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out just so you know what to expect from today's reading. But if you are ready to just get straight into it and get started, let's have a look at the cards we pulled for you. These first 4 cards are going to represent the energy check portion. These cards over here, these 4 are going to represent the deeper truth. Obviously I'm oversimplifying it here, you know, check out the intro if you want more details. But this card in the middle is to represent the midpoint energy, and this card will be an astrological sign. You can take this sign as an extra confirmation if it is featured prominently in your chart or in this person's. Pay attention to what's on the card for extra confirmations, but that doesn't have to be the case for this to be your pile. The intention behind this card is to kind of represent the light and shadow attributes of a certain sign or energy, and just talk about the overall similarities and differences in terms of you and this person, this hater. I guess it's to kind of find the common ground, but also how you might express energy differently to each other. So yeah, let's start over here on the left. So we have got Judgment. All the signs say that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. We have got 4 of Cups. Try not to be so picky, okay? We've got the Empress. I feel like the Empress has come up loads today throughout these readings. There is beauty to be found in every experience. And we have the 3 of Pentacles reverse. What's the saying? Teamwork makes the spell work. And for the truth, we have got the 6 of Pentacles. Every blessing you give will eventually be returned to you. We have the 8 of Swords. Stop overthinking it and just do it. I feel like the 8 of Swords has come up a few times in these piles today as well. We have the 3 of Wands. Put yourself out there and you'll be rewarded one way or another. I'm hearing that song, One Way or Another. We have the 5 of Cups. I think the 5 of Cups has come out multiple times today as well. There's a lot of synchronicities here. Spilled tea isn't the end of the world. And for your midpoint energy, we have Gemini, adaptable, curious, fun, indecisive, unreliable, impulsive, May 21st to June 20th as relevant dates. Element is air, ruling planet Mercury, major arcana card, the Lovers, stones, agate and tourmaline, colours yellow and green, lucky numbers 3, 5 and 6, flower, lavender and lily of the valley. Okay. So starting with your initial energy check, just looking at this midpoint card, strong Gemini, air sign, so Aquarius, Libra, 3rd house or Mercury energy could be relevant to either you or this person. So Virgo energy as well if we're talking about Mercury, although that absolutely does not have to apply for this to be your pile. But just bearing those 3rd house themes in mind, this hater could be somebody you see regularly within your daily life. You know, the 3rd house can relate to communication, everyday thought patterns, siblings, neighbours, colleagues, local travel, and early school years, I think. This may therefore be somebody within one of those communities or within your immediate environment or your local community. However, I don't necessarily think you have chosen to be around each other necessarily. I feel like this connection may simply be a result of proximity or circumstance. Either proximity as in they are in your local environment, or you keep popping up online. Like if this is an online hater or something, you keep popping up on their page, like their algorithm promotes you or something. But for the most part, I think it might be somebody in your daily life. Like they just keep coming across you, you keep coming across each other. You have to share space in some way. Perhaps, as one example, you were hired by the same company and you share a workspace. Or, you know, this might be a sibling you aren't particularly close to, but you still have to like cooperate at family gatherings. You could work at a school and this is a student you've been assigned to teach. Or you are a student and this is a teacher. Or maybe this is a friend of a friend who attends the same events as you. They could simply be your neighbour. Like you chose your house, but you didn't specifically choose to live next door to this person, but you have to like be in the same proximity. It's something along those lines. You may not have deliberately entered each other's lives, but you are nevertheless required to interact in some capacity. And the first message I'm receiving is that much of their hatred stems from you just being 2 very different people who value completely different things. Perhaps you possess like the more adaptable side of Gemini energy. Maybe your attitude is very much like, you know, live and let live. Like I'm going to do my thing and I'm just going to get along with this person as well as I can. but this individual struggles to accept you. Maybe not just you, maybe people generally, like as they are. So you might butt heads without either of you consciously trying, but something about your personalities just naturally, like, you rub each other up the wrong way for some reason. Maybe your communication styles or methods of completing tasks could just continually clash for some reason. You may both be intelligent and curious, but that intelligence manifests so differently that you end up frustrating each other. You end up pissing each other off. I feel like your brains work in just entirely different ways. Even when you guys are considering the same overall idea, or you have ultimately kind of reached the same conclusion, even on like matters that you agree on fundamentally, it's still this thing where like confusion and miscommunication gets in the way and prevents you both from recognizing it. You continually explain yourselves without ever fully feeling understood. I'm seeing a situation where you're both essentially, like saying the same thing, yet you're still somehow disagreeing. And I'm hearing one person saying like, no, but that's exactly what I was saying. And the other person is saying, no, it wasn't. Like, you said this, I was saying this. And then the conversation just goes round and round in circles. There may be like this petty bickering, this passive aggression, or just these frequent little squabbles, like things where you get on each other's nerves, depending upon who this person is and the kind of relationship you have, of course. If this person is in your family, like if this is a sibling or something, it's definitely giving me the energy of like, I love them because they're family and I have to love them, but I don't actually like them as a person. I'm not gonna lie. It's almost this energy of like, if this person weren't my sibling, I would never willingly spend time with them. Like, we have absolutely nothing in common. Or, if this is a colleague, you may be forced into like daily small talk, despite both sensing, this isn't really my type of person at all. I don't vibe with them. Those conversations can feel unbearable because it's like you can't escape each other. You have to communicate, but communication is really difficult. And you could notice subtle signs within their body language that reveal their dislike. Perhaps you notice they roll their eyes whenever you speak during a meeting, or they're always looking you up and down, or just radiating this sense of judgment despite acting quite pleasant to your face. They could play nicely and remain outwardly cordial, but you can tell that they just don't like you. Because the third house also relates to education, maybe this is like a teacher sharing a classroom with another teacher or a teaching assistant, and you guys, although you have to like run the classroom together kind of, you might continually struggle to communicate or agree about how things should be done, and it's this bone of contention. Alternatively, maybe this is a student or somebody you're meant to be mentoring, and they play up during your lessons, or they deliberately try and wind you up. A surprising amount of this hater energy is rooted in confusion. I feel like both of you sort of look at each other and think like, I just don't understand this person. Like, I don't get them. I don't know what motivates them. I don't know what they're trying to achieve or how they possibly could reach this conclusion. And the difference is, I feel like you guys can kind of brush off some of that confusion. You can sort of get comfortable with this idea of like, you know what, this person and I don't vibe, but that's okay. Not everybody is going to like me. I'm not going to like everyone. I'll be polite with them and just continue on my own path. You possess that sort of empress ability to kind of go with the flow, whereas this individual cannot let it go. Like, it genuinely really bothers them that they can't understand you, but they also can't like categorize you. They want to figure you out, but you sort of resist their analysis. Like, Gemini energy is often connected to problem solving, and this person treats you as a problem requiring a solution, but you don't require fixing. But if this person cannot understand how something works, they refuse to accept it or support it or participate in it. It's like they want you to adopt their perspective because they've decided that their perspective is the correct one. For some reason, I'm hearing the phrase right of way, like as in determining who has the right of way when driving. And now I'm actually getting the imagery, and I think this imagery is funny actually. I'm thinking of like a road rage incident, like two drivers reaching an impasse. And I don't think, the literal message is necessarily that you encounter this person every morning during your commute, but it's more about the frustration and absurdity of road rage. Like, I'm seeing two people sitting in their cars and looking at each other, and somebody's signaling you go, and then this other person is like, no, you go. And you continue just going around in circles, like each person is waiting for the other to move. And eventually, it becomes so frustrating and so tedious that you both decide to go simultaneously, and you end up crashing into each other. Like, that's the imagery I'm getting. You guys clash, you crash. You're always at an impasse. There is something significant about Gemini duality here, something I always like to mention on this channel. It's interesting though because, you know, although I've said you guys are incredibly different, there is also a great deal of mirroring and similarity between you. It's like something is maybe too similar, but it's like it's those shared qualities that manifest in such opposite ways that they clash completely. You have different approaches and those approaches just don't gel particularly well. You know, for some of you within a professional environment, this could even be like this client you have and you just can't click with this person. Perhaps, you know, you only see them occasionally, but it's like they behave as though they're determined to ruin your day for no apparent reason. Like they try to identify your mistakes and position themselves as judge and jury, even when they know nothing about your profession. As just one example, like if events don't unfold precisely as this person expects, they could give you an extraordinarily difficult time. I'm trying to think of an example, so this doesn't have to be taken literally, this is just to highlight what kind of person they are. It's not to say that this specific scenario has to apply, but just as an entirely random example, imagine that you work in a salon and this client, they usually book with your colleague, and this client is very, very particular about who does their hair and how every single step of their hair being done is performed. And maybe one day, you know, your colleague, who is their usual stylist, is on holiday, or maybe they've left the salon, they don't work there anymore. So you reluctantly agree to see them instead. And you're doing them a favour, you know, by squeezing them into your schedule or accepting somebody who isn't usually your client. But despite that, they scrutinise and criticise your process every step of the way. It's like they're determined to prove, oh, like, see, this is why I needed my usual stylist. Pal 5 is doing it all wrong. Even though they themselves aren't a stylist and they don't know anything about hair or how it should be done, they still challenge everything you do. If your process differs slightly, even though you know exactly what you're doing and the final result will be exactly what they requested, they keep asking you, like, are you sure that's right? Like, oh, my other stylist does it this way. It's like they're determined to find fault and explain why somebody else's approach is superior. A lot of their hater energy comes from forming snap judgments about people. So for example, if we use that example of the salon, if you look younger than you are, they immediately undermine your professionalism. They're like, oh, are you sure you're qualified to be a stylist? Obviously, that's just one scenario. But yeah, this person could be highly disingenuous and two-faced in that shadow Gemini energy. Like if we use that same example, perhaps, you know, this is the kind of person to behave fairly pleasantly during the appointment, even if they're a bit picky and annoying. At the end of the appointment, they could tell you that they love their hair, but then later they will go and post a negative review, or they'll tell your colleague that you ruined their hair, or they might even lie about what happened during the appointment. Like they could ask for a particular haircut, they show you the reference photo, and you deliver exactly that haircut, but then they report you to your manager and they say to your manager, I never asked for this. You did everything correctly, but they still found a way to tear it apart. You may notice that this is the kind of person who can never stop gossiping about people behind their backs. This person comes across as very nosy, like they insert themselves into other people's lives. This is the type of person to ask very probing questions, or they could often give unsolicited opinions, and they tend to involve themselves in situations that just have absolutely nothing to do with them. Like they thrive on drama. They might be very talkative, but it's like they believe whatever they have to say is way more important than everybody else's contribution. They could also interrupt people constantly. Whatever your relationship is with this person assigns blame to other people. You might notice this. They may even attempt to use you as a scapegoat, and they lie whilst doing that. They're like, oh, it wasn't my fault, Pal 5 did it. Like if a manager addresses a mistake they made, if this is your colleague or something like that, they respond by saying, oh, Pal 5 told me to do it that way, so it isn't my responsibility. And that could be totally untrue. It's like they'll throw somebody else under the bus to escape accountability. At this point in the reading, I'm receiving a few opposing messages, and I think that does relate to this Gemini duality that we've spoken about. As the information is coming through, it's not always 100% clear whether this person genuinely possesses a particular quality or whether they are accusing you of possessing it, Pal 5. I think both of those things can be true, but it might manifest differently depending on who this is. But I'll try and explain what I mean. So using judgment as an example, I initially couldn't determine whether you would recognise this person because they're judgmental or whether they believe they hate you because you're judgmental. And I think it might be both. Like, this is the kind of person that could form like I said, snap judgments. They could stereotype people and express opinions that maybe you find unpleasant or even quite bigoted at times. Like, they could blurt things out impulsively and then dismiss them as a joke. Like, I don't know, they could say something just like racist or sexist or something and then be like, oh, I'm only being honest. And if you refuse to laugh at somebody else's expense, or if you challenge what they've said, they accuse you of being judgmental. They're like, oh, you're judging me for my opinions. And then they become frustrated and they label you as being like holier than thou because you won't indulge them. Your response shines a light on the fact that what they said wasn't kind, and they feel confronted by that. And then they will complain and say like, oh, Pal 5 is so judgmental, they just can't take a joke. They may think you are pedantic or you're excessively picky, even though they can be exactly the same way, just in a different context. This individual struggles to keep their mouth shut. I will say that. If somebody shares something in confidence, this person is likely to blab about it, either deliberately or because they just cannot control themselves. Any opportunity to gossip and throw somebody else under the bus for an interesting story, they will take. They will jump on that. This person is a busybody who wants to know everybody's business so they can tell everybody else about it. They like stirring the pot and creating friction. They might also lie or exaggerate to sabotage somebody or land them in trouble. This is the kind of person who jumps to conclusions because they truly expect the worst from people. They often get the fact wrong or they misconstrue things, but sometimes they do damage and they don't particularly care. And it won't always be entirely intentional. I don't think this person consciously thinks like, oh, I'm going to ruin somebody's life today. I don't think it's like that. But the problem is that they don't care whether their carelessness or refusal to fact check has serious consequences for somebody else. As one example, I can imagine this being the kind of person to report their neighbour for allegedly committing benefit fraud. Like, they will say, oh, this person receives disability support, but I saw them stand up from their wheelchair, so they must be faking. If they had educated themselves before making those accusations, they would know that ambulatory wheelchair users exist, or that many disabilities fluctuate. Someone using a chair on certain days and walking on others doesn't mean that they're pretending on the days they need the chair. But by the time this hater realises their mistake, the disabled person's support may have been suspended, pending an investigation. They could have just ruined that person's life for no reason, but they're just like, oops, oh well, sorry about that, without understanding or caring about the distress and damage they've caused to other people. Or, you know, another example could be they might accuse you of wrongdoing at work, and something they do could place your job at risk. And, you know, eventually the investigation proves that you had nothing to do with what they're accusing you of. But by that point, you've already endured meetings and anxiety, or, you know, a period of unpaid leave whilst everything was investigated. And then this person will casually say like, oh, well, it wasn't Pal 5 who did that. It must have been somebody else. Oops. But they never sincerely apologise or acknowledge that their carelessness could have destroyed somebody's entire career. And if people have stopped trusting this individual, this is the type of person who, when they walk into a quiet room, they'll be like, oh, why is everyone so quiet? Why are you all being so boring? They desperately attempt to start a conversation because they will do anything to fill a silence. They may be accustomed to bonding with others through gossip and dislike of other people, and you don't want to participate in that. With the Empress here, I get the impression that you are very beautiful, Pal 5. You're a beautiful person. And this person may make snap judgments based upon your appearance. If you look good or if you take care of yourself, they decide, you know, oh, Pal 5 thinks they're too good for everybody. They come in here wearing this and they think they're someone special. They've reached that conclusion using almost no actual information about you. They think they hate you because you're like snobbish or elitist or exclusionary, but it's almost as though they don't understand what those words mean. They call you judgmental despite barely having spoken to you, but honestly, what is more judgmental than stereotyping somebody based on a handful of superficial observations? This person is kind of loudmouthed, they have an opinion about everything, even when they have no expertise and they don't understand the subject. This person cannot simply say like, oh, I don't know enough to have an informed opinion about that. They have to announce, well, I think XYZ, and they force everyone to listen even if they're making no sense. They dislike people who mind their business or people who feel secure enough within themselves that they don't need to shout to be heard. This individual does not work particularly well with others. They do not adapt, they don't listen, they don't give much consideration to other people's ideas. They may believe that they're an excellent communicator because they're loud and opinionated, but they've confused talking with communicating. They talk at people and they call it a mutual exchange. They say, I'm a great communicator because they talk at people. They could undermine or compete with you guys professionally, but there is this profound unwillingness to listen. This is the type of person who will talk endlessly about themselves, but the moment somebody else begins speaking, they zone out. Their communication style is quite selfish and unbalanced. The next message I'm going to give could manifest in two opposing ways, so I will explain both of the ways this could apply. So in the first scenario that I'm discussing, I'm thinking of an example of like perhaps you guys work together and you have some responsibility for directing or training or mentoring them, teaching them something. And in that scenario, this person is incredibly difficult to teach. It feels like pulling teeth because they outright refuse to acknowledge mistakes or learn from feedback. You could offer this person the gentlest constructive criticism imaginable. Like you could say, oh, you've done really well here, you just need to adjust XYZ. And they accuse you of being pedantic or ungrateful or excessively picky. They believe that you're inventing flaws within their perfectly good work. This could be somebody who has never learned to receive feedback because they've always been praised for simply existing. Like they've received a trophy at every stage for doing nothing, and now it's kind of gone to their head, and they assume that everyone wants their opinion because they've always been told how intelligent and how important they are. In their mind, they cannot possibly be wrong. Therefore, when you identify a genuine mistake, the only possible explanation is that you're just being too picky. You may perceive this person as having a poor work ethic. Perhaps this is someone who repeatedly makes careless errors and they don't really learn from them, or they try to create friction within the team, or they submit low quality work. They could appear lazy, apathetic, or motivated. However, they tell themselves that you're always judging them, or you're like on their back or something. That's what I'm getting. Now, the opposing scenario is that they say all of those things about you, even when those things aren't true. So they might convince themselves that your work is careless or poor because they don't want you to progress, or because they view you as competition, or you stand out within a group setting. So if we use like a professional environment as the example here, you know, maybe you're frequently commended for the quality of your work or your contribution to the team. And if this is a peer competing with you for a position, they will attempt to undermine that praise. They will claim that your work isn't particularly good. They claim that theirs is superior, or they insist that they've contributed far more than you. If this is like a manager who feels threatened by your progress, they may make the same accusations to prevent you from surpassing them. Maybe they resent that you aren't completely married to your job, like maybe you don't participate in the same urgency culture as they do, so they label you unmotivated or accuse you of not caring enough. This person possesses an incredibly narrow definition of success. If you aren't working thousands of hours per day and you're not desperately climbing the corporate ladder, they will call you lazy. If you choose to mind your business or decline unpaid company events, they accuse you of not being a team player purely because you don't want to donate all your personal time to colleagues that you don't want to spend time with outside of work. Like if they're a workaholic and you're more family focused, as just one example, they might question your professional commitment. Like maybe they'll say, oh, Pal 5 shouldn't receive that promotion. They've only just returned from maternity leave. What if they have another baby? Like I deserve it because work is my entire life. And it's clearly not their entire life. This person could also despise being told what to do by you. They may exhibit some demand avoidance, like as soon as you ask them to do something, they will deliberately refuse just because you've asked them to do it. It feels very spiteful. It's as though they'll choose an alternative method purely to prevent you from being proven right. They're very like contraire. They'll try and contradict you. Feels like this person is highly judgmental towards lifestyles that don't align with their values. And it doesn't have to be one specific lifestyle. This could manifest through almost any lifestyle, but the consistent theme is that you guys value different things and they cannot resist judging whatever it is you've chosen. And the deeper reason, the truth of this, is that they're secretly unhappy with their own life and they yearn for something different. It's like they have to continually prove that their way is correct and that they're satisfied. They may kind of pressure you to make the same choices because it's like they want to trap you within the monotonous cycle that they feel trapped in, and then they want to convince you that it's freedom. Whereas you're more likely to sort of live and let live as long as nobody is being harmed. They feel the need to like control people or make comments about it. And it doesn't matter what this lifestyle is. Like it doesn't matter who you are and who they are necessarily, specifically, it's just that you differ. So you could be like a career-focused workaholic, you could be a stay-at-home parent, you could love to go traveling, or anything and everything in between. Whatever brings you fulfillment, you don't feel compelled to like yuck someone else's yum, if you know what I mean, because you're secure within your decision. Your attitude is very much like, oh, you do you, like if it makes you happy, I'll support it. Whereas this person continually makes digs at lifestyles opposite to theirs because they aren't happy with what they've chosen. For example, if this person is career focused and you've chosen to be a stay-at-home parent, it doesn't have to be this example, I'm just using this, they might make snarky comments about that. Just out of the blue, they might be like, oh, I don't understand how you can just stay home all day and do nothing. I would be so bored. Like, I need intellectual stimulation. I enjoy challenging myself through work. It's like they're indirectly implying that you do nothing, or you lack intelligence or ambition or fulfillment. It's like they accuse you of being directionless because your ambitions exist outside of conventional career progression. Let's say, if we're using that example, like maybe instead of your career, you're highly ambitious when it comes to your family or your creative work or your passion projects, but because in that example they define success through that narrow financial corporate metric, they decide that you're aimless or what you do is worthless. But equally, the reverse scenario is possible. Like if this person is married with 6 children and they've chosen to be a stay-at-home parent, and you've chosen to be single or child-free, or you go off traveling the world or something, they will continuously try to tell you like, oh, you need to settle down, you can't keep floating about from place to place, you're too picky, like just find somebody, just marry somebody, just have children. It's like they attempt to force you into their situation even though they aren't happy in their situation. I feel like they're really bored, they're fed up, they're unfulfilled. Like when they see you enjoying a different life, they criticize your choices and insist that you should copy theirs. This person may feel deeply wary of anything outside their control, and they redirect their own anxiety towards something they can attempt to control, and perhaps they perceive that something as you. They will offer unsolicited opinions because controlling your choices provides an outlet for their frustration. Like if their business is failing and they can't reverse the overall direction of that failing business, they might try to micromanage you and criticize insignificant details. Like they blame you for the failure of the business because it's easier than confronting the larger problem. This person could be the type to daydream and fail to listen, and then they'll complain when they miss something. They'll be like, oh, nobody told me that, when they make an error, even though somebody did tell them that, they just didn't listen. Or they could accuse you of zoning out or not listening to them. They could try to micromanage you, whereas you prefer working independently, and maybe they resent that you won't accept their advice or follow their method. They might also claim you're boring. In reality, you could just be low-key, like you could just mind your business and refuse to entertain their antics. They might find other people boring because they have very little to discuss beyond gossip. Like other people are the most interesting thing about this person. This is the kind of person who constantly says like, I'm bored, and expects everybody else to provide entertainment because they just don't have anything interesting of their own to contribute. They could be jealous that you're content sort of quietly doing your own thing. They might attempt to like uncover your motives because they can't comprehend genuine contentment. They hate you because they're yearning for a different life. That's the truth of it. They feel trapped within the one that they have now. It doesn't bring them joy. Maybe they feel like an opportunity has passed them by, or they believe they've missed their chance with something. They may be intensely jealous of your lifestyle or a choice you've made, but at the same time, they will criticize it. They're like, oh, I could never do that. They might say that a lot. I could never. It sounds as though they're judging you because they're trying to say that they have no desire to do what you're doing. But what they actually mean, Pal 5, is that they genuinely don't believe they could do that. They don't think they have the option to do that, but they try and frame it as like, oh, I wouldn't want to do that, but they do. Maybe this person doesn't have the commitment or work ethic that it takes. Maybe they believe it's too late, like they've missed the boat on something. Yeah, pay attention. If this person repeatedly says, I could never, it could indicate that something about your choice does really appeal to them, but they don't believe that option is available. So they put you down to cope with that disappointment, right? They aren't satisfied with their decisions and they find their current life boring. They find it mediocre, but they try to convince themselves that you're boring because they don't want to confront those choices that they've made. They think you don't understand things and they become frustrated when you won't adopt their perspective, but much of that comes from their inability to place themselves within somebody else's experience. They consider everything exclusively through their own lens. They also focus upon the negative aspects of other people's situations. This may be another major difference and bone of contention between you guys. I feel like you guys are capable of finding beauty or meaning within an experience even when something goes wrong. Like, if you guys go on some kind of journey in your life, or you take a detour and that detour teaches you an enormous amount, if one negative event occurs during that detour, that is the only thing this person remembers and the only thing this person can take from the situation. And they will use it to prove like, you shouldn't have done that. They'll be like, see, you shouldn't have done that. As just one example, I'm just trying to think of a completely random one, but imagine that you go traveling and you have this incredible time overall. It's filled with unforgettable experiences that you will maybe never get again. But at the end of your trip, something bad happens, like you miss a flight, and because you return late, you lose your job because you couldn't show up to it on time. I mean, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Hopefully a reasonable workplace would understand a delayed flight or something, but this is purely an exaggerated example that I'm giving. But say that happens and you never particularly liked that job anyway, you didn't intend to stay there forever, so you kind of frame it as like, you know, something unfortunate happened at the end, but the trip was still worth it. I would do it 1,000 times over. You see it like that because you got so much from it. This person will treat the situation as though you destroyed your entire future. They'll be like, oh my god, you lost that amazing job though. They place conventional employment above everything else in that example. They, in that situation, wouldn't care what you learned during your traveling experience, because to them, travel doesn't count as success within their worldview. To them, it's frivolous and pointless. To them, you effed up your life. They could judge you for being scattered enough to miss the flight, and they continually reference the entire incident as a disaster, even though you don't view the overall experience negatively. They hate that the way you live forces them into self-evaluation. They project their regrets over their choices onto you. Even something like your relationship standards, your dating standards, as another example, could trigger them. Perhaps they call you too picky because they settled and now they're unhappy with their relationship, and if they can persuade you to settle too, they might feel better about their own decision. They could also resent you because you're a gifted communicator. Maybe you're very articulate, maybe you write beautifully, or you possess a unique ability to express complicated ideas, and they could criticize your writing as pretentious because they're jealous of that skill. They could also hate that you have like social support, or that people naturally enjoy working with you. This individual may be somebody who cannot or refuses to accept support. They could be very flighty and fickle. They could be the type of person who cancels plans, but then they become upset when people stop inviting them. They might see you spending time with friends and feel jealous, even though they decline every invitation they receive. This could be the kind of person who cancels at the last minute, like when a better offer appears, and eventually people stop including them, and then they complain that nobody cares about them. Or they could accuse you of being flighty or having too many interests because they want to place you inside a simple box. Again, you know, that Gemini duality means it could move in either direction, but yeah, you might both be highly analytical, but it's like you direct that ability towards different things. It's like you analyze systems and you decipher patterns and you think about how something could operate more effectively or efficiently, whereas they analyze other people through gossip because it distracts them from what isn't working within their own life. Both of you may be somewhat intellectual. You could be talented debaters or people who always tend to have an answer. There could be a shared quick wit or a love of comedy, even if you guys find completely different things funny, but they may specifically hate that you have excellent banter, or you make people laugh, or you have a quick wit. But yeah, with these last 4 cards representing the truth, what I find interesting is that all 4 suits are represented here. So this person holds an enormous and complicated mixture of feelings towards you guys. The first big truth is that they perceive you as somebody who receives rewards, recognition, opportunities, or favors. They interpret those things as luck or as evidence that everything is handed to you. But the thing is, Pile 5, the truth of the matter is you receive what you put into the world. They see the reward without recognizing the effort or the generosity or the support that preceded that reward. You might be somebody who gives freely without making every relationship transactional, and this person maybe can't comprehend that. They believe that nobody gives purely for the sake of giving, like there must always be an ulterior motive or a power play happening. You know, I'm not saying here that anybody should continually pour into people and situations that never reciprocate. Obviously, there should be some balance and fairness within all relationships, but fairness doesn't mean, you know, keeping an exact ledger in which every single gesture must be repaid immediately in the exact same way. But with this person, everything is tit for tat. Like, you might buy somebody a gift, Pal 5, simply because you thought of them. You're like, I'm going to buy this person a gift. I just feel like it. I feel like sharing this with them. Or you give someone a compliment without really expecting a compliment in return. This person makes acts of generosity uncomfortable and transactional. Like, if somebody gives this person a gift, they will look up the price of that gift online and compare it with what they spent on this person. And they become offended if the exact monetary amount isn't exactly identical. They've attached value to the wrong part of that gesture. You know, generosity in this person's hands becomes this corrupted thing because they can't simply receive kindness for the sake of it. And I feel like as well, like if you offer to pay for something or you offer to help this person, they interpret it as showing off. Like it could be that they feel financially inadequate, so your generosity almost registers as an insult. I'm getting, I don't know why, but I'm thinking of The Sopranos. I think when it's Meadows' boyfriend wants to like pay for the meal or something, and I can't remember what Tony says, but obviously that's like a massive insult to him, and he's basically like, never do that again. I'm thinking of that. Like, this person might say like, I'm not a charity case, like don't treat me like a charity case. At the same time though, they complain that nobody helps or supports them. And this doesn't just concern money, by the way, that was just one example, but it's like if you share knowledge or you attempt to teach this person something, you give advice, it's like they will immediately feel patronized and they accuse you of condescending them. There's definitely a haughtiness and pride to this person, like, oh, I'm not accepting advice from you, like I already know what I'm doing, there's nothing you could teach me. I'm imagining like a chauvinistic man refusing help from a woman because he assumes he must know better, or, you know, an older employee who becomes offended when a younger colleague offers guidance. They respond like, oh, didn't you just graduate yesterday? Like, you're practically a baby and now you think you can just come in and tell me what to do? They behave patronizingly and then accuse the younger person of patronizing them. Meanwhile, that person was just trying to help. And their reaction comes from inadequacy surrounding whatever they believe that person possesses that they lack, and specifically directed towards you. You have something that they lack, whether that's knowledge or money or a particular skill or experience. If this is a professional scenario involving somebody older or more experienced than you, they may fear becoming redundant. Like literally they could fear redundancy, but in a more metaphorical way, I'm primarily thinking about this overarching fear that their skills are becoming obsolete for whatever reason. Like maybe you can perform everything they do whilst also understanding newer technology as one example. And if you offer to show them what you're doing to make their work more efficient, they'll be like, what do you know? Like, I've worked here for 20 years, don't tell me what to do. Then they complain when they can't complete the task and they fall behind because they refuse to learn. Obviously, that's just one random example. It's like you attempt to help and they accuse you of being a know-it-all. They feel as though your ability to provide something diminishes their power. If you offer assistance, they assume you're competing or you're sucking up to receive praise. Like maybe a manager just asks whether anybody can work overtime, they need some extra staff, and you volunteer because you happen to be available and you want to help. So you're like, oh yeah, I'll do it. And then this person, even if they didn't offer to do it before, when they hear that you've offered, they'll be like, no, I'll do it. They want the recognition attached to staying late or working that overtime, and they don't want you to receive that recognition. If they must listen to you or they must accept mentorship, it could make them feel, I'm almost getting like emasculated, but I don't know if that's quite the right word. It makes them feel diminished. But the abundance you receive is a direct result of the energy you have invested. They don't understand that because they may expect things without contributing equivalent effort. It's like they look at you and ask, you know, why does Pal 5 get all this? Maybe they see people offering support to you and they wonder, like, why does everyone bend over backwards for Pal 5? And the answer is, the truthful answer is Pal 5, that you would and probably have done the same for those people. This person wouldn't. This person wouldn't do anything for anybody out of the kindness of their own heart. But they wonder why they don't receive identical treatment. But yeah, they view everything transactionally. They can't believe you perform acts of kindness without an ulterior motive. Either they think people give you things that you haven't earned, or they decide that your generosity must be corrupt in some way. They're like, oh, Pal 5 only did that because they wanted XYZ out of it. Within their mind, everything is fundamentally unfair. As a completely random example, let's say you work with this person and you work in an industry where customers leave tips. This person could become angry if you receive more tips than they do, because they believe that they perform more work, and they might attribute you getting tips as you getting like pretty privilege or something. And maybe you do benefit from pretty privilege in some context, Pal 5. I don't know everyone personally, but if you regularly receive generous tips, it's probably also because you engage with customers and you listen to them and you perform your job well. Whereas maybe this person puts in the bare minimum, but they expect the same. Maybe this person barely looks at customers because they're too busy up in your business watching you. Maybe they get orders wrong because they don't listen to the customer. And then they become angry when somebody doesn't give them a big tip. They'll complain like, oh, Pal 5 only gets tips because they're the pretty one, even though I do all the work. But that isn't true. It's almost as though they don't believe you should be equal to them. They don't think you deserve access to power or to a promotion or the same professional level. With the Six of Pentacles relating to employment a lot of the time, that's why I keep returning to workplace examples. So I apologize if that isn't how you know this person. I'm just trying to put it into context. It doesn't mean you have to work with them, but I feel like with the Pentacles, those examples are just easier to explain. But yeah, they could resent your career, your position, your salary. Even if this person doesn't work with you and they have no real idea what your job entails, they may just decide that you are paid too much. If this is like a friend, a sibling, an ex-partner, something like that, they might just put down your work because they believe you don't do enough. When you receive a promotion or you begin earning more than they do or earning the same amount, they might say like, oh, I earn less than you, or I earn the same amount, but I work harder. Like, all you do is XYZ, all you do at your job is sit down and do XYZ, even though they don't know that, right? They believe that they perform more labor for less money and that your salary is inherently unfair, but they don't really understand your responsibilities. If this is your manager or something, they may begrudge you paying you fairly, basically. Like, they want employees to earn the right to the bare minimum, to minimum wage. Like, essentially they want little corporate slaves who always agree to like do additional hours. They don't believe that you earn your keep in that scenario. And you could even be more efficient than anybody else there. Like, you could complete your work in several hours, whereas it might take other people several days to complete the same work. But if you finish early, it's like this manager would assume you cut corners, because it's like they need to see you looking busy all the time. They care more about performative labour than completed results and efficiency. What's interesting is this person perceives your identity itself as an advantage. If this wasn't showing up as hater energy, Pal 5, this could almost be interpreted as a compliment or as fan behaviour, because they're essentially saying that you are so remarkable that you possess an advantage over everybody else, or at least over them, but they can't celebrate you. And instead they argue like, oh, Pal 5 shouldn't receive this because they're already so privileged. I don't know, it's weird. They hate seeing people recognise your value because they don't feel recognised themselves. If somebody praises your work, they will immediately say, it isn't that good, you know? Or they don't think anybody should express gratitude towards you because in their mind you haven't done enough to deserve it, or they're saying that they deserve more, but that's entitlement. And they're continually asking, you know, what's so special about Pal 5? Why do they get this? But it's like they've already made you the special one within their own mind. They're the one who's highly focused on you. They are the person who has singled you out as exemplary. They notice that you receive things that they don't, or that certain opportunities appear to reach you more easily. And they therefore know that there must be something special about you, but instead of wanting to fully acknowledge it, they're asking, you know, what did Pal 5 do to deserve that? Why doesn't anybody do these things for me? Even if somebody offered them support, they would probably reject it because they misinterpret kindness as charity. And to give like a non-workplace example, because I realize I've given a lot of workplace examples, maybe you have, this is just another example, but maybe you have lovely friends, or maybe you have an amazing friendship group that really celebrates you. Like, so your friends could send really thoughtful gifts, or they create elaborate birthday posts for you on Instagram. And this person sees those things and they're like, oh, lucky for some, Pal 5 has all these people around them, but what is so special about them? Like, nobody does this for me, nobody writes posts for me, nobody sends me gifts. They never consider that your friends might celebrate you because you also celebrate them. You remember their birthdays, you choose thoughtful gifts, you make your friends feel valued, and people make you feel special because you make them feel special. The universe returns the energy you place into it, And that is the truth that this person is witnessing but not acknowledging. They don't reflect on why the same thing may not happen for them. But this is the type of person who forgets their friends' birthdays every year, or they cancel their friends' birthday plans at the last minute because a better offer appeared. Even if people initially tried to celebrate this person, those friends would eventually grow tired of carrying the entire relationship. It's like this person wants a village, but they don't want to be a villager. And just to be clear here, I'm not talking about, somebody occasionally forgetting a birthday because they're going through a hard time, or, cancelling an event because they're sick or because they're struggling with a chronic illness. Like, those things are valid and they happen to all of us. I'm talking about this person having a consistent pattern of selfishness and indifference, but it's combined with this expectation that everybody else should continually go all out for them. They offer very little effort but expect an enormous amount in return. It's like they want lots of friends in theory, and they might behave in a friendly manner towards many people and they want to be liked, but they don't actually have what it takes to be a genuine friend. They want to be liked without doing the work required to build a meaningful relationship with those around them. This is just not a particularly generous person. This is the kind of person if you knew them in 2020, this is the kind of person who would take every single roll of toilet paper from the supermarket shelf without considering anybody else. They wouldn't even leave one roll of toilet paper for anyone else, because their attitude is very much like, that's not my problem. They're like, oh, it sounds like a them problem. They don't understand genuine compassion, part 5. This person may also experience intense FOMO whenever somebody receives what they perceive as special treatment, even when that special treatment is merely an accommodation designed to create equality. So reasonable accommodations for disability could make this person irrationally angry. They're like, why did they get that? Honestly, this person is kind of giving, like, why is there no White History Month? Like, if something isn't about or designed specifically for them, they feel personally slighted. They fail to recognise the privilege involved in not requiring that support. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the kind of person to falsely claim a disability. They'd be like, oh, well, I'm disabled as well, purely because they think somebody else has received an advantage that they haven't. They may fabricate stories for attention. They may have done this throughout their life. Do you remember there always used to be that one person in school who would lie about, like, being pregnant and then losing the baby and things like that? Like, there would always be that one person. I feel like everybody knows someone like that. This could very well be that person. They resent seeing others invest in you because nobody appears interested in investing in them, but it's because they haven't given people anything worthwhile investing in. They aren't presenting anything into which other people can meaningfully invest. And I'm not saying that to devalue them or suggest they're unworthy of their desires. Everybody is worthy of pursuing what they want, and I don't believe that every good thing has to be earned. But sometimes, if we want something, we have to make the effort and we have to decide how much energy or money or support we are willing to contribute, and how much an opportunity matters to us. It's like, because of this person's entitlement and their negativity and their lack of care towards others, I don't think they're really reflecting on that. They want to sit back and they want to have opportunities arrive effortlessly while resenting how things come naturally to you, or that's how they perceive it. They might think that you have a donor or somebody funding everything. They're like, oh, Pal 5 receives support that I don't have, and that's the only reason they're succeeding and I'm not. And that probably isn't remotely true. If this is a sibling, this person could say, like, oh, it's easy for you because you've always been the favourite. I get the impression that this person once had a big dream or an ambitious idea, but they never fulfilled it. Maybe circumstances intervened, or maybe they just didn't put themselves out there. But either way, that unrealised dream kind of eats away at them. They become angry when they see you living your dream, especially if you have progressed further than they ever did. I'm getting an example coming through. Again, it doesn't have to be this one for you, but I'm getting this situation where, like, let's say this person always wanted to become a writer. Something prevented them from fully following that path. So instead, they did the next best thing and they became a writing teacher. And maybe this is your writing teacher. Maybe you go to their class. And during the time that you're just a student with a similar dream and you're looking towards them as the authority, everything is okay then. But if you actually go and write something and you publish your book and it becomes highly successful, suddenly it's like this person isn't as pleased for you as you expected them to be, because in that scenario you've progressed further than they did within the same dream that you shared, if that makes sense. And you're now capable of teaching them something that they don't know, because between the two of you, you're the only person who has successfully published a book. But if you offer advice, they respond with like, I don't want to do that, or, don't become cocky, selling one book doesn't mean you know more than me. Their attitude becomes hostile. And the truth is that you possess the courage to put yourself out there and expand your horizons and take risks, whereas they feel stuck or left behind. And when they look at your life, they sense that this is only the beginning for you. Like, you're growing, you're blossoming, you're entering this increasingly expansive world. Meanwhile, they feel as though their world is becoming smaller, or that it's too late for them somehow. You've gone beyond your comfort zone, whereas they've remained confined to an existing trajectory. They perceive opportunities as available to you, but not to them, because there are just too many obstacles in their way. They feel like you can plan for the future, whereas they feel limited in where they can go and what they can do from here. They see your life as adventurous and exciting and just like bursting with so many possibilities. And they kind of see themselves as like having their wings clipped. Like, while your days appear filled with potential, their days involve repetitive tasks and avoiding risk. They believe that they can't progress because they have too many responsibilities or restrictions. And it's like your future plans remind them that their life feels like it's on pause. When you describe something exciting, they respond by saying, I could never do that. They try and make out they don't want to do that, like we said, but it's because they feel like their circumstances prevent it. But they just pretend they don't want what you have. They are disappointed that their choices didn't unfold as expected, and that things have left them feeling more restricted. Your possibilities, the potential of your life, it reminds them of everything currently off limits to them. They question your decisions, they might act uninterested, they might refuse to listen, because allowing themselves to want those experiences would be deeply painful. Maybe once they started a business, for example, but they couldn't get it off the ground. So now they don't want to hear about your successful business. Maybe they once dreamed about traveling, but they never did it. And now they believe travel is no longer possible for them, and so they dismiss your travel plans whenever you speak about them. They feel bored and they feel stifled, as though their life has become more mediocre than they intended, and that might be why they obsess over other people and they rely on gossip for entertainment. Your life sounds much more interesting by comparison, and they hate that. They could feel intimidated because your knowledge or your experience now, it's like it's begun to surpass their experience. You're entering this new world, you're accumulating new experiences, and you're spreading your wings, but they judge whatever you do to disguise their jealousy. As a really small example, if this is like your sibling, let's say you are visiting your grandma together and you mentioned that you're looking forward to traveling somewhere, and your grandmother could ask your sibling like, oh, didn't you want to go as well? And they'll reply and they'll say, no, that's not my thing. Like, that country is really dangerous. Like, I don't even know why Par 5 is going. Like, I'd be worried about getting kidnapped or something like that. They deliberately spread negativity over your plans that you're excited by. And if you share something that you learned during a previous journey, maybe you share information about a interesting cultural practice or a food you tried while you were traveling, they will respond like, ew, that sounds disgusting, I would never eat that. They act as though it's like the worst thing imaginable, but really they're kind of intimidated because you possess an entire life and you possess knowledge outside their little bubble. Your knowledge is expanding beyond theirs and it makes them feel inadequate. I could definitely see this within like an older sibling and younger sibling dynamic. It's like they still want to view you as, the baby who knows nothing, and then they become threatened when you build an independent life. But it doesn't have to involve siblings at all. It's just that kind of argumentative, bickery energy. They might criticize any experience they secretly envy, though, is the point. Maybe you're getting married or you're having a baby and you're discussing like your wedding or your pregnancy, and they might sort of say to you, I would never have that at my wedding, or oh, that part of pregnancy sounds disgusting, I never want to have kids, or something, whatever the case may be. But in reality, they may be grieving that you are entering a relationship or a phase that they haven't experienced and they want to experience. And of course, there is absolutely zero wrong with being single, but I'm getting for this person, they pretend like they want their life, but they don't. So if the example is like you getting married and you having a baby and they secretly want that, it's like they feel behind and like they can't catch up. So your progress feels like abandonment. Like, they also resent that a risk you took paid off is something I'm getting. Like, it's like your reward for something that you did forces them to contemplate their previous decisions, how they kept themselves trapped. If self-doubt prevented them from following their own calling, they direct their anger towards you when actually they're quite angry at themselves. I feel like that takes back to that judgment card. Like, you answered some kind of deeper calling that they ignored. I'm also getting an example of somebody who uses learned helplessness, almost like it's a flex. And this won't apply to everybody, and I want to explain exactly what I mean, because I'm not judging anybody who genuinely requires support. I'm not talking about, for instance, dependence caused by disability or by impairment. And I'm also not wanting to criticize couples or families or whoever for, dividing household responsibilities in whatever way works for them. I think it's completely valid to say, these are my responsibilities, those are my partner's responsibilities, and this is how we choose to run our home, as just one example. However, I will say, where somebody is able, I think there's value in at least knowing how to perform basic tasks independently in case circumstances change. And again, I'm not referring to anything somebody physically or mentally cannot do, and that is outside of their control. But perhaps like you move into a new home and you proudly build your first piece of furniture by yourself. This person will try to put you down for that. Like they would say, oh, you would never catch me building furniture. Like, thank God I have a man to do that for me. But good for you, I guess. Like, they'll put it down. It's incredibly backhanded. And, again, there's nothing wrong with saying like, oh, my partner tends to do this task while I handle another task. The issue is using that arrangement to put somebody down who enjoys being more independent, This person ultimately feels trapped within their circumstances. They may believe they made the wrong decision, but they can't see a way out. They feel powerless, they feel helpless, and they feel convinced that no options remain. They treat not receiving what they believe they deserve as a personal punishment, even when they haven't contributed any effort towards attaining it. Whenever somebody else receives something they don't, they feel persecuted. They're like, what about me? But what about me though? They may also believe they're being silenced or unfairly judged whenever anybody disagrees with them. If you point out that something they said was inappropriate, as an example, they respond very sensitively to that. They might get upset if nobody trusts them, even though they spread rumors and secrets, gossip. It's like they open their mouth and say whatever they please, but demand complete freedom from consequences. When somebody calls them out on something they say or do, they become dramatic. They'll be like, fine, I suppose I just won't say anything ever again. And nobody asked them to remain permanently silent. They were simply asked not to do something harmful. They think they hate you because they're saying like you view yourself as little Miss or Mr. Perfect, but that isn't what you're trying to communicate. This is the kind of person who starts screaming about freedom of speech whilst forgetting that freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequences. Like, they can express their opinion, but if they do so publicly, everyone else is equally entitled to form an opinion and distance themselves. If they truly stand behind what they said, they shouldn't be surprised by that, but they will still become upset because they want to be liked, ultimately, Pal 5. And the truth is, they do experience guilt when confronted. They do, but caveat to this, I don't think it's always guilt for the right reasons. I feel like they sometimes say something very out of pocket, they blurt something out, and you might give them a particular look, and they hate that look. They're like, why are you staring at me as though I'm the worst person alive? And it's because they said something unbelievably awful. Like, your expression kind of forces them into a moment of reflection that they would prefer to avoid. This person may also catastrophize their problems. There seems to be a new crisis every week with this person, but they're incredibly difficult to help. They prefer remaining within the victim mindset and keeping themselves trapped. Every solution you suggest has a reason it cannot work. Even gentle suggestions causes this person to snap. You might suggest something and they might be like, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I haven't already considered that? When you were just trying to help. And, don't get me wrong, not everybody wants unsolicited advice. Sometimes people just need to vent and get a hug and feel understood, and that is valid. Sometimes people are not in the solution stage, and that's okay. But I feel like with this person, they repeat the same problem indefinitely, and they refuse to try anything that might improve it. It's like they spiral and they focus entirely on the spilled cups while ignoring everything else that remains available. If they have spoken badly about you, they've spilled some tea, or they've attempted to smear your reputation, it appears to have blown back in their face, Pal 5. Their behaviour has made them look untrustworthy. Their campaigns and protests have not derailed your progress, and they hate that. You don't allow their drama to ruin your day or knock you off course. When their carelessness harms somebody and they're eventually confronted, yes, I do think they experience guilt. However, I wonder whether the guilt only begins once other people notice and consequences reach this person. It's like their conscience only activates when being caught starts affecting their own life. You know, this reminds me of like when a company will mistreat a customer and the customer tries to sort it, but the company doesn't do anything about it until that customer goes to TikTok and their video goes viral. And suddenly, when thousands of people criticize the company, they issue an apology. And this person may kind of operate similarly to that, like they only apologize once they're publicly called out or when things start to affect them. Like in the moment, they behave selfishly without considering what anybody else might experience. If they make a mistake, they excuse it using whatever else is going wrong for them. They're like, oh, I only did that because of XYZ. And they may eventually feel remorseful, but only after the behaviour comes back to bite them in the ass. I'm almost getting this vibe from them of them saying like, oh, people stopped speaking to me because I behaved horribly. And now that I'm lonely, I finally realised I was horrible. So I'll apologise because I want everybody to like me again. I'm also receiving something involving declining engagement. You know, maybe people no longer interact with this person, or if they have an online platform or business, it's suffering and now they're sorry. But yeah, underneath all of this, Pal 5, their feelings towards you are complicated because it's like you represent both a mirror and a road not taken. They think they hate you because you're judgmental, or you're boring, or you're picky, or you're scattered, or you're privileged, or you're unfairly rewarded. But the truth is that your existence confronts them with everything they refuse to examine within themselves. You communicate in a way people understand. They don't understand it, but other people do. You offer genuine value and you create reciprocal relationships that aren't transactional. And you go after what you want, you create your own opportunities and you learn through your own experience and you allow your world to expand. And when people invest in you, it's not this evidence that you've like cheated the system. It reflects what you've already invested in people and in your own life. Like you make other people feel valued, so they value you. You show up for people, so people are going to want to show up for you. You are willing to learn and take risks and follow your own calling, so your possibilities continue expanding. Whereas this person wants the community and they want the reward and the recognition without accepting the vulnerability, the generosity, or the effort involved in creating those things. They remain focused on what they've missed, whereas you're looking out at what could still be possible. But their resentment isn't proving anything. It's not proving that you've received too much. It just reveals how painfully aware they are of everything they could have pursued but didn't. You are not responsible for shrinking your future to make somebody else feel more comfortable with the life that they chose for themselves. It's like the world is opening up for you guys because you were brave enough to step towards it, whereas they're standing at the window insisting they never wanted to leave the house, but we know they did. So that is what I'm getting for you, Pal 5, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. If anything in this reading resonated for you, if you enjoyed this, if you know who this is, please let me know below in the comments. I want to hear about it. Tell me anything that resonated. You can never overshare too much with me. Or if you don't feel comfortable doing that, just let me know which pile you picked, or just leave an emoji or something. Any engagement helps a tiny channel like mine. Please like the video if you get a chance. That would also help me massively, and I never ever take any likes or comments for granted. Other ways to support me are to hype, share and sub. Again, the best way to support a small channel and boost engagement for this video if you liked it. Even if you don't do any of those things, I just want to say that I appreciate you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening and taking time out of your day to spend this time with me and to listen to this message. With that said, I'm sending you so much love. Take care of yourselves and I'll see you in the next one, Pal 5.